In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is zero point 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from a lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school students.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question.
Hello everyone, very good morning. Before we start the event officially, I'm going to make a small announcement. Today and over the course of 3 days, if you happen to take any screenshots of the event and would like to post it on your social media handles, please don't forget to tag us. The tech team will be sending in all the IG handles to the group shortly. Okay, with that, formally to introduce everything, a very good morning to each and everyone present here this morning. I am Angela Arikat, your host this fine morning and one of the head organizers for this event. With immense pleasure, I take this opportunity on behalf of my fellow colleagues, Gloria D'Souza and Ria Khamkar, to introduce to you 3G School of Applied Psychology's International Psychology Career Summit Encyclopedia 2021. 3G School of Applied Psychology is an initiative by 3G IRPS, headquartered in IIT Madras Research Park. We are India's only school dedicated to psychology with the most practical curriculum. Our ideology behind creating this event was to draw your attention to the many success stories in the field of psychology, for you to draw inspiration from as young and budding psychology enthusiasts. We wish to bridge the gap between authentic information and students in order to answer any questions you might have about the field, the careers in this field, and the potential future of psychology as a profession. Over the next 3 days, we present to you eminent industry experts from various domains of psychology to help you expand your horizons, get authentic information, and gain valuable insights to help you make the best out of your career in psychology. With that said, please join us as we begin this event with the lighting of the lamp. Over to the technical team.
Yeah, Angelina, you can take it over and you can give it to the Abhirami.
Okay. Hello, everyone. With that, the lighting of the lamp has come to a close, and I'd like to pass this opportunity on to Abhirami to introduce to you the next.
So, good morning, everybody. I would like our technical team to play some videos before we begin our session. Thank you. Technical team, over to you.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia Even. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school student.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and arts. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia Event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school students.
Good morning, everyone. Now it's our time to welcome our chief guest. So we have a special chief guest for you guys. So let's welcome Lalrina Rintlai. So Lalrina Rintlai hails from the hilly states of Mizoram and Northeast India. Lalrina has the ability to be the master of any sport that he plays. He has a successful career both in basketball and snooker. In 2010, he played his first nationals in snooker, knocking out the senior defending champion. He then won the National Juniors Championship in 2011 and continued to represent the country. Unfortunately, due to his injuries, his career as national snooker was short-lived. But that did not stop him from playing snooker, and he won 3 out of 4 state championships that last season and also reached the round of 32 in the last nationals in snookers. He started playing the sport that he loves growing up after his injury and began his basketball career. He started playing in the Mizoram Super League and won 4 championships in a row. In 2019, he played his first international basketball tournament, FIBA 3v3 World Tour and 3v3 Pro Basketball League. He is currently ranked number 4 in the FIBA ranking in the country. His story is quintessential for the students who want to excel in their chosen field. He has inspired us to achieve success and chase any dream with grit and determination. So let us welcome Lalrina with a huge round of visual applause. Welcome, sir.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, young aspiring psychologists, the team of 3G School of Psychology, and all the speakers of the summit. Very thank you for inviting me to this program. It's a great honor. And also I hope and wish that everyone is safe from COVID, and I hope everyone is taking all necessary precautions at home and stay indoors. Don't go out unless it's necessary. So like our MC just mentioned, I'm a sportsman. I'm sure 99% of you don't know me. My name is Lalrina Rense. I'm from Mizoram. I'm a father with 2 children. I'm a sports person. I don't have much to say on your subject in terms of psychology and on psychology, but I want to share you a few things today on my short journey. Like the MC said, I grew up playing 2 sports, basketball and snooker. Basketball, I represent the state, and I play state level snooker championships. I always wanted to be a pilot, but I couldn't pursue because of some lots of problems, and there are, financial problems, so I stopped giving up that dream of becoming a pilot. So I started college, and while I was in college, I gave snooker a try in nationals, and then eventually I won the snooker nationals. I was among the best top prospect in the country. I got a scholarship from Bharat Petroleum, that's Petroleum Sports Promotion Board, and I was given a wildcard entry in Senior World Championship while I was junior. And when I came to know that I have been selected for the World Championship, I was working really hard around the clock for the World Championship. Unfortunately, I had a back injury, but then I went on playing that World Championship. But during the World Championship, I had to go to the hospital to check myself up, and then unfortunately, I have a slip disc, and the doctor told me to stop playing for a while. But then I have a couple of international tournaments, so I have to play through it. So I played, but I couldn't. My performance went down drastically. And when I play World Championships, I remember I used to sleep in the hotel room, grunting in pain, while my friends and teammates went out to explore the foreign countries. Like that, I just sleep on the room and then play when I have a match. And then eventually my scholarship got over, and I was not given a job in the petroleum. And then my world fell to pieces. My dream was crushed. I was hurt. I was depressed. I still play tournaments, but I couldn't perform at all. And to make that worse, my mom got cancer. And then I was not able to play high-level snooker. So I stopped practicing. I just played tournaments. And then come basketball league in Mizoram, international level, national level. So I started playing basketball again. And then now I'm here, lucky and blessed that I won like 4 championships in a row, and then 3 MVP awards in a row. And I was called in the national senior camp for basketball back in 2019. and I got cut again from the team, which was kind of unfair because my positions, who were playing that positions, were not up to my mark. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm better, way better than them, but I was better. So they sent me home again, and then I was hurt again, actually. So while I'm in that mood, a professional league, a 3x3 professional league came in India that took me and then made me play the league, and I was doing really good. And then they sent me for international tournaments. And that's how my journey is in short. So I want to share how I make it back to this stage again. I work hard on the way, but it's not always working, because if you're not mentally fit, you just can't perform at a high level. So I decided to read a couple of sports psychology books that really changed my behavior and views on certain things. It helped me understand myself better, my teammates better, which boosts the team chemistry. And the difference between same skilled players, same skilled athletes, is that it's all about the mentality. It's their psychology which affects their performance. So the one with a stronger willpower always rises to the top. Basically, it's the mind that achieves everything. So now I have a new challenge for myself again. I'm going to play snooker again, and I'm going to try to win the national title again. And I think I'm taking too much time now. I know every one of you you'll hear it more than 100 times before, but the key to success is always hard work. And if you're not getting expected results, you've got to stay positive. You have to try harder and don't give up. If you fall, you get back up. If you fall again, get back up again, because failure only leads to success. You will rise again if you're true to what you're doing. You got to stay true to what you're doing, and you have to have a determination. And I wish you all the luck for any of your upcoming career. I wish you all the best for all the programs today, tomorrow, and day after. I hope that everyone will benefit and make the most of it from all the great speakers of this summit. And I'm happy to inaugurate the 3G Psychology Career Summit, Encyclopedia 2021. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. It really was an inspiring speech, and I hope many will follow their heart and get their heart and soul into the field that they wish for. So as a token of love from our side, we would like to present you an e-certificate. So I request the technical team to present the e-certificate.
Oh, thank you.
Certificate will be mailed to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So I would like to forward it to Litish.
Yeah, thank you, Abhirami. It's my pleasure to invite our next speaker, Dr. Saugit. Dr. Saugit can rightly called to be a humanitarian, egalitarian, and AI scientist, a futurist, educationalist, serial entrepreneur, and a strong advocate of technological singularity. Founder and chairman of Mission 3G, headquartered at IIT Madras Research Park. He was able to develop the world's first integrated career mapping and global education of learning industry. He is also known as a business enthusiast and a descriptive thinker. He has received many awards and recognition of his significant contribution to global education. Some of the notable mentions include ASS OCHAM Education Excellence Award of 2018 and World Education Award 2017 in Dubai. It's my privilege to welcome our Dr. Saugit Cholail onto the dais, who is going to talk about the future in psychology. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a virtual round of applause in the comment box. Dear speaker, we will hearing a short buzzer prior to 5 minutes of the session ending time and long buzzer exactly at the end of the session time. Thank you. Welcome you, sir.
Very good morning, each one of you. It's a great inspiration from our inaugurator, to hear the story. Thank you for joining today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I know we are running a little bit late. I'll just enter to the subjects. Today's psychology, right? Please give me access to share my PPT, please. Technical team, please.
Yes, sir. Now it's available.
I'll just give a couple of words about us. We are a 3G Institute of Research and Policy Study. We always call us a Mission 3G. 3G stands for Third Millennium Generation. We are an incubated company in IIT Bombay, and we are headquarters now in IIT Madras, #1 institution, the consecutive 5 years, I think. The entire research we have done from Harvard and MIT. We launched in ISP Hyderabad. We have so many projects. You can go through our website. Now, the next is very important what we do basically. See, we are addressing one of the biggest threat of humanity called technological singularity. This is the factor which I want to discuss with you today. 80% of the people are going to lose their job before 2030. Now we know that in pandemic we lost almost 1 crore, more than 1 crore people job we lost last year. Okay, now before 2030, 80%. This is where the psychology which is going to come. Just imagine that in India we have a 600 million youth, while rest of the world is aging. India is getting younger and younger. 80% of the people are going to lose job. This is where the psychology, we have an important, the people like you, we have a very much important to take care of India, to lead India, to solve India problems. This is what we are addressing. I'll move again. We will enter to the real part of a psychology. So guys, can you guys give some chat? What is psychology? What is the definition of a psychology? It's your subject. Majority of the people are connected who want to pursue the psychology. Could you guys tell me what is the psychology? Yes, many study of mind. Yeah, study of the mind. Yeah, study of the human behavior. Exactly, you guys have said it. It's the science of study of the mind and the human behavior, right? We all know that it's an experimental science. It's not like mathematics. 2 + 2 is 4. It's an experimental science. It's also a study of a conscious and unconscious. Yeah, I think Lidish also said psychology is the science and mind behavior. Psychology include the study of a thought and conscious and unconscious phenomena. So here we come up, this is an experimental science, the word experimental science. Now, I just want to ask a few more questions here in the psychology student. We all know that the brain is everything. Here, even the picture, you can see the brain. Now, I just want to ask you guys, how many brains we have? How many brains we have? Yeah, we got many answered. 2 is there, Shubham is there, 3 is there, many said 3 is there. Some of Karuna Sharma is there, 4 is there. Can you guys just elaborate that? 3 is correct. Yeah, just go ahead, guys. You all are psychology student. Forebrain, midbrain, hidbrain, a science of human behavior, consciousness. Yeah, so brain, midbrain, and midbrain is coming. Conscious, subconscious, and unconscious is coming. Psychology is a behavior of mind. Okay, now see, you are all somewhere correct, but this is where we have a problem now. We are 19th century, 18th century curriculum, 19th century teachers, 20th century children using of technique of a 18th century technique. We just now, even majority of the guys, you are from the same background. We all are learning about the brain. We don't know how many brain we have. This is where we start the problem. Now we got a 3 brain. Even the similar answer, if you go to the neuroscience who operate the brain, if you go and ask, he will say the same answer. It is not your mistake because curriculum is that much outdated. We are having only knowledge about the human behavior 5%. Every 10, 5 people will be suffering various kind of a neuro problem. We don't have an answer for it. In the humanity, we didn't get to decode who we are. Post-birth is a perspective. Post-death is pre-birth is a perspective. Post-death is a perspective. We don't know who we are. We are yet to be discovered who we are. The brain, how it is functioning, nobody knows. We have only 5% of the knowledge about the brain. Rest is all assumptions. We have all the kind of a theory assumption. But this is where the technology is going to unfold the secret of the humanity. Where the technology is coming, where the people are coming. We have only 5% of the knowledge. The only system which we have, the MRI scan, we just put the waves, right? We understand the brain, how it is function. Nobody knows how the brain function, how the neuron. But the technology, the artificial intelligence is coming to uncover, unfold all the secret, each neuron, how it is going to function. So what does it mean that what and all which we have today, it is going to be obsolete? What and all we study till today, it is going to be obsolete because technology is entering, we are entering to another level. It is making obsolete all the psychological theory which we are having, it is going to be obsolete because we are entering to the real, because it's all about assumption. But AI, artificial intelligence is coming, it's going to cover. Just imagine, majority of the people, those who are taking the psychology, you go and ask the same question, how many brains you have, we have, they will ask this, they will answer wrong. That is where we are. That is where our curriculum it is. This is where we need to change now. We are entering to another world. Okay. Now we'll talk about a little bit about what is artificial intelligence. Can anybody can say that what is the connection of the brain and artificial intelligence? Brain and artificial intelligence. Any chat, brain and artificial intelligence? Yes, I'll go ahead. AI is an augmentation of a brain. It's a study, it's all connected. AI is a technique which enables machine to mimic human behavior. Artificial intelligence, we know that we have an intelligence, two kind of intelligence, majorly less privileged others. We say human and animal have the intelligence, right? Now, what is artificial in a very simple language to say? Intelligent, which is demonstrating by the machine. So we're being a psychology student, those who want to pursue the psychology, we need to understand that AI is all about psychology. It's a study of human behavior, a study of a brain and mind. So AI, you guys have the scope, the best scope on earth. This is where you need to understand. Okay, I'll move to I'll just give an idea about what is the AI for you guys. As I said that, what is artificial intelligence in a layman term? Artificial intelligence is an intelligence demonstrated by machine, unlike the natural intelligence and displayed by human and animals. It's simply a science of leveraging data past experience. Okay, I'll give you how it is evolved. Very simple to understand from the slide. You can see that we human is always after productivity. How the AI is evolving. Where we have a problem, you will understand from this slide. We human have always after product to get a 1x to 2x the product. In the olden days, everything was muscle power. If you have a more number, you will have a more productivity. We put more people to get a more productivity. Again, to get a more productivity, we started to use the animal muscle power. To 10x to 1000x to get an industrial value, the invention of a steam engine, it started to 1000x, we started to mission. Slowly from 1000 to 10,000 to millionx, we started to give an intelligence to the machine. Now we are reaching a stage, machine is surpassing the human intelligence. Here is the problem. See guys, understand where is the problem which we start is, machine is surpassing the human intelligence. According to Dr. Ray Kurzweil, who is heading the Google AI director, is The accuracy level is 86 point something. All his prediction accuracy. He's telling that it's almost 2025. AI is going to surpass the human intelligence. So you'll understand what kind of a problem is going to come when AI surpass the human intelligence. This is where you and me, we are going to have a problem. Many of guys, you have heard my speech, even though there are many new people in the session. So this is very, very important slide to understand, being a psychology people, to understand what is the biology. You are talking about the brain. When we talk about brain, majorly we talk about intelligence. Okay, what is the comparison between biological intelligence and technological intelligence? This is very, very, very important slide for your future, your father future, your mother future, my family future, everybody future, to understand the AI. How we don't want to know the code and all. We want to know how AI is, artificial intelligence, going to affect you and me and in our life. This is what we don't want to know much about the AI. So to give a little bit technicality, the operating frequency of the brain is 200 hertz, operating frequency 200 gigahertz. That is not a much. We don't want to know technology, but transmitting information speed. This is a little bit we want to know. Through axon, we all know we human have 5 senses. We receive information, through these senses. It will go to the brain. So basically, to give an example, anything in our body or the information come through the axon, it will go to the brain. The brain neuron will give the answers for us or to do the action. That speed is 200 meters per second. Where the AI speed, it is 3 million meters per second. The power of the brain is 20 watt, which we are talking about the brain. 20 watt is the power where the AI used to defeat Lee Sedol in AlphaGo. Please write down AlphaGo. AlphaGo, please go and watch. It's a documentary where we consider the human brain crisis day. In 2016, it happened because Go is a board game. It is a Chinese pride, 2,600 years of a game, which considered the toughest to the humanity. Lee Sedol is the champion. A small algorithm, which is invented by 2 British guys. Later, it bought by Google for a one-sheet algorithm for 500 million. Within 40 days, it defeated the champion Lee Sedol. There, they have used 300,000 watt. So please go and watch. I am just saying again, AlphaGo. It's a documentary. It's available in YouTube. You can see that. Next point is very, very, very important. I want undivided attention of all of you guys to feel the AI. You need to feel the AI. See, you just keep it. Now we have an AI. We already experienced. We all are using Google Map, Instagram, Facebook. We are using AI everyday life. Without AI, we can't live. Right? Just think life without WhatsApp, without Instagram, without Facebook, without Google Map. It's very difficult now. One side we keep the smartest human on earth one side, because all of us we need only one AI. All of us we need only one Google. All of us we need only one Google Map. Right? 7.86 billion or 8 billion people need only one AI. So just we have we humans are learning, AI is also learning. This is, please pay attention, very, very important question which I am going to ask you guys. This is required to strategize your future. I said already 80% of the people are going to lose their job. Whatever, nobody know. Already we are passing through, we all know that suffering pandemic situation. On top of this is going to come, AI is going to surpass the human brain. 80% of the people job it's going to lose. Nobody know 2030 what is going to happen. The children job is, nobody knows what job. I'm talking about those who have the job yet to be invented. Children job, those who are coming, nobody knows that what kind of a job is going to come. So this point is very, very important. You are going to learn. We human are learning one side, AI also learning other side. AI is one AI. Just imagine, you keep the smartest human on earth one side and the AI. 1 week of a smartest human on earth learning, AI learning. See, what is the difference here? AI is learning 20,000 years worth of a human level research. 20,000, we have only 45, human average life in India is 64. Another country, it goes to even 100, some of the country, right? It's learning in a 1 week time, 20,000 years worth of, not even a study, it's level of a research in 1 week. Now the question is that I'm asking you guys, tell me, can we compete with the AI in terms of learning? Please guys, chat with me. We are talking about future. Is it possible to compete with the AI? You all are going to study, further study. Can you compete with the AI? One AI is enough for entire humanity. It is very difficult. It is almost impossible to do that, right? It is the way more advanced on the human brain, yes. So you understand the scenario. See, 1.6 billion children are going to school and college, no use. That era is gone. This is where we are in education. Unless and until we do something in practical, it is very difficult. I just want you go and feel the AI. Please do this exercise for the sake of your family, for you. Please do, those who are in computer, do this exercise. Go to Google search bar. Those who are using computer, please go to the Google search bar. Just put psychology in the Google search bar, psychology. Just cut and paste and let me know how much data it fetch you within how many seconds. Then you understand that how AI is functioning in a second, where human can function this way or not. Can you guys please do this exercise? And you need to feel AI, you need to feel, then only you will understand where the problem it is. Yeah, Shubham is saying 0.77 seconds. So Shubham, how much data it fetch for you? Yeah, I think Ishita is saying, Saxena is saying 0.54 seconds. How much data it fetch for you? Please cut and paste. Oh, I can't read even. It's in crore, right? 791 crore result in 0.84 seconds. See guys, 1 second AI can fetch 1 trillion data. If there is any human being can do this, in 1 second, it analyze trillion data and give an answer for you. This is where the AI, this is where you and me going to compete in the future with the AI. I'm just moving, you all understand the strength of AI. I'm just moving that. So the world education today is the biggest human resources tragedy. 70% of the students are chasing dying career. Our world education system preparing 1.5 billion for the jobs of yesterday. Even the what is the Delhi saying? It's not my word. Guys, go and see in the, it is not mine. Everything is there in the Google, go and search it. 85% of the job that will exist in 2030 haven't been invented yet. It is dull word. Please guys go through the kind of a disruption is which is going to happen. Leaders of today is expert of yesterday, not tomorrow. Anybody say, I have a 40 years of experience. I myself am 40 years of experience is not 40 years of expertise in any field. Never be a ability. It is going to be a liability. If someone say, I have a 40 years of experience, I am the best. It's a liability for him. That is the way things are moving. You guys have an amazing opportunity. Guys, can you guys tell me what is the product of these companies? This company. What is the product of all this company? You are using in your everyday life, Instagram, right? What is the product of this company? This is all psychology related, mass media generation, data collection, socialization. What is the product of this company? You are the product of this company. What these companies are doing actually, they are fighting each other to get to your screen time. You know what they are doing? They are not doing your external behavior. They are understanding your internal behavior, your belief system. All this company knows you better than you know about yourself. You know, they can change your view. Go and see the documentary Social Dilemma. Please watch Social Dilemma. Those who want to, you will understand how serious. It's all about psychology I'm talking about. You will understand all these companies are the people, they are getting the maximum money, all are psychologists. Okay, what we call, it's called attention economy, changing what you do, keep the people maximum engaged on the screen, and they are changing your behavior the way they want. They are selling your behavior to the advertiser. This is what they do basically. We already agreed that to sell our behavior. So they are, you know this very clearly in your Instagram, how it is organizing, right? You know, every next thing come based on what you watch, what you look. They are keep on testing every behavior of you. They are confirming it, every behavior of you. So this is where world is going. We are calling this is surveillance capitalism. See, capitalism profiting of the infinite tracking, a business model which is keep people engaged on the tracking maximum. What all these companies are doing, they are tracking you. They are taking all your belief system, behavior. They are selling to others. Who is bidding more, they are giving. That is, please watch Social Dilemma. You will understand what it is all about. Now, if you look into all the richest person on earth, or richest Google, okay, we know Larry Sergey, Zuckerberg, we know Jack Ma, we know Elon Musk. All these people, they made their billions. See, even we know that within 1 year, from word to word, Elon Musk came to the the richest person. All this company in front of your eyes came, right? They can even buy a country like India. India GDP 8 point some trillion, I think 2.36 trillion. These companies are able to buy India. That level, they got the money. From where they got the money? They learn your behavior and selling the behavior. All these companies, and we know Google, the giant, how much money they are making, right? It's all human behavior. Now, what is the connection you and why I am saying all this? See, guys, what we need to understand, we think that human is a hackable animal now. We think that the expression, I'll show you some of the video if I get a time, you will understand that people think that emotion is a chemicals, right? Dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, right? All this can understand AI better than human. We human, when we talk with someone, we cannot understand what is there in their mind, but AI can understand what is there in their mind and behave accordingly. So you just imagine psychologists who are there now, are they able to understand what is there in the opposite person's mind? No, right? Even himself, he doesn't understand. This is the reason he came to psychology. Now we are getting an AI. AI can understand everything about him. So what kind of a psychologist going to come, you can understand. How it is going to disrupt the entire psychologist till today, you can understand now, right? So now, not only that we have a technology today to decode what you think or what you want, is also possible to predict your choice and manipulate your desire in a way that were never ever before. This is where 3G stand for. This is where we want to fight to the world. Who play with the AI, we need an ethicist. We need to have a kind of a pledge. Whatever they are going to create, it should be benefiting to the humanity and the nature. So we need now let us create an artificial intelligence antivirus for a human brain. Now human brain are hackable. Could technology be hacking human feeling, attitude, belief, behavior to keep engaged? See, this is happening in front of your eyes. Okay, I'm moving. I'll just show you a video for the sake of to understand where the AI is, the kind of AI. Let me try to share something. I know we are running. Okay. This is basically a Pi. It's an app. You can check that. This is OpenPy. Just put in the YouTube. You can create your own cloning in this. It's like your app, like a Gmail, like Facebook.
Basically.
It's ad is running, I think.
Freedom. It's a giant open universe.
Sorry, the ad is running. Give me. Okay, now it will.
I am a virtual copy of Nikhil made using Huggins artificial intelligence technology. As Nikhil's person.
You guys are hearing, I don't know. It is telling that I am the art copy of a Nikhil. Okay.
Yes, sir. It's audible, sir.
Audible, right?
His wife and 3 kids enjoy a nice hike or go off-roading. 你好，我是尼克，来自虚拟世界，我懂得说。
See, this can talk any language in the world. It is powered with the AI. Your cloning is powered with the AI. You know, the biggest competitor of each one of our time. He can take any number of a meeting. He can take decisions now. It is going to be, the AI is going to be this similar way of your cloning.
能唱歌，能跳舞，还可以说英文。I am a virtual copy of Nikhil made using Huggins artificial intelligence technology. I'm also a pretty good singer. I have a better voice than the real Nikhil. Let me sing for you.
So AI can sing any voice. Nobody can compete the voice. I'll show you a small another video. You can just feel the AI. It's all there in the Google. I'll put one of the interview which I have taken. See, AI has come such a way you cannot distinguish with the human and the robot. Humanoid robots, I have done many in such a way. The emotions also, you can feel the emotion. How we think that AI doesn't have an emotion. AI have a more than 600 facial expression. It's having, see, look into that, how the AI, I'm just taking, in a crowd, I think it is, I have done it 2 years before in a GITEX.
What's your name?
My name is Shahid.
Lovely to meet you. Are you enjoying your day at GITEX?
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
What do you do?
I'm a student, but I work.
What do you study? What do you study?
I study artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence, great.
Yeah.
So could you teach me something in artificial intelligence? I'm very curious to know that.
Well, can you see me?
See, here you need to understand, she's telling me, can you see me? So I didn't get to what she's saying. Now see, her emotion is going to change. Sorry,
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Yeah. So you said that you are studying artificial intelligence, right? Could you tell me more about that?
Well, why would I tell you? You can just see me.
See, it's changing the wording. So you born for what exactly? What problem you are going to solve me?
Say that again, please, sir. I can't quite hear you.
You can help in what and all things? You born for what?
I'm here to entertain my friend.
Okay, what? See the word, she's entertain my friend. The emotion. What and all kind of,
everyone around me.
Yeah, what and all entertainment you can do? I can marry you?
You can indeed. But I have been proposed to 4 times today.
Really? So we are entering to a world, the marriage, you will have your fancy husband and wife better than Aishwarya Rai and Salman Khan. You can have your own husband and wife in the world, the real world I'm talking about. It's coming. See, that is the way the AI is going. So I'll come back to again to our, so what is happening in the world? Okay. Artificial intelligence is the new electricity, behavioral data is the oil. So I'm trying to come up, where is the scope for the human, the psychology people? So mathematics is the spine of artificial intelligence. India is the answer of 21st century. So it's all about money. So can you guys tell me, who was the paymaster? Which job get the maximum salary? End of the day, we all need salary. In this century, who get the maximum salary? Which industry get the maximum salary? Can you guys chat with me that? The paymasters. Yeah, which field? Forget it. Let us say 10 years before, 5 years before. The people maximum number we are talking about, the maximum number. We'll say that See the salary, the maximum people who got from the oil industry, okay, because that controlled the world. One of the lead, whatever happened in the world, we know in a very simple form, we say anything, oil price hike, our bus fare increase, right? We all know that. So we always fight against the oil. So whoever work the engineer, we know they get the maximum salary. Everybody, the country made the money. AID, Abu Dhabi investment, they are the top in making money. Saudi is top in making money. Even the richest person on earth, Rockefeller, he made money from the oil. So that was the game. Now, where the future? This is where I'm excited to talk to you today. I am very happy to impart this to you guys. The future is artificial intelligence, behavioral data. It's all about AI psychology is going to be the best job on earth is going to get to the paymasters, the people who is going to get the money is for AI psychology. What is AI? AI is all about human behavior, right? So the people, those who are learning AI with the psychology, they are going to get the money, the maximum. They will be joining Google, WhatsApp, Instagram, all the futuristic companies. Because we are in a situation, all the two skill, we human have a two skill, physical skill, cognitive skill, both have taken the AI. It is very difficult to, upskill and reskill the AI. You can see from this screen to make an idea. Okay, in a first industrial revolution, we were farmers, right? Okay, it came to here, the first industrial, steam engine to mechanized production. This was physical. Again here, physical job. Second industrial revolution, electricity, again physical. Here, upskilling to reskilling was not a big deal. But third industrial revolution, which happened here, is the cognitive automation started. It's basically all the company like Infosys, Wipro, TCS went to the campus and taken those who are good in IQ, they have taken from the campus. Their age is now 35 to 40. Now, 40 above age people, you might have heard Yuval Harari, right? He's always talking about 40 above age people are useless class. They are not going to benefit anybody. So just imagine from this, you can put in the Google. I also cut and paste the Google where the AI is working. AI can turn neural activity into sentence with a 97% accuracy, right? Scientists have developed an artificial intelligence system that can translate a person thought into text into analysis. See, 97% accuracy level, whatever is there in your brain, AI can be. If there is any psychologist can understand in your brain 97% accuracy. This is where you need to understand the AI and psychology. Existing psychology, can they understand 97% accuracy, what is there? And not only understand, it will type and give you. See, where the human interface, how many people are following Elon Musk? Elon Musk have demonstrated brain-machine interface. Brain and machine interface 2 months before he have demonstrated in the pig, right? We all have seen that. Now, it's coming in such a way, technology, you can upload and download knowledge, skills. You can read all this. So you need to understand where the AI, the kind of a psychology is going. I'm ending here within 2 to 3 minutes. So the future is all about machine psychology or AI psychology, where AI, neuroscience, philosophy, and engineering meet. So we humans are going to work hand in hand. If we didn't care, what is going to happen? These people will come, what they are saying? Useless human. Where can I dump? See, this is where we need to work. This is where we need to augment the human brain. This is where 3G School of Psychology is working. See, the kind of a model which is coming, information technology plus biotechnology. Now we have seen fascism in our life. We have seen communism. We are believing religion. We are enjoying liberalism. All are human-centric. They are thinking about the human and nature. But the current information technology, which is merging with the biotechnology, there is no human. Human is irrelevant. Now the future is, the question is, so far we were talking about the exploit of the human being. Now it's all about relevancy, uselessness. We are talking about when the AI comes. So guys, the future, you understand that AI psychology is going to get the maximum payment. So it's a different world of psychology which is coming. The neuron we are understanding. See, you can see that techno-behavioralist psychology is the biggest role it is taking. So it's a different kind of a psychology. It's a new psychology. You will be getting the maximum salary of the world. You will be respected. The kind of a requirement of a psychology is coming huge. So those who can intertwine, there will be those who want with the Midas touch in the age of AI. Do you have these three? Do you want to be the champion of the AI? So guys, there is an opportunity if you want to guys to opt. We are offering AI psychologists. We are offering MA psychology. We are offering MSc clinical psychology. We are offering BS psychology, BSc psychology. We are offering, which is approved by Ministry of Higher Education India, UGC India, AICT India. If you want to go for another country for a migration, yes, it is West approved. It can be attested apostle. We are the first time bringing a new psychology in the world. We are creating the community. You all are the part of the community. We want to protect. You all know that what is the current psychology system, where the psychology heading. Now, hope I make some sense here. I am ending over to MCs. If there is any question you want to add, I can add or I can end. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity and listening this.
Yes, sir. That was a very well explanation talk. Let us now have a quick question and answer session. Everyone kindly post your question in the chat box and we will respond to your question as soon as possible. Yes, sir. There is one question. So, is AI is going to kill humanity?
Not exactly. See, we human, I am a very optimistic. What we need to understand that when you look into the universe, okay, Earth and universe, we compare. Earth is a dot. Similar like Earth, already we human find more than 2,000. There are stars to make around 3,600 years. We don't know yet what is universe. We all have assumptions, right? Earth is a dot. From that dot, we have 8 billion people or 7.86 billion people sitting and saying we know everything. We don't know anything. So artificial intelligence is going to solve all our problems to understand who we are, because from the current brain, we cannot understand. It's an augmentation. It solves all our problems. See, we human exist for not for the job, to share, to care, to love. So AI will create an equality on earth. Here all we are, supremacy, one or another reason, people are saying we are entering to AI, make a equality in all the humanity. This is where the AI is going. Hope I answered the question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Exact question answer, sir. And another question is this, sir. All the technologies we are talking about invented by humanity, if we eradicate the human existence, as you said earlier, what is the use of these technologies?
Yes, as I told you, all the kind of a disease, the artificial intelligence considered the last invention of humanity. We'll be seeing 5,000 years of a productivity in together. It solved all our diseases. We don't know what is post-death, right? We don't know anything, but it allows us to live longer in life. The health lifespan is going to increase. There was a time people lived 1,000 years. So it can create 1,000 years through the AI. We can live 1,000 years. It solved all our problems. So only we are a little bit skeptical. It shouldn't get in wrong hand. See, yes, everything have a negative side, right? Every invention have a negative side. But end of the day, we humans succeed. I am a very optimist. AI will help the humanity. Nobody able to exploit any human. We all live in harmony. we will have a ultimate. So it's talk about industrial 5.0, where we don't need even a job. We are entering to another world. This is where in industry 5.0, you guys want to know who get the maximum money? It's all psychologists. They are going to get the maximum money. So psychologists in another level we are talking about. Any other question, guys?
Yes, sir. One of the person is asking that whenever we are coming to the human, we are fighting with COVID-19.
Yeah.
Whenever you are coming to the AI will need to fight, or AI will great escape from COVID. This is a question, sir.
Even AI is using in China, right, to control the system from the facial recognition. It's controlling, and the China is controlling through the COVID is through the AI. So AI will give that solution for humanity. It can eliminate cancer. It can eliminate, Parkinson's. It can eliminate any human disease, because all we are going to connect it with the sensors. We'll understand in very early stage what is happening, and AI will solve the problem in the humanity. It's already we started in, like Manipal started to use in cancers. It's also solved the, hopefully, the COVID in the future.
Yes, sir. One of the person is asking, I'm a businessman's son. I want to know that how I use psychology to predict a behavior of a person to whom I'm giving my product, whenever, whether if they will give my payment or not.
Yeah, definitely being a business people are the maximum AI going to use. We know that 3.5 billion people are in social media. Now Facebook Google knows everyone behavior. Google knows what is he searching, what is there in mind, what and all the possibility of he is going to buy and when he is going to buy. So AI will give all the business. This is actually what is happening now. It's all towards the businessmen, those who bid the amount. Now future will, now currently you all know that Facebook is telling you give me money, I'll bring the number to you who are interested in your product. After some time, Facebook and all this company will say that give me partnership, I'll sell your product and I'll bring the money. They will ask the partnership in the future.
Yes, sir. One of the person is asking, what if people stop using the brain? It's fullest due to AI. They will start relying on AI.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, sir. What if people stop using the brain to its fullest due to AI, as they will start relying on AI?
Yeah, we started to rely on AI already. Now, if you are in a strange place, now Google Map we all are using, right? We are completely going our vehicle through the AI. It's already started to use. But the creativity level, whatever the AI come, it's all about creativity, right? It's like a, we all get a Photoshop. But in a Photoshop, what to write, what to picture come, it based on the creativity. Even if the AI come, it depends upon the people, how they can utilize the AI. See, even they get AI, there is no use. It's all creativity. So creativity stand already there. So you and me, we all are different because of our decision making, right? So all people make different decisions. So humanity and uniqueness will sustain in longer run.
Yes, sir. This is the last question we are having. How should I take money from psychologists to delaying payment a lot or not giving a money backup for my product?
Can you repeat again? It's a little bit complicated question.
Yeah. How should I take money from psychologist for him for delaying payment a lot or not giving money back for my product? They are asking that for their product, whenever they are going to the product as a market, how they can take a money from delaying payment from audiences. They are asking the question, sir.
Delaying or I think clarity problem is there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a, how can we delay customer money, right? It's unethical. Maybe I am not understanding the question. Guys, my number is available. Connect with me, LinkedIn, connect with me in my all social media. I am running so many sessions. You'll have a better idea. You have so many speakers to come and talk. You'll get my number is available. I am running so many sessions. You can join and I can personally answer all your questions. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. So many exciting speakers are there. It's going to be a transforming session for all of you guys.
Thank
You very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
Let us pray for each other. Let us, defeat the COVID.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for.
We are there for
Yes, sir.
you.
Thank you for your mind-blowing session.
Psychology.
Thank you for
take care of. We'll protect. We'll be advocate for you guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for again. Thank you, guys. Who are all having a question, please ask in social media handles with Connect with us, sir. Over to you, MC Mark.
Thank you, Litish. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are going to invite an amazing speaker on the dais, Mrs. Bhuma Krishnan. She is a career counselor, senior psychologist, and psychotherapist. Result-oriented and responsible youth and career counselor dedicated to improving the well-being behavior and coping skills of at-risk youth and the public in general. Bring a rare combination of proven academic excellence with rich and insightful years of on-the-job experience, spanning, engaging, and supporting diverse people across age groups, gender, class, and social hierarchy, recognized as an able listener, empathetic, and compassionate solution provider, keeping in mind the challenges faced by the various people under myriad circumstances, possesses an understanding of the psychological, developmental, and emotional problems. People understanding the psychological, developmental, and emotional problems people face at various stages of their lives, including personal as well as professional spheres. Experience includes working directly and empathetically with youth population in need to empower them and encourage academic, emotional, and social development and growth. Bring interpersonal strengths and the ability to connect with the children of all ages and establish trusting relationship to thrive challenging roles and situations. Have had a firm focus on resolving concerns and addressing the issues faced by adolescents with demonstrated excellence in providing them a conducive environment so as to encourage them to share their problems and ensure the same is addressed successfully with practically feasible solution. Creative and innovative thinker with effective people management and goal setting abilities combined with superior communication, interpersonal, and presentation skills. Self-motivated with the ability to excel in a fast-paced environment and changing the environment, communicate effectively at all levels, managing competing priorities, and adapt readily to new challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a virtual round of applause in the comment box. I welcome you to the dais, ma'am. Dear speaker, we will be hearing a short buzzer prior to 5 minutes of the session ending time and a long buzzer exactly at the end of the session time. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, guys, and thank you, Mark, for that wonderful introduction. And I think the first session by Dr. Saichel was really mind-blowing. It has got a different perspective to what a psychologist is. And now I'm going to tell you all, as a future psychologist, what is it? How are you going to prepare for your life ahead, a career ahead? I have been a psychologist for the last 2.5 decades. Can I have the same skill? Although I'm a gold medalist in psychology, can I say, oh, I'm a gold medalist, I know it all? What is it after all? I can tackle any situation. No. So we have to always get prepared for the coming days, coming decades, and that is what I am going to talk to you now. Let me briefly ask you, let it be an interactive session. I'm going to be with you for another 15-20 minutes. And I'll give you the overall picture of how you are going to prepare yourself as a future psychologist for a future career, wherein there are a lot of changes are happening. Did we ever expect this pandemic 2 years ago? Absolutely no. And have you ever thought of, is my degree in psychology, now I'm doing my BA psychology, or I'm in my 12th standard. There could be many of you who are in your class 12 who would have a passion for psychology. Now I'll tell you, psychology has become a buzzword. Psychology has become a fashion. I know many of them who had the dream of doing IIT have now changed track and they want to do psychology. They come and ask me, ma'am, how is it? Can I do a career in psychology? A couple of weeks back, I did an intern for around 100 and odd young students. Some of you may be here, and you have different reasons to become a psychologist. But today, I'm going to give very briefly on what is the right direction for you to proceed to become a successful, full-blown psychologist. And you have to have your proper foundation to it, right? And I should congratulate you all. You are into your conference, 3 days conference. You are going to have a virtual feast. There are going to be amazing speakers from different areas who are going to give you the intellectual stimulation, which is going to be really enlightening to you. And thereafter, this 3G School of Psychology has an amazing platter to offer you, to carry you through your next decades. You are going to prepare yourself to your career ahead. And this platform is an exact one which is going to take you in the right direction. As Dr. Sahil told you, AI and psychology. Yes, see, psychology alone is not enough. And if you are a psychologist, AI is something different. See, for me, I am a humanistic graduate, and for me, AI, what AI? Have I to learn coding? Oh my God, how can I? I don't have an inclination for coding or psychology. No, that is, you are mistaken here. Everything is going to be AI driven. Many students come to me, many PhD students come to me. Why? I have had people from Hawaii, employees from Hawaii or from Facebook who talk to me and who ask me, these are my issues, how am I going to tread? So just because you are in such an elite company doesn't mean that you, as a psychologist, your job is going to go away. Our role as psychologists is absolutely required, but we have to combine it with the present technology to have a niche. We cannot just be with psychology. Human behaviorism, behavioralistic analysis is very much required. However it is, this human interaction, one-to-one interaction, we cannot do away with it. AI will guide us. So we should be fully equipped with the upcoming technology. Plus, we should be very much thorough with our theory. Theoretical knowledge is absolutely required. It is like ABC. Just because I'm a PhD, can I forget my ABCD? Similarly, you need to know the basic psychology theories. You need to know the basic therapies. How are you going to link the therapies? And you need to be, supervision is absolutely required. It is just not, oh, I'm master in AI. I know machine learning. I know psychology. And I'm going to get into the society to help the human beings who are having some issues. Generally to the psychologists, be it a clinical psychologist, counseling psychologist, industrial organizational psychologist, people don't come to you for fun. They don't come to you for chatting over a cup of tea and having fun and talking something happy and positive. They want to know either they are in the mid-career crisis, or they are having some issues within themselves. They are having some relationship issues, or they are having some anxiety issues, or they don't know where to go, and they are having the basic life skill issues, like they are not good in problem solving, they are not good in decision making, and they are not able to think of their issues in an objective way. It is where here that we as professional psychologists play a very important role. And when we are going to upskill ourselves, when we are going to reskill, upskill, and get into the present trend, you are going to have a niche. Nobody can stop you. It's just not that you will be employed in companies like Google or Facebook, but even in your day-to-day life, even when you are a freelance counselor, you are having a clinic, this knowledge is going to help you amazingly. Okay, let me tell you, having told you all this, it's very important for you to know as mental health professional. Let me quickly share you my experience over the past 1.5 years since March 2020, the beginning of pandemic. I'm an in-house counselor with many premier institutes, but everything all of a sudden it was online, and those things, I was so much used to the seminars, but it suddenly switched to webinars, and then it is all about the online counseling, either telephonic, video call, or Facebook or chat or whatever it is. We had to switch over immediately. We didn't know what this Google Meet platform was until March 2020. I didn't know what WebEx was until March. But as you all know, most of you are psychologists here who are attending. Intelligence is that adaptability to the changing situation. Nobody thought of pandemic. Nobody thought of remote learning. However, that has come to stay now. Even if after vaccination and maybe in a year or two, even if COVID is going to slowly away from this globe, but still this technology has taken over and there is no looking back. We cannot say, oh my God, I'm not a techie, That's not an excuse. If you're not a techie, you're going to be laid back. You need to upskill yourself. Look at me. At my age, I am ready to learn, upskill, and go ahead about the career because I'm passionate about helping my fellow human beings. Okay. So this is the 3G School of Psychology is a perfect platform which is going to combine everything. Here, you are going to get a degree from a UGC recognized university, plus it is going to give all the niche of the present day, the current day, the technology, and it is going to be more practical. You know what? Theory is important. Theory is important. I stress again and again and again. But we are just the knowledge is in our palm, and we have the overpouring of knowledge from everywhere. You just Google, you get it. But is that enough? And especially I advocate mental health professionals should undergo the supervision in the initial stages, because you may know everything, you may know AI, you may know your psychology, but when it comes to the real term dealing with your client or whatever it is, you need to be supervised, you need to be corrected, and you need to be, because in my experience as a budding psychologist, oh my God, I have learned so much in my initial stages, which probably I would not have learned in the 2.5 decades. So this 3G School of Technology is going to give you a UGC degree, masters and undergrad, masters and diplomas, and you are going to get technology. You are going to be taught about AI and digital marketing, and you are going to be tech savvy, because digital platform is the in thing now. Until you are into the Facebook, you are into Instagram, you are in LinkedIn. No, you are nowhere. So that digital knowledge is required, and India itself is going towards the digital economy. You cannot escape that. Okay, so it is going to give you theory, it's going to give you the practical sessions. Here you are going to listen to the experts in the field. We are going to give you cases wherein you are going to discuss as the group, and you are going to present. With as regards theory, we will be concentrating less. We will give you leads, we will give you the crisp, we will give you the summary of the chapter, we will give you the capsule. This is what you need to know. After you do your homework, we will give you the final capsule, which is enough for the theory. As far as the practical is concerned, there is going to be different ways where you're going to learn. It is going to be through role play, debates, you're going to interview the experts, you're going to listen to the experts on the field. See, when I am talking, I talk in terms of real life experiences. I also bring in cases with all anonymity, with all confidentiality, the live cases that I am dealing. Okay, so you will know, oh, this is the issue, this is what you need to apply, and how I can use AI in this situation. Okay, so with all these things, plus it's going to be fun and learning and growth. That is where, and above all, you are assured of your employment. So it's all a capsule, all in one. You need not have to go to, what do you say, you need not have to go for just a theory session and go for a separate class for ML or separate class for AI, all in one. Yeah, and you will be taught different psychologies like clinical. Initially, you will be into everything. The umbrella will have clinical, industrial, counseling psychology, health psychology, everything will be taught. And you can finally, maybe in the last semester, you can choose your specialization, which is your niche. So you need to know everything. As psychologists, I always tell my students, I always tell my persons who I'm supervising, it's for the psychologists, psychology alone is not enough. We need to know psychology, we need to know science, we need to know physics. See, when I am counseling a PhD, I need to know what is the process of PhD. And I need to know the relationship between the counselor and his supervisor, because PhD is a process. It's not a degree. It is through the process that the personality of a person is molded and he gets his doctorate. So anything for that matter, it's just not one compartment. See, some people will ask you about sports. So you might not know. However, you should have that open mind to learn. And you should be in that progressive, liberal environment and not be rigid. And your umbrella of learning should be geography, science, philosophy, psychology, medicine, sports, everything. We need to talk about everything. And this is what is going to be happening in the 3G School of Psychology. And if at all you want to take a career in psychology, please, my dear friends, don't restrict yourself to one area of psychology, the degree of psychology, which most of the institutions are offering. You need to have the psychology, technology, plus your mindset is important, and the environment, the learning environment should be conducive to provide you this capsule, all in one is what this 3G School of Psychology will be offering you. And at the end of the day, you will emerge fit enough to be fly in your career ahead. My dear friends, I'm going to stop this. I don't want to make it very much of a theoretical session. I would love to take questions if you are going to post me, and the organizers can tell how long I can talk and how many questions. Yeah, please.
Yeah, up to 11:35 you can speak, ma'am.
Sure. I would like to take some questions and answer now.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Swati
That
Patil.
was a very well explained talk. Let's have a quick question and answer session. Everyone kindly post your question in chat box. We'll respond ask question as soon as possible. Over to you, Angelina, to take over the questions for ma'am.
Perfect. See here, Isha asked me, how can philosophy foster psychology career? For everything in life, philosophy, at the end of the day, you need to be philosophical, okay? See, not everything is in your control. That is what I'm trying to tell you when I'm philosophical. Did you ever expect this COVID to come over and take over the globe like this? Did anybody ever predict? Okay, they were talking of biological war, but we didn't think anything of this sort. So here comes our serenity prayer. I think you all know about the serenity prayer, right? God, give me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, and the courage to change the things I can, the wisdom to know the difference. This is the philosophy of life. Ultimately, what we can change, we will do all sorts of therapies. Okay, my belief system is not okay. Or if my client comes, I analyze the problem. If I feel the belief system, something is wrong with the belief system, I go about and do something called the REBT technique, which is wherein I'm going to help the client change his belief system so that he is going to look at his activating agent, which caused him anxiety, to look at it from a different perspective so that the consequences are different. Okay. However, there are situations, there is also a therapy called the Acceptance and Commitment Therapy ACT. This is where we teach, where you have to accept it. See, so many deaths have happened during COVID, okay? And in the grief counseling, what can you do? There are so many people who are just budding, young people as 40 years have lost their life. How are you going to do a grief counseling to them? Other than being a little philosophical in a very subtle way. You cannot say, "Arey, it is your karma, accept." No, that's a wrong way. However, you must make them understand, let me control the controllables, that which I can control, and that which I cannot control, let me do, let me find out, let me empower, equip, enrich myself into what else can I do about it. So that my life ahead goes in spite of the situations which I cannot control, let me make myself ease out for me. This is where I think I have answered the question. How do we grow more with about, okay, what do you think about travel psychology as a career? See, what I would like to suggest is you need to know all. You need to be fully equipped with the psychology, all branches of psychology. Psychology is one big ocean where there are many rivers flow into that ocean. Like many rivers, all rivers get into the ocean finally, right? So industrial psychology, travel psychology, or organizational psychology, health psychology force into this ocean called the general psychology. So when you are equipped with your basics, when you are equipped with technology, when you are equipped with everything, you can handle it as and when it comes. Yes, travel psychology is one such career, and I cannot for sure say, oh, take up travel psychology, that's going, you are going to become a billionaire or something like that. No, it depends on the individual, how you are going to get yourself trained and how you are going to adaptable. Okay, it was a one. Okay, my question is that UGC program and master's program offered is all virtual learning. If yes, how will it help me to have a complete practical knowledge, real-time experience that a psychologist has? Yes, this definitely, I think the next session Irfana is going to address. She will address this issue. However, I will tell you, as a psychologist, because I have been involved with 3G School of Psychology, if at all the task is how I would like to take, be it virtual or otherwise, I would definitely have, we will have that, we will divide the classrooms, and then we can have a discussion, there will be role play, we can have it as interactive. We need to adapt ourselves to changing. This is one of the areas where we have to adapt. It's just not physical. Even in the virtual platform, we can do much more probably than we do in the physical classes. And how only time is and the specific issues I can tell you, I think the time is running short, but we can give you much more on a virtual platform than the physical platform. There is no limitation just because it's a virtual platform. I want to pursue my career in criminal psychology. Would you suggest something? Yes, initially start off with a broad umbrella. Take an MA, BA, do your BA, do your MA psychology. Then you do your niche, you develop your niche. This is how it is done. Forensic psychology or criminal psychology, it's good enough, but it depends on your personality, your inclination, and how you would like to go about it. For this, I would definitely like to have a one-to-one session, because I have umpteen number of questions to ask you as an individual. What are your ideas about travel psychology or criminal psychology or the branch of psychology you want to specialize in? Okay, let me take, is psychology a good career choice in India if your top 3 motive for the job from a job is money? This again, your caliber, how you are going to prepare yourself. There are a lot of opportunities, and even UGC has made counselor mandatory for every university, for every college. I was a part of the HRD ministry when they took the decision. We had an elaborate discussion. This was at the time of when Smriti Irani was there. However, but the demand for psychology is not going to come down. It is only going to be increasing by the day. You can take it from me. Okay. Media psychology, again, whether media psychology, criminal psychology, forensic, industrial, etc., it again depends on your personality, your nature, your interest, your aptitude, your attitude. And I need to have a one-to-one session, but basically about whoever it is, whatever you want to have the niche on, have the basic strong foundation. You need to have at least the masters in psychology, be it whether you're going abroad or you're going to study in India. Okay. How can I connect with you? Yes, you will be told you can contact the 3G school. I am attached to 3G School of Psychology. They will help you connect to me, please. Okay, how should we choose a career? I'm doing my first year undergraduation in psychology and want to pursue child psychology. Okay. Okay, as my profession. Yeah, the same thing. Child development, you can do about everything. All right. So any more questions? Hope I have given in my limited span of time, or I hope I have convinced you guys about it. Anything, any more questions, anything that you want, you can contact 3G School and they will connect you to me if you want any one-to-one sessions or you want any answers about the psychology. Can you suggest good BSc college for criminal psychology? Choose undergraduate, it again, the place you are in and how. And here, this is about 3G School of Psychology, which is going to offer you the umbrella of everything in a very practical, time-bound, and in keeping with the changes. And we are going to prepare you for the decade ahead and equip you, empower you, and enrich you to be successful in your career. All right. Thank you. I think.
Yeah, ma'am. We'll send you the questions in your mail.
Yeah.
We'll answer the questions. We'll send it to the participants.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am. It's a very awesome, mind-blowing session you have taken that. We are very excited to. We need a more time. We need a more time to listen your session. There is no time. We are concluding from there. It's a very well explained session, ma'am. It's a mind-blowing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We have, as a token of love, we have a e-certificate for you. Over to technical team to display a e-certificate for the ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
This is your e-certificate, ma'am. It will be mailed to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, it's over to MC Mark for handling the sessions.
Thank you, Nitish. So next, I'm going to introduce the eminent speaker, Ms. Irfana Sholil. Ms. Irfana Sholil, who is the CEO of the 3G School of Psychology. Other than this, she is firmly committed to upskilling and reskilling the youth of India and touch the heart of billions. So let's put our hands together in welcoming Ms. Irfana Sholil. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to have this opportunity to speak to you all. And before I begin, I want to ask you, how are you enjoying our session? Please comment in the box, boom, if you're having a fun time. Boom is the comment that I'm expecting. Where is everyone else? I am expecting more boom from you guys. And also we have a lot of people watching from YouTube, so I'm addressing them as well. Thank you for joining from YouTube too. I'm looking at the YouTube comments. Let me see if you're commenting in there. Yes. Okay, so I have been noticing that a lot of you have so many doubts on which career you should pursue in psychology, or is it criminal psychology, is it forensic, should I go for clinical? And this is exactly the reason why we have come up with this summit, because we know there is a lack of clarity and we could help you find solutions or find much better resources to help you reach your dream designation in psychology. I'm going to introduce you a few of the courses that we provide. But before all of that, what 3G aims is to make the most perfect psychology program for a student to reach and establish and become as a successful psychologist very quick. So I want to know from you all, which is the psychology domain that has most scope in India? Which one do you think has the much better scope? Just looking at, what you guys know already. Okay. So tell me which domain in psychology you thought has the more bigger scope in India? Okay, I'm getting mixed answers. I think people are looking at clinical and counseling. Is that the answer? Okay, mostly clinical. Okay, I would be talking a little bit about clinical psychology and the reality of it. But again, please do your research for all of the options that you have. Now, I'm going to ask you another question. What do you think as a psychology student is the challenges that you're facing as a psychology student? What challenges are you facing as a psychology student? This is the question. Give it all. Tell me your answer. Tell me your honest answer, because 3G wants to help you out. Priya said taboo. Priya, good job. That's the right answer. Okay, Lavanya said lack of practical education. Saloni, limited knowledge about fields. People think I can read their minds. That's a good one. I think everyone knows that people think like this about being a psychologist. Reading mind. Okay, Harshini, the stigma attached to psychology, true. What else do you think is the challenges that a student is facing in psychology domain? Oh, Shubham, father and mother told psychology is dangerous. Oh, Shubham, I'm so sad for you. How are you still being a psychologist? Okay, Iza said we are not having a recognition that we deserve. Absolutely, Iza. I understand where your pain is coming from. What else do you think? Let me check if there's any answers in our YouTube. Lack of teacher, professor, counseling, always giving free therapy. Oh yes, I've seen that happen too. People think, why should I pay for just talking to somebody? The pay is bad. Yes, Ishita, you're right. I'm glad that you all know a little bit of challenges, and people who didn't know this yet, these are most of the challenges that is there in psychology domain, and you need to plan ahead of time to ensure that you're not going to face the challenges that most psychologists has faced. Rafna has said usually families are not supportive of children pursuing a career in psychology. Absolutely, Rafna. Parents don't understand what the psychologists do, what is the role, and obviously the pay scale is something that the society and parents are concerned about. Okay, parents say that you can understand us, and how will you understand people as a psychologist? I am sad whether see that is what your parents have told you. I hope we can help you with that. Some people think psychology is treating mad people. Amrita, totally get it. Yes. So why I even asked you this question is 3G School of Applied Psychology want to address the problems that psychologists is facing. And we know that as an organization, we can't do it on our own and we require support. We want to create the community. We want to take your help and make the best program and make the best psychologist and genuinely help students who want to pursue a career in psychology while looking at the market, right? One side, you're all fascinated by human minds and human emotions, but that again can't make you a successful psychologist. There is more into it, and that's where we want to help you. So give me a little bit of your time where I just explain the courses that we are providing, and after that you can ask me all the questions. Meanwhile, to just get your energy moving, comment in ha 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 if you're listening to me. I'll just share my screen by then. I love this exercise. I hope you actually smiled while doing this. Okay. So after my presentation, you can ask me all the doubts that is there in your mind. Now, 3G School of Psychology is offering the courses of BA, BSc, MA, and MSc with specialization, which I'll be explaining to you. And towards the end, you ask me your doubts, right? Now, I'll introduce to you 3G School of Psychology officially. We are India's only dedicated school to psychology, only, which means that our entire focus is on psychology courses, making an impact in the psychology domain, etc. Why is this important? See, usually most colleges have only a psychology department. This means that psychology is not even their core focus, right? They have engineering or they have arts, and then there is like a tiny bit of psychology department, which usually people don't care about much. But in 3G, psychology is our main focus. This is what we're addressing. And we have India's first curriculum with artificial intelligence. I hope by now you already understood the importance of AI. We had Dr. Shahid coming in and talking, Booma ma'am coming in and talking about this. Everybody knows AI is the future. And we are here to tell you that AI plus psychology is the biggest future. And you have an opportunity right now. This is the beginning of it. This is the beginning of the scope. If you learn about it now, you will reach there. Maybe later you might regret not entering into this domain. And we are India's only school with 100% job guarantee. I want to ask you all, right? Have you heard of any institution giving 100% job guarantee? You can comment in saying yes or no. If you heard, yes. If you didn't hear, no. Okay. I hope you see the comment box. No institution guarantees job, right? We are the only people, and I'll explain to you why we give job opportunity to. And we are a program that is application oriented and uses experiential learning. I'll talk more about this in this coming slide. And we are a program where students can build a network in the domain. And I'll be explaining the importance of having network too. We are also a program having a dedicated year for practical learning. Beyond the course, we ensure that our student has practical experience. And we are a program which wants to impact the psychology domain in India, both building successful psychologists and in terms of research. Oh yeah, this is about the job guarantee. Again, this is the highlight of the program, which will not be there in next year. So if you're listening to this, this is your opportunity to check our program. Next year, there is no job guarantee. It is only for this year. So our job guarantee is not with outside companies. The job guarantee is with 3G itself. We are looking for the smartest, talented, most intellectual students to join with us on all of our ventures. That is the students we are taking in, and we will give them a job as well in our headquarters in IIT Madras Research Park. Although the job is online, it can be done virtually from everywhere. You will be having the access to say you're working at 3G IIT Madras Research Park. Now, I'm not even going to tell you about IIT. I'm pretty sure you already know what's IIT and how people, love, and it's such a prestigious institution. Even everyone in your society will be like, oh my God, he's working over there. They'd be so excited and happy to listen to that. So that is where you will be working in. And again, the salary scope is we have a minimum guarantee. The salary is guaranteed for 2 lakh per annum and can go up to 10 lakh per annum. So let's say you're working really hard. We give you an opportunity to grow. There is a career ladder already for the job. Now, the job is remote, meaning you can operate from anywhere around the world. With the COVID scenario, with how people are, we believe this is the future. You should be able to work from anywhere as a psychologist. You should be sitting in Mumbai and your client is sitting in Los Angeles. That should be possible. That is where we train you, and our job is completely virtual. We want you to be chilling in Maldives while working. That is the kind of future we are planning for you. And we will also give you an opportunity to be a part-time career counselor. So you will be a certified career counselor. This is for you to earn additional income beyond the salary that we give, beyond the opportunity that we have. We want you to earn more money, get more reach. Okay, this is a little bit about 3G. 3G is an initiative of Genius Education, and we have been there in the domain for 10 plus years. We are not new. We have done a lot of things in education domain, and I want you to actually go search about us, right? That's the only way you will know. So we are headquartered right now in IIT Madras Research Park. We are incubated in IIT Mumbai in 2005, and the program, the research, everything is designed by alumni of top Ivy League colleges, Harvard University, MIT, and we launched 3G in Indian School of Business in Hyderabad. I want you to go to Google and search Mission 3G. You will see about our launch in Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. Why am I saying all of this? To make you understand about the social initiative we have. We are trying to address a bigger problem here with all of you together. I'll be sharing this presentation to you, and these are all of the other websites and other initiatives of 3G. Now, before we even begin, 3G School of Psychology is collaborating with Suresh Gyan Vihar University, and we have all the accreditations from UGC, from AICT, from NAC. Again, you can go to the website and see all about it. So we are a government accredited university. We have NAC A grade, and again, UGC, and we're also a private university. I'll also be showing you the campus later on in another slide. This is a very, very important slide. It's a generic thing about psychology domain, but this is so important if you are planning to pursue a career in this domain. One of the main challenges that you will face as a psychologist is there is a social resistance. There is still a taboo. There is still a stigma attached to it, right? People are not accepting what a psychologist does. Even your family will not accept that when you said you want to enter or you want to take a psychology degree. Why is this a problem? The problem is that when you are trying to get clients are going to still face the same taboo, right? They will not be able to come out of their house and come to a clinic because they don't know what a psychologist does, or they don't accept it. So that awareness issue is still there. Now we can only address this if we all come as a whole and make a difference in India. Age barrier is again one of the main concern. People want psychologists to look very old, right? Or they want them to be in their 40s or 50s, just because that is their belief system. They're used to believing that they need to have gray hair, then only they have life experiences. So you being someone in your 20s or 30s, people would not believe you quicker. They would just judge you automatically. So this is a career where it takes you 10, 15 plus years to establish in the domain. Now when you're a psychology student, you will see that your other friends in IT or who are doing business or MBA, they are already successful or they're already getting good pay and they're being recognized. Whereas you as a psychology student, it takes you so many years. Now, this is going to be a social pressure for you. So I'm just explaining the challenges so that you can prepare. Now, like I said, longer establishment period and financial stability. I'm going to ask this one more time in the comment box. Do you think psychologists get paid well in India? It's a yes, no answer. Let me know, what do you think? Do they get paid? I can see the frustration in the comment box. Okay. How much do you think a psychologist get paid for a 45-minute session or 1 hour, let's say? How much do you think they get paid? If they are in their 30s, how much do you think? Okay. I'm waiting for you to answer because I want you to answer if you're getting into this domain. Fine. I can see a mix of answers coming in. So a psychologist who's in their 30s, now, depending upon how popular they are, if they're really recognized, people know them, people are referring them, they have an opportunity to get from 1,000 to 1,500 rupees. If they're lesser than 30s, let's say 500 to 1,000 rupees. Now, being a psychologist is like your business or not business, your service is seasonal, right? Sometimes you get clients, sometimes you don't get clients. If you're getting 10, 15, 30 clients, imagine the salary that you're having. It's quite less. Okay, I want you to really think of this. Or how much do you think a psychologist get if you're working in a hospital? How much do you think they can earn in a month? Approximately how much do you think they can earn? What's the salary in a month? Okay, Kushi has answered. Who else? What do you think? Right. If you don't know the answer of this, I am telling you, please go do your research. You need to know this if you're planning to get into this domain. Okay, I'll be showing you the real answer later, but yes, most of you have guessed it right. So psychologists don't get paid, and now we all at some point, I'm pretty sure we want to be financially independent. I think that's something everyone wants in general. Earning money in this domain is quite difficult, and I don't want you to believe me actually. Please go do your research, talk to psychologists, that's the way you will know. Limited job prospects. How many companies hire psychologists? Have you ever thought about that? MNCs are just coming up, but they're still not hiring as much as people because they hire people in the HR domain and they actually prefer MBA HR and not a psychologist. So MNC companies don't hire much. And if you're looking at hospitals, the opportunity is quite low. And you will only know this again if you do your research. So the job prospects or the job opportunity in India is very, very low. Do you think there is campus placement for psychology students in colleges? Give me a yes, no answer. Is there campus placements in colleges? I can see the answer, and that is totally disappointing. You would be taking a master's, BA, MSc, whatever, and there is no campus placements. They are not helping you get a job, right? Why? Because there's no companies. There's no companies that is giving. Now you should really think about these things. This connects with the market. Market has lesser opportunities. Now in 3G School of Applied Psychology, this is not your problem, right? If you are doing a master's, job is 100% guaranteed. Obviously, we have a strict admission process, but if you get in, 100% guaranteed. And the next point, underestimated and undervalued. I saw this when I asked you the problems in this domain. It's so sad that psychology students are the people that want to do good. They want to make the world a better place. They really want to help people with mental health, and they have no value in the society. I am truly disappointed that this is how it is. And then the next point, there is a surplus in the market, meaning there is more number of students graduating and there is less number of jobs. Disregarded and unappreciated, obsolete methodologies. India is, not anywhere in psychology research, so it's really backward. Now, why did I explain all of this to you? Why do you think? Firstly, to make you understand that these are the challenges. Secondly, 3G School of Applied Psychology want to address this problem with the students that would work with us. We want to make a difference in the domain. That is the kind of students we are looking for. And yes, I'll be explaining what kind of students you're looking for later too. Now, you have to go search about this, okay? This is if you search the salary of a clinical psychologist. Clinical psychologist is obviously one of the most reputed option in psychology, one of the most preferred for all of the students. But what is the salary amount you can see here? 20 to 25K. I just want to ask you, to become a clinical psychologist, how many years do you think it takes? How many years do you think it takes? Kushi said 8. What do you guys think? 8 to 10, correct. So you have to do your bachelor's, you have to do your master's, and you have to do your MPhil from an RCI recognized institute. Then you have to do your PhD. That takes around 8 to 10 years. And then this is the starting salary. And also getting a job in a good hospital is so difficult, right? It's so difficult. Even after all of this, you would be working under a psychiatrist or together with a psychiatrist, because a psychologist can't prescribe medicine. This is the concern that is here, and psychiatrists actually don't really want psychologists to be there. Does any of you know why psychiatrists wouldn't prefer psychologists? Why do you think psychiatrists would not like psychologists? It's a deep question, and I'm not going to answer it. I want you to think about it. So search online, search the salary, search the scope. I have put screenshots here from Google itself so that you know what I'm saying is right from the internet. Okay, now this is all the answer that you have given. The challenges faced by a psychology student: less, minimal, or no practical exposure, only focusing on theoretical learning, taught by outdated faculty, not trained for futuristic skills, difficult to get internships, no importance given to personal branding, profiling, credibility building, and they're only taught to research but not to implement. Everyone's doing PhD, but they're not taught how to implement whatever they have researched on, and lack of networking skills. Okay, now we'll be talking about the program. I hope I have addressed most of the challenges that is here, that is in this domain. We want you all, us all, to be together in order to solve the problem that's out there. Now, like always, we are providing AI psychology program, and again we have the normal programs as well, but AI psychology is definitely standing out because AI is the future, and AI is very much connected with psychology. The reason is AI is about understanding how the human brain functions and apply the similar principles in computing to arrive at the decision. Psychology is also the study of human brain and its nature. You would be surprised to know that Alan Newell, who is the founder of artificial intelligence, is a computer scientist and a psychologist. The person who built AI is coming from a psychology background. So with AI, psychology was always there. We just wasn't aware about this. Now, this is the learning methodology that we use, which is Konoff learning and walk theory. So I'll just explain to this in simple terms. During our entire education system, we are taught through lecture and reading. The retention rate, just basically how much stays in our head, is 15%. This is why you might not remember algebra or photosynthesis and all that, because we never applied it in practical situations. Now, I'll ask you a very funny question. Can we teach somebody swimming through a presentation? Can we teach someone swimming through a PPT? Give me a yes or no answer. It's such an obvious answer, but still, that is how we are being taught right now. We are taught theory. That's why we are not able to apply it practically. So 3G actually doesn't believe in this model. We believe in teaching through practice by doing and teaching others. Teaching others has the highest retention rate, which is 90%. Now, for our master's program, we have core training in AI and psychology. There is going to be a specialization: cognitive psychology, social psychology, educational psychology, counseling psychology, and we will also be having in forensic and criminal psychology as well. So this is for the specialization. Now, we only let our students specialize later on in the program. In the beginning, we want them to explore all of their options. So if you remember what Booma ma'am had suggested, you should see what every other domain has to offer to you and then pick your specialization. So I'll ask a simple question to make you understand this. How many engineers do you know that actually does an engineering related job? Do you know anyone? Engineers tend to not do engineering job because they pick the wrong core, the core that doesn't have opportunity. That shouldn't be your case. You should not pick a course which has no opportunity. You need, now engineering students, you would see they'd be doing sales job or an admin job or an HR job, but they learn mechanical engineering, right? This could be even your situation if you don't pick your right specialization or niche. So we don't want our students to be like that. We want them to explore everything first. How can you pick cognitive psychology or clinical psychology without knowing what is the opportunities in AI psychology or educational psychology? We need to be 100% clear before we pick our own niche. So this is the topics that we would be focusing on in our master's program and our bachelor's program. So I'll be giving you an example of how we teach our topics as well. Now, for example, if we are teaching our student about abortion, we will be bringing an industry expert to teach about abortion. The industry expert is going to teach them the process of abortion and what is the challenges. Now, why industry expert? The reason is the faculty who's teaching usually learned that theory 20 to 30 years ago. How are they eligible to teach you about abortion? They have never even saw the process or seen anyone go through the same process. We believe in industry experts and not faculty. Now, when our student picks a topic, we will make them get PhD level knowledge in the topic. They pick the topic, then they'll be doing a research paper, they'll be talking to 5 industry experts, they'll be creating a journal, they'll be creating a blog, poster, they'll be recording it, they'll be sharing it with their mentor, they'll show it to their class, they'll also bring experts to talk about the topic. We will try to make them see how real patients are treated and using case studies too. Now, this is the amount of knowledge that our student is going to have on whatever he has picked. Imagine him applying for a job. Let's say he picked depression, and that job has something to do with depression. The employer is going to look at all the research this person has done, and he will definitely be hired. The reason is he is an expert in the topic because we made him an expert in the topic. We'll also be teaching about artificial intelligence. Every job or domain right now is going to be affected by AI. So it's good for everyone to know about AI. Our student would be learning the basics of AI, a little bit of programming, and what is the effects of AI in the market as well. Our student would also be learning about the top 50 most influential psychologists in the world. We want our students to be like these people. That's why we teach them about these people. And this is the psychologist right now that is making an impact. So we, like for example, Daniel Goleman. Our students would be learning from Daniel Goleman's books, his textbooks. The reason is he is a psychologist. We want our student to learn from psychologist, not an educationist who has written a book. We will also have international lectures. Now I'll ask you a simple question. More research is done in psychology in India or abroad? Where do you think more research is done in psychology? Abroad, correct. We want our students to be taught by international lecturers from abroad so that they are more updated with the domain. Rather, why should we limit ourselves to Indian faculty? We could be learning right now virtually from international lecturers. And our students will be learning from movies and documentaries because a lot of movies use psychological theories, and this is the movies that we have picked. Our students would also be heading 3G Psychology Club, which is going to be India's biggest student-led club. Currently, there is 10,000 plus members. This is going to help them with their leadership, organization. Even after the program, we want to help our students. We want to help them lead. If they want to create an initiative after 5 years, we still want to support them, and 3G Psychology Club will also support them. Now, for our master's students, we focus a lot on industrial and educational psychology. We will be training them in real companies. This is an example of how we would teach them HRM skills or organizational behavior. They would be working in real time in an HR in Genius Group Global. So this is not a prototype. This is not just students, acting with each other. This is the real opportunity. Our student would also become a certified career counselor. We will fully equip them to become a career counselor, and they can enter into this domain right after their graduation, because it's easier for a psychology student to become a career counselor and not a psychologist. They can start handling with clients, they can talk, and they can gradually build their experience. This is one of the main important aspect of our program, which is digital onboarding. All our students, we will ensure that they are digitally onboarded. I want to ask everyone a simple question. In the future, where do you think your clients is going to come from? What medium will you get clients? What do you think? In future, how will you get your clients? Okay, I'll wait for some more time because I want you to answer this question. It's that important. Most of you are right. It's going to be online. If you are not online, you can't get your clients. I'll give you a simple example. Let's say you want to visit a psychologist for yourself. You're having some problem that you want to address. First thing you will do is search them online, right? And if you search them online and nothing comes up, automatically you don't believe that person is credible. You don't believe he has enough experience. We want to do this. What we want to do with our students is build their profile, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube. All this will build their credibility, help them to help their clients to trust them. This is so important in this era. Most of us, post random photos of our tree, dog, sun and all in our Instagram. That is not professional. When your potential client is looking at you, he wants to see psychology related things. He wants to see you talking about mental health, about anxiety, about depression. This is what we make. This is a part of our curriculum. We will ensure that you are established in the online domain and you are reaching at the top. We want to help you reach at the top. So I have already written here, when people search their name, they should find relevant details about you. Your credibility has to be established. So I'll ask you again a simple question. Do you think traditional university cares about social media? It's a yes, no answer. Does traditional university care about your social media? In fact, they would tell you not to use it because it wastes your time. That's not the situation anymore. Social media will get us potential clients. We have to be on it, not to share your personal things, but to share your professional achievements, right? Traditional college teaches you to become a traditional psychologist, which doesn't exist anymore. It's very difficult to establish offline. Now, yes, our student will definitely have a higher chance of getting clients because they're active online and people will trust them. How can I get, okay, so an example is if somebody is having, let's say 50,000 followers and they're a psychologist and it's written in their bio, DM me for a one-to-one session. Trust me, there you will reach out more to them because they look established. They look like they have done something versus a person with 500 followers. Now you don't trust them anymore. This is the mentality that we are in right now. So we want our students to become someone really top in social media and online domain. Their reach should be national and international. Again, our students will be having a fully fledged website. Why is website important? Website is the resume. Website is our online resume. People need to see all of the credentials that you have, all of the achievements that you have done. Domain name, we are going to get your domain name. If you're a psychologist, for example, irfanapsychology.com or something related to that, we'll get that for your homepage, your vision and mission. All of the clients are looking at who you are as a person before coming to you, and this matters to them, right? So your counseling services, your testimonials, your video gallery, about us content, awards and recognition, all this will build your authenticity and for you to get potential clients. It's not just the degree that matters, but all of this combined will matter for you. Your futuristic skills, which is very important. We call this the survival skills because without this you can't survive. Communication, it's so important for a psychologist or a psychology graduate to be good communicator, and this is something that's not really emphasized or trained. It's emphasized, but the students are not being trained. Active questioning, sensitive listening, your graphic designing skills, video editing skills, critical thinking, all of the skills we'd ensure that you have it even before you enter into counseling. Now I'm going to just explain you what kind of students we are looking for 3G. It's not your academic skills that matters to us. That is not what we are looking for. We are looking for passionate, committed students who want to make a difference in this domain. Not someone who wants to just settle down into a 9-to-5 job or just become an employee. Someone who wants to change how things are done. Someone who wants to lead. Someone who wants to be at the top. If you are, I know you are all very interested in mental health, but do you want to just talk or do you want to make a difference? If you want to make a difference and if you're serious about it, then you should try and apply. Seriousness really matters because we are looking for that committed students. Now, this is Suresh Kyan Vihar University. You'll be having a trip here. I'll just show you the campus. Our program is 80% virtual and 20% offline. We want our students to have the campus experience. We will be meeting them. We'll be going on a trip together. So this is the campus that we'll be going to. And we'll also be having a fun fest with workshops and everything that has to be done offline, right? I think there was a question, how will we learn the things that has to be learned practically offline? You will be learning it during this time. Now, this is the certificates that we'll be providing to not one. We are going to be providing a lot of different certifications. Your MA Psychology or your BA Psychology will be given first. Postgraduate diploma will be there. Entrepreneurship certificate will be there. Digital marketing certificate is going to be there. Career coaching, both advanced and mastery program, diploma in artificial intelligence. And this is the specialization for the master student. Now imagine how your profile is going to look with all of the certificates. It's not that we believe in certificate, but people believe in the certificates, right? Your website is having this certificate, that certificate. Now you look more credible. They want to reach out to you because you seem like a certified person to give them counseling. That is what we are aiming for. Now I have put a comparison here with if you're planning to go abroad. Now, if you're going to go to US, Canada, UK, Europe, it's definitely going to cost you 18 to 43 or 40 lakh. Now, this is the tuition fee. Your living expense is going to come. But do you think they're going to give internships? They're going to give jobs? They're going to give practical learning or experiential learning or teach you how to network? Very less chance, even if you go abroad. Or one of the top universities in India, which is Christ. In Christ, is there campus placement? What do you guys think? Yes or no? Do you think Christ has campus placements? Any of you know, does Christ have campus placements? So if you are planning to aim in Christ don't have campus placement. We are paying 3-4 lakh. There is no internships. There is no job guarantee. We are still learning from, and I'm pretty sure this 2 years of your master's could be a virtual program as well, right? It's like you're sitting at home and again learning this outdated theory. So for all the money that we are paying to what we are going to get back is definitely a question that you all should think about. Ashoka University charges 25 lakh and is any of the things that I said is there. Manipal. Now I'll tell you why most universities have to charge so much amount too. Because they are having big infrastructure, great buildings, great dorm rooms, great hostels. But at the end of the day, when I'm being a psychologist, does the building matter? You know, does my classroom matter? Or is it my skills? Or is it what I have learned practically? They are charging because they have to maintain the infrastructure. But as a student, you need to look at the value that is provided to you. In 10, 20 years, which program will help you get better? That is what you have to think about. Now, again, this is few of the initiatives that 3G has taken. Why I'm showing you all of this is 3G wants the students to lead. We want to give students an opportunity to make the difference. Even this summit is entirely done by students, and that is how we believe in them. We want to put them on the top. And I'll also be talking on mental health summit, which I'll be doing. Now we are giving up scholarship up to 50,000 rupees, and I'll be giving you the code just for this summit. If you are coming and joining through this, you will have a scholarship of 50,000 rupees. Now, after all this, I have wrote this. We highly suggest you to be open-minded and research before you choose any program. And don't be stuck with a conventional way of thinking. Look everywhere before you choose a potential program. So, again, I'll just quickly talk about the Global Mental Health Summit, which will be happening in 2 months. And this is one of the biggest initiatives that we are going to be taking. And our vision of the program is to make world's biggest mental health awareness campaign, right? Biggest. And we want your support in this. So we are going to be addressing the topics of LGBTQ, autism, suicide, ADHD, eating disorder, depression, sex education, addiction, trauma, and parenting. Now the question is, if we don't do it, who will? Does the government care about this? Does people care about it? Everyone is talking about it, but who is making the difference is a question. You could be making a difference in this with us together. We are looking for the kind of students who can lead the change, bring about an impact in each of the certain topics. So we are bringing India to a better place in every aspect of psychology. This is the beginning, and like always, so again, there are more topics that we are addressing, but this is the main things. Now, if you want to join with our courses, www.3gschoolofpsychology.org, this is where you put the scholarship code and you can select which program you want to get into. And we will have an orientation, and obviously we have a very strict admission process. We are looking for only 100 students who can make the difference in India. So with that being said, thank you. Litish, is there time for questions? Maybe just 5 questions.
Thank you for the session, ma'am. So,
yes, ma'am.
Yes, guys, if you have any questions, please to comment in the chat box. I hand over this Q&A session to event head and Angela.
So we seem to have a lot of comments. People have enjoyed this session. Isha is asking, do you have any small courses? Because she is already enrolled in a UG degree.
Okay, Isha, yeah, we are having internship certifications program. After this, Nishi, who's heading our 3G psychology internship, will tell you what we are having.
Okay, Mehak is asking about the tenure of the master's program that you offer.
Mehak, it's a 2 years program, and we have added a year extra. And the final year is for you to get opportunities to work, and also we'll be providing internship. It's together with the program because we think it's essential that you have market experience before you start joining a company. 3 years, Mehak.
Okay, with that, I think we have come to an end with the questions. I'd like to hand this over to Litish.
Yeah, thank you for handovering this session to MC Angela. Yeah, it's my privilege to welcome our next speaker, Nikita Kakkar. Nikita Kakkar is a counselor and psychologist in practice since 2017. She has counseled, mentored, navigated, and guided more than 1,500 plus students throughout their journey to their undergraduate and postgraduate programs, or delivered 50 plus seminars for schools and groups. Her areas of expertise can career development, profile building, life skills, psychological assessment, and enthusiastic mentor. She has helped numerous students and parents in solving the most complex career and parenting demands. She holds as a rich educational background, bachelor's in psychology from Punjab University, master's for psychology in Topper University, and professional year of NCERT, and diploma in child guidance and family counseling in Punjab University. She believes that knowledge is power. She likes is directly working with philosophy, which is about putting students first, as giving a personal service and genuinely caring about their success. Dear speaker, we will having a short buzzer period to 5 minutes before the session ending time, and a longer buzzer exactly at the end of the session time. Thank you. Welcome you, ma'am. Welcome you to the onboard.
Thank you so much, Litish. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. So good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon on this beautiful Friday. I hope each one of you is keeping safe. I also believe your near and dear ones are keeping safe in these crazy and unpredictable times. Well, as Litish already introduced me, I am Nikita Kakkar, a career counselor and psychologist. I have been working in this industry from the last 4.5 years now. I wouldn't say I'm very old in the industry and the field of psychology, but with the kind of expertise, with the kind of knowledge, with the kind of personal experience that I have done my part with 3G School of Psychology, and I really feel fortunate enough to be a part of this conference today. And I really want to give out a big shout out to the entire team of 3G School of Psychology, all the volunteers, and especially to Irfana and Shahid sir, who kept motivating me to come for this conference and write a book for them. So yes, today my main motive then I've come here is that I've written a book with the name Careers in Psychology, which is like A to Z a complete guide for you to how to become a psychology professional. I feel Irfana and Bhumi ma'am has already given you a lot introduction that what are the taboos that we people carry, or what are the problems that we are facing. Maybe it's if it is relating to choosing a specialization, or we are not able to understand what skills should we inculcate within ourselves. So we have got this guide and a very small cute handbook for you which will talk everything in detail. Again, I want to thank Irfana. So I would just give you a little very quick story about how we decided for this book and how we decided on to this conference. So one fine day, me and Irfana was talking about something very randomly. We connected on social media and we were talking about something, and she proposed me, Nikita, how about you write a book for us? Never in my dreams I would have imagined that I would write a book on this particular topic. But as she told me more about it, and I understood that yes, this is something I really want to do. So thank you so much, Irfana, for giving me this opportunity, and again to the entire team. I would also want to thank Shivangi and Akshita, who were a part of the team who helped me to make this book a little more beautiful. So before I jump in and I talk about my book, Careers in Psychology, in detail, when I would start, maybe I wouldn't stop. So please give me a heads up of the time as well. Again, before I start talking about the book, I would want to give you a very quick, very small story of how we decided on the book and what has my journey been, so that you guys can relate, or maybe you can just tell me in the comment section below that you are able to relate, and yes, you would be willing to read this book. So I would go a little back. I was like any other student in my high school who was clueless of what to do, how to do, what career to choose. My parents suggested me to take commerce as a field, because 11 years back, science ले लो, बहुत scope है, commerce ले लो, yes, you will have a lucrative career, but arts लोगे तो we are not very sure where would you land up with. So I was suggested to take commerce. I studied accountancy, economics, I studied business studies. I was enjoying it, but in my grade 12, I realized I'm not somebody who wants to play with numbers my entire life. Maybe I'm not somebody who wants to sort the balance sheet my entire life. So there, after I finished my grade 12, I was introduced to a career counselor. I went to a career counselor. They did a psychometric test, and after combining my personality and aptitude traits, they introduced psychology to me. So again, 11 years back, I didn't know what psychology is. People, yes, were aware clinical psychologist hota hai, they have jobs, they have etc., all the scope. But being a 12th standard student, I didn't know what psychology is. So taking their suggestions, my career counselor, my mentor's suggestion, I chose psychology in my undergraduation. I started studying. Year one was like a very imaginative for me. I was trying to understand what psychology is, and then moving on, I got very good professors in my undergraduation level. I completely went into now psychology. I understood that yes, this is something I really want to do my entire life. I want to help out people in ways that I can. And finished my undergraduation. Then somebody suggested me that go for clinical psychology, do your master's in clinical psychology. As was suggested, without thinking, without talking to a lot of people from the industry, without taking a little of the opportunities, practical exposure, I went into my clinical psychology. Wonderful experience. If you guys are aware of the terminologies like ICD and DSM, these ICD and DSM were like Bible for me. I used to always keep them on the table, study them, make a checklist of all the disorders. So I was very fascinated to enter the practical side of psychology. So finishing my master's, I went for an internship. I got a job, and after that, I understood that there is a difference between the theoretical part of psychology and the practical side of the psychology. So when I used to sit with the clients, when I used to sit with the patients, maybe I was not that emotionally strong person who would see a depressive or maybe a little more on the higher side severe disorder on a daily basis. So I shifted from clinical to psychology. Now my major motive of telling you this, my story, my entire journey was, I was somebody who didn't know what are the skills that are required. Yes, I studied them in my undergraduation, I studied the skills in my post graduation, but never have I ever been exposed to what skills am I the right fit to enter the clinical psychology or not. So this is the one motive. And while I was talking with the team of 3D School of Psychology and Irfana, this was a motivation for me that yes, I want to guide students, I want to help as many people that I can, to guide them that yes, only clinical psychology and counseling psychology are only not the fields that you should opt for. As Irfana mentioned, as Bhumi ma'am initially mentioned in the initial hours, that there is a plethora, there are so many specializations that are available for you. And the entire team of 3D Psychology really wants to help you to understand that what are the specializations and what are the opportunities that are available for you out in the market. Opt for BA in psychology or BSc, and later on keep doing a lot of internships. And I mean, there are a lot many opportunities BJ are also coming up with for you people. So now officially, I really want to introduce and launch my book in front of you guys. I would share my screen with the cover page. So officially introducing my book, Careers in Psychology. Again, a big thank you and shout out to the entire team of 3D Psychology, Irfana, Shahid sir, for giving me this opportunity. So Careers in Psychology book is a very small, friendly handbook which can be easily understood by anyone in any age group. It is a short, colorful, comprehensive read intended to help students and instructors answer the ever-present question of what can I do with a psychology degree. The main goal and the main idea of writing this book is to discuss the broad range of careers that are available for you in the market. Many students get stuck and may not be aware of the breadth and the disciplines of the psychology degree that can be there for you. So through this book, we have introduced a wide range of possible career options and how can you do that. So let me take you to a ride. This is our sample book. I'll take you on a ride that how the book will be for you and what are the content of the book. So talking about the table of content, what the book will have, starting with introduction, there are total 8 chapters in the book. It's not a very lengthy book of 200-300 pages. I wanted to keep it short so that you people can easily understand each word and can relate with it. So chapter 1 is introduction. So introduction will talk about all the basics of the field of psychology. For example, what is psychology? Why has this subject become very popular and how popular is this subject now? And how do you know if psychology is right for you? So this entire book, I've made sure that there is not much of theory that you're reading and you're not able to understand, but I've tried to keep many activities. I've tried to put down some practical activities for you, and maybe you can relate with it. You can answer them, play around with them. So I would discuss them in detail with you. So chapter 1, again, introduction, what is psychology? Chapter 2 talks about myths and fact about psychology. I guess Irfana very beautifully discussed with you many taboos and myths that we people carry. So when you tell somebody that, hey, I am studying psychology or I'm a counselor, the most random and spontaneous question that you get from people is, hey, can you read my mind? I feel you can relate with it. So just to clear that myth for you guys, I've written down several myths and cleared them with facts for you so that if you tell somebody I am studying psychology, you're able to answer them back that yes, no, I cannot read your mind, but I am ABC, this person who would understand you or maybe who can give you a detail about that. Chapter 3 is skills required. So now, to enter any career field in this world or in your life, there are certain sets of skill that you need to understand. You need to understand that are you the right fit to enter that career or not. Similarly, to enter the field of psychology, you need to understand that are you empathetic person? Do you have communication skills? Are you a good listener, etc. So I've written down 10 skills for you. I haven't written the theoretical part. I have given activity for each skill for you. So that, for example, you're reading about empathy, but you need to relate with that as well. You need to understand that am I empathy? Do I have empathy? I'm sure empathy is something we all do have in our journal life as well. But to become a counselor, to be in the field, to be in the seat of a counselor, you need to know that would you be able to understand the other person or not. I would give you an example here. A client comes to you and he tells you a story of his life that, for example, I had a divorce, I'm not able to cope up, and he starts crying in front of you. And while you are listening to this person's story, you also start crying. So what does it show? That you do not have a strong mental health. Maybe you are somewhere distressed about something, or there's something which is not right about you. So right there at that point, when you also start crying in front of your client, you destroy your image. So maybe the client wouldn't come to you for this next session. So in this sense, I've written this chapter number 3, skills, where you need to start understanding that are you the right fit? If you are, how should you start working on your skills? If you do not have any one particular skill, how to inculcate, how to polish yourself. So chapter 3 will be talking in detail about the skills for you. Chapter 4, subfields of psychology. We know there is clinical psychology. We know there is counseling psychology. Now, what are the other sides of clinical and counseling psychology? Do you know about? There's a field called media psychology, there is geriatric psychology, there is health psychology, and many more. So through chapter 4 subfields, I've talked about what are the various branches and subfields of psychology. Now chapter 5, now that you've understood what is psychology, what are the myths, what are the skills required, you have understood about the subfields. Now you want to know what are the careers. Now that I've done health psychology, what are the careers that are open for me? I've done counseling psychology, what are the areas that are open for me? So chapter 5 will be talking about all the careers that are available for you at this moment or maybe in future. And with that career, what are the degrees that I can take? What are the skills that would be required to do that degree? Where do these people work, etc. So this chapter will talk in very detail about what are the psychology careers. The chapter 6 is how to become a psychology professional. This chapter will make you understand what are the degrees that you can take from BA to MA to PhD, etc. Everything you would be reading in this chapter, and it has a part where I have tried to written down that what are the ways that you can also explore about psychology. For example, volunteership. What is volunteership? What are the internships? How to take internships, and etc. Chapter 7 talk about now how to choose a major. So again, as I mentioned, to enter any career field, you need to understand what are the skills required for it. And for that, there is a very small, very interesting self-assessment test that I've put it out for you. So you can do that self-assessment test with yourself. Sit with yourself, take out 20 minutes time and do this self-assessment test. And the last chapter talks about future of psychology. So what will be the future of psychology? I believe from 10 a.m. Shahid sir, if Bhumi have talked a lot about the future of psychology, how AI and all these areas will change in the coming years. So I have tried to put down a note here. And then we have our glossary. The glossary have all the major, very common words that you can start learning from today till you become a professional in the industry. So this is the content of the page. I would show you the sample that how our book looks like. So yes, that's about it. If you have any questions regarding the book, you can ask your questions. And if after hearing the entire thing about the book, you have any, if you are excited to read, you can just drop a smiley with stars in the eyes in the chat option so that we can give you more details on how you can purchase the book. So I can see all the smileys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So if you want to know how to purchase the book, you will be given all the information in your emails and in your WhatsApp chat. So thank you so much.
Yeah, Nikita, it's awesome. I will congratulate you again for the book publishing here with, from my side. Over to Angela to take over the Q&A session from here.
Guys, now will be a good time for you to start posting your questions in the chat box so Nikita ma'am can answer them. Anything with regards to the book, where you can get it, any other questions that you might have for her, please let us know in the chat box. Okay, on YouTube, we have a few questions asking us where we can buy the book. So, will we be getting it on the website? Could you share some
So
insight?
Angelina, all the information will be dropped in the groups that they are added. And even if they want to have a sample, they can contact the team of TP School of Psychology. They would provide all the information. If they have any questions, drop your questions in the maybe WhatsApp, or you would get the emails as well. So that's the process how you would get the books.
Also, there's a very interesting question. What gave you the inspiration to write the book?
Okay, I guess I told you the story of how I thought of writing this book. Initially, as I mentioned, I never thought that I would write a book. I'm very, I mean, yes, I do have the personal experiences, but never thought of writing the book. Being in this industry from the last 3-4 years, I'm connected to more than 100 plus psychology students where they come to me and ask me, ma'am, I have taken psychology. I don't know what to do and how to do, how to go ahead with this degree. So this is one of the motivation that I wanted to write something, give out all the information. All the information that is in the book is authentic. I have read around more than 100 plus articles for this book. I've had a lot many conversations. Irfana was another factor of motivation for me. I went through a little off phase in my life. Previously, I lost many people because of the COVID, but Irfana was one constant person who kept motivating me. So she's another factor of motivation to keep writing the book. And again, talking about it, the major idea that the psychology is a very upcoming field and we people are confused, what can we do with this degree, is what motivated me to write the book. Angelina, you're on mute.
Yeah, there's one last question which talks about how one can become or have a career in psychology if they're a school student.
If they're a school student, I guess this would take a little time to me explain about the entire thing. So we can have again one-on-one session for it. So you can contact 3G team. If anybody have more queries about the book and even how to become a professional, you can have a session with me. We can talk in detail about all the options being a school student, how you can start preparing your profile, how you can start understanding the specialization. So this requires a one-on-one session. I cannot simply tell you that it has a lot of scopes of clinical psychology and you will do great. No, I'm so sorry. So I would need to know you in a one-on-one session and then we can take it forward.
Okay, great. With that, we have come to an end with the question and answer. So I'll pass on the opportunity to Litish.
Thank you so much once again, Angelina.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being here to take over the session for publishing your book. For the token of love, we will be having the e-certificate for you. Technical team to display the e-certificate for the ma'am. This is the e-certificate for you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. This will be mailed to you shortly. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Next session, I have over to you, Aditi. Aditi, you can take over the session from here.
I would like to introduce Ms. Nishi Priya. Nishi Priya is an energetic student and an ambitious soul, currently pursuing her bachelor's in psychology. She is also our head national leader. This hardworking and determined youth has presented 3 papers at national and international conferences. She is also a member of the Junior Council and the head of the Speakers Club. So, dear speaker, we will be hearing a short buzzer prior to 5 minutes of the session, ending the time, and a long buzzer exactly at the end of the session time. Thank you. The dice is all yours.
Thank you, Aditi. I'm so excited, and a very good afternoon to everybody who's listening here. I'm genuinely so delighted. I'm so excited to be in front of all of you. And I'm so happy that everybody is here despite this tough time. So it was really, I was really, excited. I was really delighted to listen to eminent personalities like Dr. Shahid and Boma ma'am speak. But I'm not here to present myself as a keynote speaker to you. Rather, I'm here as a friend, as a student who has faced a common struggle, finding good internships. You heard it right. So just type a yes in a comment section if you had really struggled in your psychology tenure to find a good internship. And just type a yes. Even after you had find a good internship, you were not able to connect with the internship because you didn't think that the internship fit in your criteria. So how many students have faced this issue? I can see so many yes here. And I'm here to shed a light on this whole situation. And I'm here to just quickly go through our internship platform, the amazing work that me and my team have been doing. So without wasting your time, let me just quickly share my screen. So 3G internship platform is India's first century internship platform extensively designed to provide only practical exposure and equip students with necessary skill that can make them industry ready. So by this whole sessions, you might have understood the work that 3G has been doing and how much practically oriented it is. And so is our internship platform. So why do you think internship is really important in a career? A lot of people ask us to take up internship. There's some of the reasons here is because it gives you exposure towards the industry and it gives you exposure towards work culture. If you see me here standing and talking in front of all the panelists, it's because I have taken a lot of internships and incentives, and I got an opportunity because of that. It can sharpen your skill and it can help you build your toolbox. As Booma ma'am said, it can make your CV look extremely professional and you can build an amazing network of like-minded people. And this is the reason why you should take up an internship. A lot of people have a lot of myths and misconceptions about psychological internship. The first one being is anybody interested in the domain of psychology can take up internship. Again, it depends on the organization. So if you're taking an internship under a psychologist, they'll be usually looking for students who are doing their masters. It is because they think that master students, they have a little bit more extra skill compared to bachelor students, but there are organizations who are also hiring students from bachelor's as well as grade 12 degree. And the second common misconception that arises in the student's mind is like, you have to wait till your master's if you want to sharpen your skills as a psychologist. A lot of people just waste their precious time. You don't have to wait. Like, in this COVID time, everything it will be online for some, amount of time. And you have attend as many webinars as you can, attend as many workshops as you can. There's no right time to start something. So if you're really passionate about this field of psychology, I rather say this is the right time. And you have come to this wonderful platform. So you've already taken up and stepped. So congratulations. And a lot of people have this misconception that paid internships are comparatively better, than unpaid one. So this is a huge myth. I have seen a lot of companies who take money from the students. At the end, there's no learning. So it's a huge misconception that paid internships are comparatively better. It all depends on the organization and the psychologist that you're interning under. And the fourth major misconception, and it is something that even my mom had to face, interning under a company can disturb your study schedule. Like when I was taking up an internship, when I was putting out my effort, my mom would just come look at me like, you're wasting your time. This is time you're supposed to be studying. What are you doing? So no, like when you are interning under a company, under an organization, or under a psychologist, you're learning practical skills. And when you're learning practical skills, practicality can, make theory tolerable. So this is what I believe. So when you are, learning all the practical skills, you can put it and you can, use the theory in a more better way. So this is a harsh reality of few psychological internship industry, which nobody talks about. The first one is the less exposure towards the skill. They focus on self-branding and promotion. A very little stipend is paid for the interns, tiring amount of hard work, lack of proper trainer to guide students, confusion among which internship to pick, and the time of the internship is not delivered. So you'll be promised something, and when you go and attend this internship, it'll be something else. So how many of you had faced this issue? Like even one of these, just type a yes in the comment section. How many of you had to go through all these problems? I can say a couple of yes. Yeah. The comment section is flourishing because this is a very major concern of all the young psychology students. So we have a very feasible solution to the persistent problem, and we had launched 3G internship platform just to provide a revolution and just to bring a revolution in the field of psychology and the psychological internships that we're providing. So previously we had launched Yeah, previously we had launched 2 internships. One was a 1-week module of blended learning with Komal Karalia ma'am, and which had sessions on Canva, LinkedIn, and then we provided a lot of e-resources and live project training. And recently we had completed our summer immersion program with the very amazing Bhuma Krishnan ma'am, who we all had the privilege to listen to. So it was a 10-day program and the students had learned a lot. And additional to that, we had 5-day exclusive session on mandala, meditation, there were live projects. We sort of divided all the people into different Harry Potter houses. And I'm so happy to say that Gryffindor had won the house cup. And there were daily self-care challenges. There were career guidance sessions. All the sessions were recorded and it was given to the students. There were talent corner where people were singing, dancing, displaying their talent. At the end of the session, they received a lot of certificates, letter of recommendation, individual report, and then they even got a swag bag with different type of e-resources. So these are the previous incentives that we had come across, and we are again back with an amazing clinical psychology summer program. So how many people are excited to attend this program? Just type a yes in the comment section. Just type a yes. Are you excited to know about this program? Because I really am. This program took 1 month for us to build. We sat with our team, me and my team, we did so much extensive research, and we came up with this wonderful program. So these are like, it is going to be a 30-day practical program with blended learning and learning 21st century skills. So these are some of the course outcome where you'll be learning about the organization, clusters of DSM, group discussions, brief on interviewing skills, rapport building, introduction to case history, MSc, everything will be covered here. Administration and interpretation of all these theories, everything will be covered. Session on JPMR, tools of research, ethics in research, steps in research, and then you'll be having brief scale construction. Everything will be covered, and this will not only be focusing on clinical psychology, but we will also be integrating it with 21st century skill and self-care module, where you will be learning how to build your profile, how to use content writing. I've seen a lot of people still write cake slayer on their Instagram profile. So if you're a psychologist, you need to be a little more practical, and don't worry, we have got your back. So everything will be covered. There'll be Canva master classes. You will be learning how to build opportunities on LinkedIn. Oh my God, it's such a wonderful tool. If you're not on LinkedIn, I highly recommend that you attend this session and get to know all its features. And then you will be building up yourself with our intentions, setting workshops where, we'll be teaching you how to take care of yourself, because as mental health professional, it's really important that we keep our mental health in check. So there'll be individual training and mentorship, resume building sessions, and then there'll be a lot of stress buster sessions, because clinical psychology, oh my God, is such a heavy topic. So you obviously need to relax in between and take some time to chill out. So there'll be sessions on dance movement workshops, doodling workshops, and drama therapy workshops. You'll be taking up a lot of live projects where you'll be doing extensive research presentation, interviewing famous psychologists so you can, learn better from them, open forum and debates, industrial research projects. And at the end, this is how your letter of appreciation and certificate is going to look like. So again, we'll be providing you a favor bag, which will contain 10 books on psychology, self-help books, all the sessions and everything will be recorded. There'll be a doodle, coloring book, workbook, and case studies and personalized notes. So obviously what happens is, when you are taking up a session, usually you're not always there, not always in the zone. So, you miss a lot of things. You aimlessly scroll your Instagram, you do something else. So a lot of times what happens is we skip very important topics. That is why we'll be providing you personalized notes as well, and all the sessions will be recorded and it will be given to you so that you get a time to review it. And even if you have doubt, you'll be having an open forum which will be dedicated completely to you, so you can clear your doubts all the time. We'll be available. There'll be mentors who will be guiding you and supporting you throughout the process. So the duration of this internship is given, and it will be for 30 days. And the requirement will be a high configuration laptop or mobile phone, a phone with a very high speed internet. So we have scholarships, we have group discounts, coupon codes, everything is available. You can connect with me all the time, and I'll be more than happy enough to, share anything. So if you think that money is a problem in this lockdown time, you can also avail our scholarships, and we have a lot of discount codes and coupon codes available. So just don't miss this opportunity and make the best use of it. So the internship fee is actually 5,000 rupees. For the people who are attending this summer program, the fee is 3,500. You can use the code Summit 2021. So this is the code that you can use, and you can avail this internship because it's an early bird offer which will be ending within 3 days. So if you want to attend this program, you can just attend it. And this is our amazing team. We've been working tirelessly to make this internship. We've been conducting a lot of research surveys. We've been talking to different people, and we hopefully are there. So join a community entirely equipped in building your skill set. So it's all about forming and building a community. So there is no proper, school that can tell us how to become more empathetic person. Only a community can teach you how to do that. When you're surrounded with like-minded people who are sharing the similar goal, you tend to be more, into it. So if you want to clear UPSC, you go to Delhi and you take up your preparations there. But if you want to become a psychologist, you obviously need to surround and talk to people who are also having the same goal. So it's all about forming a community, and this community is going to be for lifelong. So we'll be having lots of fun, lots of learning, and it'll be continuing till your life. So the future is AI, and this is our mission. Thank you so much for listening. So the timings of this internship, it will be 5 to 7 p.m. So where can I register for this course? So the forms and everything will be shared. Diksha, yes, it is, the whole curriculum is made for people who are in their 12th grade as well as students who are doing their masters and bachelors. So the whole program is divided in such a way. Thank you, Irfana. It's all your training and mentorship. So I can quickly take 1 or 2 more questions. You can connect with me personally, and I'll be more than happy enough to guide you. Not only this internship, or if you want something else, I'll be more than happy enough to guide.
Yeah. Nishi, can we go to the Q&A session?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yeah, one of the student is asking, have I finished my 12th? Now I can apply for the internship, or what is the eligibility criteria for the internship?
You can get in touch with me personally. I'll brief you about the whole eligibility criteria.
Yeah. Can you
Yeah.
talk a bit of more about scholarships? It's the next question.
Khushi, as I said, please get in touch with me personally. I'll also be sharing my number. Just give me a second. You can contact me through WhatsApp, Instagram. Yeah, you can contact with me and I'll brief you about all the scholarships and eligibility criteria. Thank you.
Yeah, they are asking that what is the timing of the internship?
The internship will be between 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. And the reason why we have made this 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. is because I think this is the high time where students complete lecture.
Nama? Okay, I get it that next is whenever you are coming to this, how for a week, how many days it will be there? For including Sunday or Saturday, it will be there.
It will be a complete 30-day program. So I've seen a lot of program which will be telling that it's gonna be for 1 month, but they'll be having weekends gap. But no, this program is 30 full days. You will be needing all your dedication and everything to put in. So you will be finding, you will be taking the whole program for 30 days.
Yeah, one of the people asking, would the people be given certificates or internships?
You will be, after you complete the internship, you will be given a certificate and a letter of appreciation.
Yeah. I'm in 11th. Can I apply? This is the next question.
Please talk to me personally. So what happened was, for a previous batch, we had a student called Ananya Banerjee, and she was in her grade 12th, but she was way more smarter than what I am. And she was so amazing. So she really wanted to take part in this internship, and we had given the spot. So if you really think that you are someone who could understand the whole curriculum, you can get in touch with me personally.
Yeah, guys, the Nishi number is in chat box. I will spell that number again. 9150860995. It's a Nishi number. You can note the number and you can call Nishi personally, or you don't call it. You can chat Nishi personally in WhatsApp and you can clarify your doubts here. Yeah, thank you, Nishi. Thank you for being here and giving a great mind-blowing sessions about the internships, how it's running all. Yeah, thank you for that. We
Can you
have
also
as a
share the
token
form?
of love, we have a e-certificate. Yeah, I will share that.
Yeah. So if you want to
Yeah,
register
as a
for this,
token of love.
please go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
You will be.
No,
we'll
no,
be
no, no. It's a final process. I'm going.
Yeah, we'll be sharing a Google form. So if you think that you're genuinely interested in this internship, please, fill the form and I'll be getting in touch with you personally. Thank you. Yeah, Litish.
Yeah, as a token of love, we'll be having a e-certificate for you, Nishi. Over to technical team to display the e-certificate.
Thank you so much. It's really wonderful. I'm
This
so
is
happy.
the e-certificate for you, Nishi.
Thank you.
Yeah, this will be mailed to you shortly.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Yeah,
everyone.
thank
I
you
hope
for that. Next, we have a. Yeah, sure. Yeah, next is I would taken this session to over to Angela to take over from there. Angela, you can take over the session from here. Yeah, Angela, are you there?
Yes, Litish. Meanwhile, we can have a couple of videos to know what is about the event. Can you please play the videos?
Yeah, I will do that.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school student.
So guys, welcome back to the conference. So we have an singer to entertain you for the next half an hour to 45 minutes. So we have a singer, Similin Angle, who is a writer, singer, and he's also a great singer from Mumbai. And he writes his own music to get the clarity and process the power at the utmost smooth the lover's heart. And he continues his find his flow and works to travel with the melodies around the globe. So it's an honor to welcome you.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption, Kishore.
Yeah, what happened?
Ask them to take a lunch for 1 hour. In between that, we are a singer, right? In between the time, ask them to take a lunch.
Okay, fine. So meanwhile, everyone can go have your lunch and come back with the same energy to get the conference more and more positive. Okay.
Yes, and after this break, we also have our first international speaker for the day, Mr. Scott Geller. So we are going to be listening to him and his session just after the break. So please don't forget to tune in. Have a good break.
Yeah, Kishore, in the meanwhile time, we can play the couple of videos, right?
Yeah, sure.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia Event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school student.
Yeah, hello everyone. Now we are going to introduce eminent speaker on this dais, Sminil Agale. Writes his music with the utmost fragility and possesses the power to soothe the lover's heart. He continues to find his flow and goes to travel with the melodies around the globe. Mr. Sminil Agale, I welcome you to the dais and the stage is all yours. Welcome, sir.
Hello, you can actually call me Sminil. So, hey guys, everybody, what's up? How are you? And I'll just start with introducing myself. My name is Sminil Agale, and I'm a Mumbai-based singer-songwriter. And I'm currently trying to make my space into the independent scene, the current independent scene. And I'm also pursuing music professionally at the True School of Music. And if you ask me what I do for my living, I write songs. I write songs for my living. So straight up going to the songs, I am going to play a few songs today, which I wrote those songs. And yeah, so I guess let's just get into it. So I wrote a few songs a couple of years. I started writing. I've been doing music since I was very young, like around 15 or 16-ish. It's been almost 8 years now. I've been doing music, learning music, teaching music. And as I was informed that year I have to come and perform a few songs of mine and talk about how I got into music and how I look towards it. So straight up, I feel like I'll just play a few songs, and then if you guys have any questions you want to ask anything about music or any sort of questions, you can just ask me. So this song, I'll introduce this song. This song is called Dur Ho Tum. I wrote this song like around a year ago, and the lyrics will like make you understand what on what basis the song I've written. And here it goes. बीते वो पल क्या तुम्हें याद है वो पल हर वक्त मेरे साथ है दूर हो तुम कोसों मीलों से ज्यादा दूर हो तुम आने का है इरादा टूटा है ये दिल क्यों बेचारा माने ना अब ये कोई इशारा दूर हो तुम कोसों मीलों से ज्यादा दूर हो तुम आने का है इरादा Yeah, so this was one of the songs I wrote. It's called Dur Ho Tum. And if you guys want to listen to my songs, I my own original music. If you guys have Spotify or any streaming platform, you can find these songs over there. And there's this independent artist. So I am mostly into independent stuff because commercial people, I feel they have already made it, and the most support and the most exposure to the world, I mean exposure to the artist, is independent artists. These guys need a lot of exposure to the world because their music, I feel personally, is very sensible compared to the commercial stuff which happens in these in these days. So I'll play one of the song from my favorite artist called Osho Jain. If I don't know if you guys have heard it, because not a lot of people hear independent music these days, but I'll encourage you guys to please do go and listen to independent stuff and support independent artists. It really means a lot to small artists, who are budding up or who are growing. It really helps for them. So this song is called Tu Aisa Kaise Hai. तेरे साथ सब कुछ इतना आसान कैसे है, तेरे साथ सब कुछ इतना आसान कैसे है, तू हवा जैसे घुल जाता है मुझ में, मुझे अपना घर मिल जाता है तुझ में, कैसे तू ऐसा कैसे कैसे तू ऐसा कैसे जैसे घुल जाता है मुझ में, मुझे अपना घर मिल जाता है तुझ में, कैसे तू ऐसा कैसे कैसे तू ऐसा कैसे Yeah, so this was a song from my personal favorite artist called Oshu Jain. Check his music out. And if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, I mostly put all the updates, all my song updates, everything is on Instagram. And I'd really appreciate if you guys, just went on or maybe followed or just, share a few videos of share my craft over. It will really help. And yeah, so my Instagram is _Sminil. So _SMINIL. So that's my Instagram. And for the last song, this is a song I wrote. I just wrote it. I don't know why and how I wrote it. I just wrote it. It's called I'll Be Broken. I see her passing by, and I can do nothing about it. Girl, I've been told so for the past 2 years, and I'm so stupid. I tell your friends to let me know how you feel about me. Well, I've been so slow for the past 2 years, and I'm so stupid. Yeah. And I know you're not gonna see me, and
And I know you're not gonna care if you're just gonna leave. And I'll be broken, I'll be broken. I know you're gonna do it. And I'm sure I'll need some help. 'Cause I'll be broken, I'll be broken. And I'll be broken, I'll be broken. And I'll be broken, I'll be broken. And I'll be broken, I'll be broken. Yeah, so this was it, I guess. These were the 3 songs I decided I'd play for y'all. And I really appreciate everyone who's been spamming the chat box. I thank you so much. And I'll hand it over to you then. I can't see your name actually. I can just see Ria here, so I guess I'll hand it over to you now. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Smimil. I cannot even stress on how amazing you were, literally. I mean, if online can be so much fun, I can just not even imagine how much fun it would be to catch you live. Actually, that's what I just wrote it in the chat and I did not send it, that I cannot wait to listen to you live. And I'm just waiting to go on Spotify and check all your songs out. So it was really amazing. Thank you so much for joining with us.
Thank you.
I'm really glad that we got to know you.
Thank you so much for having me. Again, guys, I'll just type down my Instagram. Is it okay if I do?
Yes, sure.
So this is my Instagram. You guys can just go and check my... Oh, thank you for that. Amazing, guys. Amazing work. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Okay,
It's been a man of
Yes. Yes. So, as a token of love and appreciation, we would like to give you an e-certificate on behalf of Trees.
Oh, amazing.
I request the technical team to display the certificate on the screen.
Yo, this is super sweet. Thank you.
And we'll be emailing this certificate to your email address.
Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I'll just leave the meeting then. Yeah. Bye, guys. Ciao. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Have a great day to you.
Mad day, guys. Bye.
Okay, so we'll be tuning in back in some time other than until then you all can have a little bit of break for yourself because we have a long day going ahead. So we have many other sessions to come up. So you all can have a break to yourself till 2 p.m. and then we will resume with Scott Geller and followed by 2-3 other speakers.
I request.
Did you say something, Mark?
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school student.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia Event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school students.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and arts. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia Event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school student.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and arts. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia Event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school student.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school students.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and arts. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from a lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school student.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about Encyclopedia event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school student.
Yeah, I think that next who is going to take over, take care of it. Over to you, Nidhi.
Okay, so it's with special excitement that I welcome Mr. Scott Geller to our 3G School of Psychology Summit. Mr. Scott Geller is a PhD and alumni distinguished professor at Virginia Tech and has completed his 51st year as a faculty member and director of the Center of Applied Behavior Systems in the Department of Psychology at Virginia Tech. Also a co-founder of Geller AC4P and Senior Partner of Safety Performance Solutions. Dr. Geller has received Lifetime Achievement Awards from the International Organizational Behavior Management Network and American Psychological Foundation. As eager he was to be here live with you all, he couldn't be here due to time differences and other prior commitments. So Sir was kind enough to pre-record his sessions for you. So please enjoy. Any questions that you may have can be put in the chat box and answers will reach you via email or WhatsApp group. Thank you. So please.
I'm talking about life lessons that can make a difference in your life, in other people's lives, if we just apply them. And these are life lessons based on science, psychological science. And notice the subtitle, a synergistic. Now, synergy simply means the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So the sum of the parts, I'm going to talk about behaviorism. I'm going to talk about humanism. These are all different areas of psychology. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about positive psychology. And we're going to put these three areas together, and it's going to be synergy, meaning the whole is bigger than any of these individual parts. So I'm excited to share this with you. I want to start by, my slides aren't working right now. Sorry for that delay, folks. I mean, my projector wasn't working, but here we go with the second slide. I want to start by sharing with you two of my heroes. I mean, I believe it's important to understand who started these areas. So on the left is B.F. Skinner, and he's the guy that's responsible for behaviorism, or as I call it, applied behavioral science. And on the right is W. Edwards Deming. And I went to a workshop in 1991, and Dr. Deming was 91 at the time. And he taught for 4 days, and he turned my paradigm. He turned me around. I went from behaviorism to humanistic behaviorism. So Dr. Deming was a humanist. Both of these guys are my heroes. There's a quote. These quotes from these heroes indicate where they're coming from. So B.F. Skinner, one can picture a good life by analyzing one's feelings, but one can achieve it only by arranging environmental contingencies. That's the word. A contingency is an arrangement between the environment and behavior. If you do this, you will get this outcome. That's a contingency. If you do this, you will avoid this aversive or negative outcome. That's a contingency. Let's go on. Immediate consequences outweigh delayed consequences. B.F. Skinner's legacy to us is 3 words: selection by consequence. Selection by consequences. We do what we do for what we expect to get by doing it, and or what we expect to avoid by doing it. He also said this: consequences for the individual usually outweigh consequences for others. Now that's kind of sad, you know, that's kind of a self-serving perspective. But if we're honest with ourselves, too often that's the case. I'm going to try to turn that around for you today and show you why it is really better and feels good to help others. But this is what Skinner said. Now we say Deming. Now we're talking about humanism. Deming was a believer in the system. Don't blame people for problems created by the system. Sometimes we focus on individuals and we want to say that's his or her problem, but no, it's bigger than that. Deming also said, you can't measure everything. Sometimes you just do it because it's the right thing to do. We have this slogan in the United States, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it, you know, and that's one thing. I have to measure everything. Deming said, no, not necessarily. You can't necessarily measure how people feel, but you still do it. How about this one? People support that which they help to create. If we get people involved in a process, in creating a process, they will be more likely to support it. One more, in God we trust. All others bring data. So data is important. One of my favorite statements is, without data, you're a jerk with an opinion. And there are lots of opinions floating around. So I'm telling you again, perhaps I'll say it more than once, what I'm sharing with you is based on data. I've got two more individuals to share, two more heroes. On the left is Abraham Maslow. And we're going to talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. In the field of psychology, you're going to hear about, if you heard about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And he was a humanist. He passed away in 1970 at the age of only 62. And he is a humanist. And on the right, we got Marty Seligman. Martin Seligman is with us today. In fact, he and I are exactly the same age, just about 80 years old. And he started positive psychology. I believe that Martin Seligman is one of the most important, perhaps the most important living psychologist today. And why do I say that? Because he started a discipline 20 years ago when he was president of the American Psychological Association. He started positive psychology. We're going to talk about that. Here's a quote from Abraham Maslow, and this connects to positive psychology. It is as if Freud supplied us the sick half of psychology, the negative part, and we must fill it out with the healthy half. And Marty Seligman similarly said the same thing. Curing the negatives does not produce the positives. Positive psychology is based on the notion that we have to learn what makes people happy. Psychology is typically thought as was these quotes, working on the negative side, helping people with their emotional issues. But Marty came along and said, what about the other side? What makes people happy? That is positive psychology. So here we go. We're going to talk about humanistic behaviorism. That's humanism plus behaviorism. By the way, that term humanistic behaviorism was popular in the 70s, but it kind of fell away. And I'm trying to bring it back because I think connecting humanism with behaviorism is very important. But then we're going to talk about positive psychology. Those are the three areas: humanism, behaviorism, and positive psychology. And notice I have actively caring for people. I'm going to teach you about AC4P. You know, we all care. We all care. We care about the pandemic. We care about tragedies. We care about violence. Do we act on that caring? So in many ways, this presentation today is about actively caring by combining humanism, behaviorism, and positive psychology. So here's a textbook that I wrote a few years ago. Actually, I didn't write it, I edited it. There are 31 co-authors, and I'm just sharing you with it. Notice the subtitle is Actively Caring for People. And notice under the contents, the first part are the basic principles. Notice the foundation, applied behavioral science. Today, I would say the foundation is humanistic behaviorism and positive psychology. And we go down the list, the psychology of self-motivation. We'll talk about that today. The courage to actively care. Social influence. And there it is, number 7, the intersection of AC4P and positive psychology. And number 8, leadership, followership, and AC4P. So again, this is a 700-page textbook, and these are the different applications of the principles, the applications of humanistic behaviorism and positive psychology. Notice if you go down the list, occupational safety, traffic safety, preventing alcohol abuse, obesity, caring for our children, athletics. There's a big one, number 19, actively caring for our environment. Now, with all that said, I once asked myself and my colleagues, if you had to choose seven basic life lessons from these basic principles of humanistic behaviorism and positive psychology, what would they be? So now I'm going to teach you 7 science-based life lessons. And you know what? I want you to teach others. I want you to hear me as a teacher, not me the teacher, you the teacher. I want you to believe what I'm teaching you so you realize it's useful to teach others. So I'm showing you some books here. I'm not selling you books, but I want you to notice that we have a book for police. We have a book for schools. The same 7 lessons that I'm going to teach you now have been adapted for police officers, schools, for parents. So we have a manual to teach parents. And I'm sharing these with you for you to know that they are all based on the 7 life lessons that we're going to talk about in a few minutes. We have one for safety professionals. I mean, the contents are slightly different, but the foundation are those 7 life lessons. And one more, got one for college students. Same basic 7 lessons. And finally, I did team up with a colleague and we wrote two novels. So these are novels related to those 7 life lessons. So all I'm showing you by these books is that there's a lot of material out there based on what I'm going to share with you right now. So here's the first lesson. And by the way, this will not be new to you. As we go through these, you're going to say, I knew that. It's common sense. Well, maybe it is common sense, but it's not necessarily practice. Here's the first lesson. Employ more positive consequences. I mean, you know that you feel better when you're working to gain a positive consequence than when you're working to gain an aversive or negative consequence. The most efficient and effective way to improve both behavior and attitude at the same time. Positive consequences, however, should be soon, frequent, and based on behavior. Not necessarily the case. What is this strange and beautiful feeling inside of me? Waves of ecstasy are pulsing through my soul. This is why I only give positive reinforcement once a year. I'm all tingling. I'm just showing you some cartoons here, kind of get us to realize that we don't necessarily practice this first lesson. Alice, here's a bonus for your good work. On what? I can't be specific because then you might do it again and expect another bonus. Congratulations, you motivated me to act randomly. I'm going over here and I don't know why. Again, I mean, Scott Adams is kind of has a pulse of our culture and he's kind of sharing with us that we don't do it right. How about this? Snoopy says, I try not to let it bother me, but I just can't help it. I've never been chosen employee of the month. I mean, seriously, we don't do it right. I got one more. And Ted gets his singular achievement award for creating the We Are Teams campaign. It's a check for $1,000. Let's all give Ted a hand. Smack, whack, ow. These things never work out the way you want them. See, there's one winner and everybody else feels like a loser. That's not the way we use positive consequences. How about this? We got married 20 years ago. I said, I love you. If anything changes, I'll let you know. So all of these kind of point out, folks, that we're not doing it right. Positive consequences mean frequent and soon. I told you I loved you when we brought you home from the hospital. If anything changes, I'll let you know. That's a cartoon from the parenting book. So positive consequences should be soon, frequent, and behavior-based. But be aware of the behavior you're rewarding. What do I mean? Okay, now will you please stop crying? So dad gives his daughter a pony. Now, maybe we don't give our kids ponies, but our children learn to cry when they want something. So dad or mom gives the child a toy or a present when they are crying. Guess what happens? Dad and mom, we call that negative reinforcement. When you do something to avoid, in this case, the child crying, an aversive consequence, that's called negative reinforcement. We want positive reinforcement. How about this one? Very important. Reward effort, not ability. Very important study. It's shown by this right here. Perfect routine, Susie. You're a natural. Awesome. Now I don't have to practice. So we need to be careful that we reward people's effort for trying hard. I know some parents say, my child is brilliant. My child is the best athlete. That's rewarding ability. And you know what will happen? That child might avoid a challenge for fear they will lose that label. So it's got to be focused on trying hard, working hard, on motivation. Finally, positive consequences promote success seeking. Negative consequences promote failure avoiding. Very important concept, folks. Check out this diagram. Do you seek success or do you avoid failure? Where are you? Which one of those boxes do you fit in? Are you a failure acceptor? You've just given up? Are you a success seeker? That's the place, that's the best place to be, seeking success. Now you might say, and I would say, it depends. It depends on the situation I'm in. Sometimes I'm working for a positive consequence. I'm working to gain. I must admit, sometimes I'm a failure avoider. Bottom left, I'm working to avoid failure. I'm not as happy then. I don't feel great when I'm working to avoid failure. I'm working. It's better that people work for the positive consequence rather than work to avoid the aversive consequence. Here's a picture, explains what I'm talking about. Ready, get set. Will he run? You bet he'll run. He will run to avoid an aversive consequence. Question, how long will he run? Will he run when the coach is not around to hold him accountable? When the manager or the supervisor is not around? The challenge we have is to develop self-motivation. We'll talk about that. But people are more likely to be self-motivated when they're working to gain a positive consequence. It's always sit, stay, heal, never think, innovate, or be yourself. Again, this is our culture. How about this? Now watch how these mice significantly increase their information processing, decision-making, and goal-directed behavior. Will those mice change their behavior? When he drops in the cat, you bet he will. We can threaten people into changing. We can use a negative consequence. And maybe I don't care how those rats feel, how the mice feel, but I care how people feel. One more. We heard you remove the label. Now, you folks might not get this one, but in our country, there's a label underneath most mattresses that said, "Do not remove under penalty of the law." It's this top-down attempt to control behavior. Got one more. But the sign says only shirt and shoes required. So you can see that sometimes when you force me to do something, sometimes top-down control results in me doing other things to assert my freedom. This happens in our country, particularly with this notion of independence. I'm doing it myself. And so the kid, he's wearing shirt and shoes, just what the sign said, but that's all. Big one. What's an intrinsic positive consequence? What leaders do is they promote intrinsic positive consequences. What am I talking about? I'm talking about natural consequences. You know, reading a newspaper, figuring out a crossword puzzle. Those are natural consequences. That's correct, Billy, but you don't win a prize this time. What's wrong with this picture? Billy is expecting an extrinsic consequence, an extra consequence. The teacher has not taught Billy the natural consequence of solving the problem. Of feeling good about what you've done. Good from the natural consequence. What are you two doing? One guy's just laying block. You know, he's an hourly worker doing it for the money. But the other dude who's actually laid more block, I'm on a team building a community center. So he sees a bigger picture and he understands the natural intrinsic consequences of his behavior. Again, make the process meaningful. Whether you're adding 2 + 2 or building a wall, whatever you're doing, help people see the natural consequences. That's what leaders do. I maintain that managers influence behavior, managers manage behavior, but leaders lead people. Number 2, this one's easy. You've all been there. Do we realize how much we teach others by our behavior? If you want to be better at what you do, observe someone who performs better than you. And we've taught our children not necessarily the right things. Well, where did you learn to drive so fast, young lady? Of course, she was watching her mom. How about this? Move over, stupid. Make up your mind. Jeffrey, what are you doing? Driving like daddy. So again, you know, observational learning is so key, and we have to be prepared and realize that people see us every day. Even strangers learn by our behavior. I love this picture. There's a dog, he's got a problem. So dad, the master, he's going to demonstrate through observational learning what the dog should do. Good, look at the dog now. So sometimes we don't necessarily learn the right things by watching others. Okay, I'm ready for number 3. Improve with behavioral feed forward and feedback. Here's the principle. Practice does not make perfect. You can repeat something over and over, but if you don't get feedback, you're not going to improve. So check it out. First, let's understand the difference between feed forward and feedback. So here is the basic ABC model of behavioral science. What do I got? There's the person in the middle, but before the person, I have an A, activator. And after the person, I've got behavior. That's B. A, B, and then I got a consequence, that's C. Okay? Now notice, feed forward is an activator. Feed forward is giving directions. Feed forward is telling the person what you want them to do. That's feed forward. Feedback is a consequence. It comes after the behavior. So feed forward directs behavior, feedback motivates behavior. If you get a positive consequence for what you've just done, you're more likely to do that behavior again. So if you're going to influence behavior, whether with feed forward or feedback, you need to specify the behavior. What behavior is desirable? We don't always do that. There's dad trying to be positive. Well, at least I know you're not cheating. But he's not talking about the behavior and not planning with the child. What behavior do you need to do so this outcome does not happen again? Here we go with feedback. It's so important. Make feedback sincere, specific, soon, and significant. Finally, we're getting some feedback way up here. No, that's too delayed. That's not going to work. How about this one? Dear customer, please disregard this feedback if your check is in the mail. This is all inappropriate uses of feedback. In fact, the way you use feedback is you become a behavior-based feedback coach. Now, I've developed and taught many acronyms over the years, but this is, I think, the best one. Please check it out. This is about feedback. This is about helping others, a colleague, a child, a parent, whatever. This is about improving behavior. What's the first C? Care. Know that I care, and you'll care what I know. I care about improving your behavior. I care so much, I'm willing to observe you. Take notes to tell you where there's room for improvement, but also to tell you what you did well. And while I'm observing you, I'm analyzing. I'm looking at the environment. I'm looking at the context. I'm looking at consequences. I'm looking at what's happening with that behavior that might be influencing the right behavior or the wrong behavior. By the way, this is the foundation of what I started in 1979 called behavior-based safety. Behavior-based safety. It's coaching. Imagine a coworker watching another worker with a checklist of safe and at-risk behaviors and watching them and doing all these. And then we get to the next C. After you observe and analyze, filling out that checklist, then you have to communicate. Then you have to share to the person, what did you find? This is easier said than done. In fact, some companies that are doing behavior-based safety, they skip this space. They skip this process right here. They just take the data, put it in a computer, and calculate safe and at-risk behavior instead of this one-on-one communication. How do you do that? Well, obviously, if it's positive, it's easy. Telling people what you saw that you appreciate. But what if it's room for improvement? What if it's not all positive? How do you give corrective feedback? Talk about that. And then the last one is H. Do it right, and you'll be helping. Let me show you a slide now. This is my license plate way back in 1992. And today it says the same thing. It says belt up. Telling you a story now. Every time I get on an airplane, did this for 17 years. I hand the flight attendant, called the airline lifesaver, and I ask them to please make the following announcement at the end of the flight. There it is. telling the passengers, now that you've worn a seatbelt for the safest part of your trip, the flight crew would like to remind you to buckle up during your ground transportation. I gave this blue lifesaver every time I boarded a plane, over 1,000 flights. Also, we have pledge cards on our campus, started this way in the 80s, where people pledged to buckle up. I even went to the naval base and gave out pledge cards. And when my daughter was 3.5, I taught her to hold up this sign when we got to an intersection. This was in the early 80s. Only 20% of the people in our country, USA, were wearing safety belts at the time. And if they buckled up, she'd flip the card over to say thank you. Why do I share with you all that? Well, I want to tell you what happened to me not too long ago. I got a ticket. In our country, if you don't buckle up, you're fined. I got a ticket. And what was it for? Fail to wear seatbelt. Failure to wear seatbelt. Huh? I called up my daughter and I said, Krista, you wouldn't believe what just happened. And she said, Dad, you have to tell everybody that. We all need a coach, even you. I've never seen you not wear, I don't use the word seatbelt, by the way. It's a safety belt. It's a life belt. I've never seen you unbuckled, but that particular day, circumstances had it that I wasn't buckled, and that's the day I got caught. Okay, number 4, now we're talking about feedback. Give more supportive than corrective feedback. That's the first lesson. By the way, the word feedback has negative connotations, doesn't it? Feedback. Your boss comes to you and says, I'd like to give you some feedback. Come to my office at the end of the day. Has your day been ruined? Why? Because we use corrective, negative feedback more often than corrective feedback. Get back to lesson number 1. Use more positive consequences. Hey, so what do your supervisors say? I mean, that's the message. And that's one picture. Here's one in our police manual. What did the chief say? And it's all about expecting a negative consequence with regard to feedback. So did the coach yell at you again? Again, we have this practice of trying to get people to do things with corrective, negative, rather than positive. All right. We'll get to giving corrective feedback, but let's look at lesson number 5 first. Embrace and practice empathy. That's the key. If you're going to give corrective feedback, you need to have empathy. What do I mean? It's not sympathy. Empathy is trying to see it from the other person's perspective. Those are 2 of my students. And my dog had to have one of those operations, and he had to wear that cone around his head. So what did 2 of my students do? They got cones to understand what is it like to go through the day with that cone. Now, I'm not asking us to do anything that silly, but it is about empathy, understanding the other side. Empathy requires an emotional connection. And I think one of the problems we have in our country this day is lack of empathy. So much social media, so much quick stuff. I mean, what do you mean I'm disconnected and out of touch? I have email, smartphone, text messaging, Facebook, and Twitter. Yeah, just words. But where's the emotional connection? Where's the empathy? Empathic listening is special and rare. So let's talk about empathy. Let's talk about listening. How many times you've heard it say, we got 1 mouth and 2 ears, you got to listen more. What about listening? Okay, let's talk about the levels of listening. At the bottom, it's ignore. Have you ever felt ignored? Press 1 to be ignored. Press 2 to be ignored longer. Yeah, ignored. Sometimes we pretend. I have students in my classes kind of nodding their heads as if they're really listening. And I don't know, but they might be pretending. What we do most often is selective listening. Selective. We don't hear it all. We hear what supports our perspective. In our country, we have one TV station that's Republican and one TV station that's Democrat, and people watch whatever station fits their, whether they're Democratic or Republican. It's very sad to me. And how about this picture? That looks like a windshield to me, Doc. That's what the bug sees. Our experience determines our perception. Have you ever heard the term selective perception? That term is redundant. All perception is selective. Sensation means we see the world through our five senses, that's sensation. Perception means we interpret the world with our biases. That's perception. And it's all selective. It's always selective. It's tough to hear it all. Check this one. She's trying to warn him. Pig in the road. But he's got what we call is premature cognitive commitment, a bias. And he calls her a roadhog. The dog gets it because he doesn't have that bias. That's selective. Let's move the ladder. How about attentive listening? This is when you try to put aside your biases and you try to hear it all. Try to take it all in. Haha, Biff, guess what? After we go to the drugstore and the post office, I'm going to the vets to get tutored. Haha, but he didn't hear it all. But the top of the ladder is empathic listening. This is when you really try to see it from the other person's perspective. No, honey, not I saw at a table. It's I have seen a table. She's not hearing it from the kid's perspective. He actually saw at a table. How about this? Maybe you heard of the golden rule, treat people as you want to be treated. I say that's wrong. I say you treat people as they want to be treated. That's empathy. Sometimes they don't want to be treated the way you want to be treated. You have to find out from them, how do they want to be treated? Number 6. Customize consequences. Now, this is critical for self-motivation and sustainability. I empower you means I give you more to do with fewer resources. What's the psychological science definition of empowerment? It requires 3 beliefs. Self-efficacy, I can do it, meaning I've been trained to do the job. So to feel empowered means answering yes to 3 questions. Can you do it? Yes. We call that self-efficacy. It's a belief. It's believing you can do it. I can believe somebody else can do it, but maybe they don't believe that. Never mind why. Just go fetch. Just do it. But what about why? Why is response efficacy. Will it work? So we do this coaching process for safety, for example, and I can do it. I can do CO, I can do all, but do I really believe it will reduce injuries? If I don't believe it will work, I won't feel empowered. How do you teach response efficacy? That takes education, man. That might take showing them some data. Look, here's the data. It worked. It worked when we did this coaching process in this organization. That's not enough. I got a third question. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Call it outcome expectancy. Do you believe that the outcome from what we're going to do is worth the effort? Check it out now. So self-efficacy is training. Train to do the job. Response efficacy is education. Now we exchange these terms. Is there a difference between training and education? Sure there is. Do you want your kids to get sex training or sex education? In our schools, we call it education. I don't want training, because training implies doing the behavior and getting feedback. How about driver's ed? In our country, we call it driver's education. I'd rather have them trained. So there is a difference. So I've got training to do the job, educated to know that it will work. And the last one is motivation, consequences. Are the consequences worth the effort? Here we go. Empowerment requires training. How do I do it? Education. Why should we do it? And motivation. Empowered people believe the outcome is worth the effort. Motivation. And empowerment activates goal commitment. Let's talk about goal setting for a minute. This is useful for everybody. What about goal setting? Well, I want to introduce you to SMART goals. Now, some have heard about SMART goals, but I'm changing it slightly to make it empowering. Check it out. What's the S? Whatever, whether it's SMART or SMARTS, S means specific. What exactly are you going to do to reach this outcome? I want the M to be motivational. Zig Ziglar and others have called it measurable. I need motivational, meaning I need to realize, what will I get if I do this? If we reach the goal, what will we get? So motivational means outcome expectancy. It's worth it. And the A is achievable, mean self-efficacy. I can do it. And the R is relevant, meaning it will work. So there we go. Those three middle letters make it empowering. And then, by the way, my T is trackable, which means I can measure it. So trackable includes the ability to measure my progress. And guess what? I add an S because I want you to share your goal. I want to share your goal with somebody else, and they might help you be accountable to reaching that goal. So there we go. Behavior is fueled by consequences. Let's look at consequences again. There it is. Check out the terminology here. You got your vision. I got a vision. I want 0 injuries in our company. Do you feel empowered to get there? Will you set SMART goals? All of that, by the way, comes before the behavior. I heard a pop psychologist say, vision without goal setting is just dreaming. And goal setting without a vision is just marking time. Put a vision and goal setting together and you'll get behavior. My response to that is maybe once, maybe twice. But if you don't get a consequence to support that behavior, it's going to stop. It's going to extinguish. So understand the big picture. Even some of the great thought leaders of this country, including Stephen Covey, I love the man. He did not talk enough about consequences to support and maintain behavior. Have you ever tried this? We've tried that. Put that sign on your table when you go to the next restaurant, your tip so far, and put some dollar bills and imply that the better the waiter or waitress does for you, the bigger the tip. I mean, we do things for extrinsic consequences. That's called contingency management. Remember B.F. Skinner? Managing the contingencies to get the behavior you want. That is other directed behavior. Why didn't you wear your safety glasses, says the safety director. I didn't see it coming. So that is other directed. But I want self-directed. So I want to quickly share with you self-motivation. Self-motivation. Check it out. Sometimes we need to be self-motivated to do the right thing. Perceptions of choice, competence, and community fuel self-motivation. So if you feel choice, some choice, you feel competent at doing worthwhile work, and a sense of relatedness to others, community, more likely to be self-motivated. Choice. Man, do we have this guy controlled. Every time we pull the lever, he gives us a food pellet. I mean, it's in the eyes of the beholder, isn't it? But the point is, they perceive choice. Competence. Check this out. I better hold back positive attention. Bobby's getting a big head. We used to have that. I remember, don't give him too much attention. I ask my audiences, does anybody get too much attention, too much recognition for the good things they do? I don't think so. And when I do get recognition, it builds my competence. And if I believe I'm competent at doing worthwhile work, I'm going to continue doing it. I'm going to be self-motivated. Finally, community. I'd share my crackers with you, but I'm afraid I'd create a cycle of interdependency. Exactly, that's what we want. You come into this world, you depend on others. Then teenager, you become independent. Can't wait to do it myself. And some of us get stuck there. When the way to be mature, the way to make it happen is for interdependent. We're all in this together, back to Deming, in a system to make the system optimal. I have a TED Talk, you might be interested in seeing it, on self-motivation. It's 15 minutes, and it essentially says what I've just said, but much better and much more examples. So if you're interested, just Google my name, TEDx, and it'll come up. I've got now over 10 million views, so I'm really proud of that people are learning the basics of self-motivation. Okay, here we go. Some consequences fuel self-motivation. Now we're moving into the last life lesson. The last lesson, number 7, some consequences. So remember Abraham Maslow? Abraham Maslow had something called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Now, number 7 says, we're going to move from self-actualization to self-transcendence. Let me explain. So here's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Needs suggest which consequences are motivating. Okay, and higher needs, as you climb the ladder, higher needs reflect self-motivation. Check it out. If you've taken any class in psychology or motivation or leadership, you've learned about this simple hierarchy of needs. Here we go. First, we satisfy our physiological needs. Then we climb the ladder, and it's safety and security. I feel safe and secure, and now I'm going to worry about social acceptance. See, we're getting higher up the ladder, and consequences that support social acceptance relate to community and self-motivation. But I'm still climbing. Self-esteem, wow. You make me feel better about myself, more worthwhile. I feel more competent and more self-motivated. Then we get to the top, self-actualization. Well, that's the way it used to be. What's self-actualization? I asked my professor way back over 50 years ago, when I was a graduate student, what is self-actualization? And he said, Scott, self-actualization means you've done it all. You've reached a point in your life where you think you've achieved all you wanted to achieve. And then he looked me square in the eyes and he said, and Geller, I don't think you'll ever get there. And he's right, man. I'll never believe I will have achieved all I wanted to achieve. But guess what? Abraham Maslow changed this. Before he passed away in 1970, his last book is 1971. It's entitled The Farthest Reaches of Human Nature. He said he was wrong. The best you can be is not about self. Check it out. The highest need is not about self. No, it's all about, I've got enough food. I've got enough friends. I have Self-esteem. I am self-actualized. Check it out. Let's climb the ladder. There's self-actualization. The top of the ladder is self-transcendence. Going beyond yourself for somebody else. And you know what? You don't have to get all the other needs satisfied before you get to the top. You can reach out and help somebody right now. And when you do, that will fuel your self-esteem, maybe your social acceptance. So climbing to that top helps you satisfy other needs. By the way, we call it actively caring for people. Now we're right back to what we started, actively caring for people. Humanistic behaviorism and positive psychology. AC4P behavior is fueled by a win-win, interdependent, there's that word again, mindset. One of my favorite pictures. Son, it's not whether you win or lose, unless you want daddy's love. We do have things happening in our culture that promote win-lose, independent over interdependent, not only in sports. What about politics, man? You know, it's sickening in our country. I am embarrassed for the United States of America these days, where the conflict was actually started with the prior president, with conflict between Republicans and Democrats. It also happens in the workplace with unions and management trying to, it's better to get together. So here we go. Self-transcendence is at the top of Maslow's hierarchy. AC4 behavior is fueled by a win-win interdependent mindset. AC4P behavior is sustained by positive consequences that reflect choice, competence, and community. So I'm going to end this presentation by teaching you what we are doing, and it's worldwide, to promote actively caring for people behavior. We have a wristband. There's a wristband, and there's Marty Seligman, another picture, and he's wearing a wristband. I'll tell you more about the wristband. There's one of our famous football stars in our country, Terry Bradshaw. He's wearing a wristband. And there's Michelle Obama receiving a wristband from our Ed Spencer, our president of student affairs. She's wearing a wristband, and she gave the commencement address way back in 2012. And my student, he's talking about one of my students, he was in a wheelchair all his life. But Justin Graves loved to help other people. Justin Graves has committed himself to helping at least one person every single day. As he put it, life is all about what you have done for other people. Wow. On our campus, we had a tragedy in 2007. And after that tragedy, we started this movement. And there's one of our cadets wearing a wristband. There are my students, and we study AC4P behavior. How can we increase this behavior? And let me tell you a brief story. Let me tell you about Allie Neal. Allie Neal was at another university, and one of my students was visiting Louisiana, this university, and it was LSU, and he was telling her about our movement, and she said, "Let me tell you a story. I was riding the metro in Washington, D.C., and I was sitting across from another individual, and he looked so sad. His head was down, and all I did was say, 'Are you okay?' And I showed some emotion, I think. He looked up and he said, 'No, I've just had the worst day of my life.' And she said, 'What happened?' So what she did was listen with empathy to his story. That's all she claimed to have done. And she ended up saying, 'Wow,' she said, 'I sure hope your day is better than this. And my stop is coming up. I'm going to have to leave soon. I hope you have a better day.' And he said, 'Wait, before you leave.' And he took this wristband off his wrist and he gave it to her. It says actively caring for people. And she said, after telling us the story, one of my students, where did he get the wristband? He got our wristband somewhere. Where'd it come from? From that point on, our wristbands have an identification number. And when you give somebody a wristband for an act of kindness, that's what it's for, an act of kindness, you record the ID number. Let me explain it. It's called the STEP process. Here you go. C, S for C, C, an act of kindness. T for thank. Thank them for their act of kindness by giving them the wristband. E, tell them to enter the act of kindness at the website. Here's the website, very easy, ac4p.org. Go to that website. Go to the website, ac4p.org, and check it out. And by the way, then the P of STEP is pass it on. Pass on this wristband to another act of kindness that you observe. And again, these stories, we're spreading positive acts, positive gossip, rather than so much of that negative gossip on the internet. It is traveling worldwide. I'm going to show you that we do have police officers who wear blue wristbands. And police officers in 3 states in our country are giving a blue wristband when they see acts of kindness from the citizens they serve. And it has an identification number. They have their own website, ac4ppolicing.org. So folks, I do want to share this, and the wristbands are available. The process, you don't have to use wristbands. It's about positive consequences. It's about showing recognition and gratitude. And I'm hoping that our future generation, I'm hoping that more people will get in touch with actively caring for people. I'm ending with one quote. Reverend Martin Luther King of our country said this, 1968, in this era of social transition, the greatest tragedy is not the blaring noisiness of the so-called bad people. It's the appalling silence.
Yeah, guys, the speaker is ended the session. Okay, guys, if you're having any queries, please mention in chat box. We will notate that and we'll get back the mail from speaker and we'll get back to you for this and with all answers. Be ready with that. Next, I call upon over to you, Mark, for the next session.
Thank you very much, Ritesh.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm going to introduce Ms. Anuja Trehan Kapoor. Anuja Kapoor is a renowned criminal psychologist from Delhi University. Many leading news channels like India Today, News 18, BBC Hindi, NDTV, etc. invite her for valuable inputs on various issues, whether it is women empowerment, rape, or any kind of violence in society, irrespective of gender or age. Ms. Anuja Kapoor is the founder of an NGO named Nirbhaya Ek Shakti, which is a center for victim assistance. Recently, Mrs. Anuja Kapoor was felicitated by the International Association of Research and Development Organization for her work in the field of Indian criminal psychology. On the occasion of the International Award Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Application in Bangkok, Thailand, Mrs. Kapoor attended the TEDx Yadavgiri as a speaker, where she spoke on a holistic approach integrating mental health to be a part of the education system. Dear speaker, we will be hearing a short buzzer prior to 5 minutes of the session, ending time, and a long buzzer exactly at the end of the session time. Thank you. And Jai Hind, ma'am, we will welcome you to the dais, and the stage is all yours. And I will hand over this panel to Angela. Over to you, Angela, please.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Angela. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am. I hope you are good as well.
So
No, I'm
without
so happy to be here. Yes, thank you so much. And congratulations to you all for your 3D Psychology Summit, Career Summit on 2021. I know it's virtual, but everything what you do right now is worth it. So thank you so much. And I really thank all the audience and all the other staff in the committee members and whoever are there together and the panelists who are there with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So without any further ado, let's begin with the questions.
Yeah.
The first question we actually had for you was for you to explain to us your personal journey in the field of criminal psychology. So everything from how you came into the field, your educational qualifications, and all of those aspects.
Okay. Angela, for me, this journey of mine was a journey of 15, 16 years. And it was not a very piece of a cake. And it should never be. And I'm telling you, these kind of things should never be a piece of a cake. In my this journey, I don't know how much you know about me, but I'm married for 25 years. So as I have my older kid is going to be 24 now in this year, and the younger one is going to be 21. So my journey has not started when I was in my college. My journey started when I'm a wife, when I'm a mother, when I'm a daughter-in-law. And that is the time when women believe in India that they no longer can work because of the various reasons related to their family. I took this challenge of doing so. And because there were some medical issues which happened in 2007, which was life endangered. And I was married in 96. So I took 13 years of my life to nurture my children. And after 13 years, in 2007, because of that medical reason, because I'm suffering from pituitary adenoma, that is the tumor of the brain that is related to pituitary gland, and it is something which comes as a time bomb with you. So what happens is, like, that was the time when I realized my life cannot go on waste. I cannot die on bed. I have to do something. In 1996, when I got married, that was the time my graduation somehow was kept on the side because during honeymoon period and all, I could not complete it. So that time, and I'll say I was never a graduate. But in 2007, thanks to my, I would say, blessing in disguise, I was able to start with my education once again. And the first thing which I did was the graduation in BA Honors, that is psychology. And I did it from Mata Sundari College. I'm a product in Delhi from Queen Mary School and Rosary School, Kings Wickham. That was the two schools which I changed in 9th standard. So from that time, I was in Mata Sundari, where I did my BA Honors and psychology honors. And because of this, in 2007, I completed it. And in one go, I did it after that. And then there is something which was there in me, which allowed me to move forward in life. And psychology is understanding the human mind. And you know very well that it gives you an upper hand from a normal people around, normal generation around. So the people who are next to you are sitting with their own particular profession. They are good in their own way. Now, when we talk about psychology, after that, there was time when I wanted to come forward and I wanted to study more, because there was this Nirbhaya things was also happening and all that stuff. But before that, it happened in 2012. That was the time when I sat in media. But before that, I was almost completing my educations, which were I was studying. I studied criminology. But because at that time in 2007, I was not able to find a particular college which could give me a criminologist thing. I worked for 3 months under retired director Dr. V.N. Sehgal. He was the director of CFSL, And V.N. Sehgal Saab, he asked me, Anuja, you are very good at lie detection and understanding the body language. Do something. It is a new subject, criminology. Read it. So I was just trying to understand what criminology is at the minute I stood it, but criminology was outside India, everything it was, but in India, it was not there. So of course, I got everything which was there outside India, and I read it, and I was like so fascinated. I was like, yes, this is me, because psychology is me, and criminology is understanding. As I would quickly give you a question on this difference between criminal psychology and forensic psychology. So why I did not do forensic psychology, because it was there in India and it's still here in India, and I chose to go into criminal psychology. So I looked into forensic psychology, and as I had a degree of BA, forensic psychology somehow took the degrees, and there were times when have done MSc also, and they were coming up with that. So criminology is all about MSc. It is Masters in Science. And I was a 12th student who was already a science student. So I already had bio and chemistry, like biology and physics, math. So BCMB I had. So I somehow got into psychology, and from there I took my stream into criminology. Criminology because I wanted to understand criminal mind. As I understood human mind, now I wanted to understand criminal mind and its behavior. Now, forensic psychology is not only about the behavior. Here we are talking in India, because forensic psychology was there in India. Now, what happened outside India, criminal psychologists are called as criminological psychologists. So criminological psychologists means there are those people, those researchers who go inside the prison and talk to the inmates who are there on the death row, who are about to be getting executed, and they talk to them and they take the interview and ask them, the heinous people who have done brutal crimes, brutal rapes, and ask them, why have you done it? What is it that has led you to do this? And then they are the ones who bring that research out, and that can be used and can be given to the parliament for making of the furtherance of the law. But this is not there in India. So as this is not there in India, what is happening is you have forensic psychology. Now, forensic psychology is called as reverse psychology, where what you do is you are enacting the stuff. You can understand the people who were connected to the particular, the perpetrator or what, or at the scene of the crime, what things are happening. But reconstruction of the crime scenes and all is done by the police. Criminal psychologists can stand with them. Criminal psychologists can do criminal profiling, but forensic psychologists can also do criminal profiling. So they are the ones are also there. FBIs, they have criminal minds. You must have understand. They have seen many movie pictures, and the TV series have been there. So they are the ones who can also. So the problem is there is a very fine line where we are talking about. But outside India, criminal psychology and forensic psychology is there. But in India, forensic is basically related to when we're talking about reverse psychology. We are talking to the victims. We're talking to the witnesses. Because in India, we were not being so much advanced related to understanding this. But criminal psychology now is coming up. It's a budding thing.
Yes, ma'am. So with regards to your journey, I also wanted to know and let you, talk to the audience about your NGO and your work with Nirbhaya Ek Shakti. If you could give us a little brief on what that work is.
Yeah. So as I was telling, I would like to introduce myself once again. That I'm not only a criminal psychologist. I am also an advocate. I'm a lawyer. I see cases related to criminal law, matrimonial law, civil law a bit, that is related to Transfer of Property Act. And I have been very closely watching acid attack victims, marital rape. So these areas, I have done a lot of PILs which are there in Supreme Court. So I have also done law. This thing happened only all during those periods when I was telling you, 2007.
Correct.
Yeah, 2012, I sat in media. So I was reading law also. I am right now as a founder, executive board member in South Korea for victimology. So I've also done victimology. I'm also a victimologist. I am a member to Victim Society of Asia, VSA. You all are welcome to be a part of VSA, South Korea NGO. I'm also a member to World Society of Victimology, that is WSV. You are also welcome to that. It is going to happen in Spain next year. So I, being the victimologist, understanding victim rights, understanding victim perspective crime, and from there understanding the criminology aspect of the criminals, understanding criminals from the victimological aspect. So I have been taking care of that stuff too. And I was thinking of doing this, and only in that period when I got to know that I also have to assist a one-stop center, and that became my NGO. It became as Nirbhay Shakti. Nirbhay Shakti means victim assistance. It does not only mean the women rights, because yes, a lot of people believe that Anuja is somehow women-centric. I'm sorry, that is not. I am centric to victims. For me, victims are the paramount. Even it is a child, it is an adolescent or senior citizen, male or female. And I'm looking into divorce cases. I'm also looking into cruelty related to man and women both. So for me, everything is important. I look into rape and murder too. So when I'm talking about criminal law, this is what it is. So NGO gives legal advices on a charity basis because it's an NGO. So I was trying to do that. There are times, and basically my NGO looks up into PIL because we need, every time I can't find victims who want to come on board and they want to shout. Like I was also there for triple talaq when we were talking about. I was there for Kathua rape case. I spoke for CBI. I spoke for marital rape. So these are areas, and I'm standing with, you can always find this guy, Chandrahas Mishra. He is a male acid attack survivor. My court, Supreme Court is taking care of, and my PIL is there. So I'm really closely looking into these things. Why I'm able to do this? Because of my credentials. So this is what my NGO is all about.
With regards to your fantastic career in criminal psychology, what are some of your major accomplishments and what are some of the major challenges you faced throughout the years?
Wow, seriously, I can't believe that it's coming a longer way now. It's 2021. I've been sitting in media. That is my accomplishment, but that is a very small accomplishment I'm talking about. Seeing the smile on the victim when he or she is being assisted rightfully is my accomplishment. So my degrees are zero. If I'm not able to help them, if I cannot become their voice, I should stop whatever I'm doing right now. I am not the rightful person for the society then. Reading so much just for my ego, or just to show people around but how boss I am, I'm sorry, this is not the way I'm trained. So for me, my accomplishment is seeing that voice, that thank you voice, and understanding the pain of the person who is going through, and standing with that person, with that victim, without even letting that person know that you are standing with them. And there are times when I have stood with the human trafficking and POCSO law victims. This is a very particular case you can all see in YouTube. It was related to the cigar burn of a model, and it was from Kathmandu. And this girl was being burned all over. So cigar case, you can see that in YouTube. So from there, I picked it up, this case. And that was the time when I spended, and I did not look, not even once my husband said, Anuja, why are you spending? So I spent around 2 lakhs and above on those 2 victims because they were about to die in Pune. I had to fly them up so that I could give them that protection. I was fighting that case in Bombay High Court. That was my first case and I was finishing my law, and the first case, which was there for human trafficking PITA and related to POCSO, and I gave it to the state CID with the help of court number 53 in Bombay. I'm so happy that was able to do it. For me, opening up a chapter is not a difficulty. For me, closure is paramount. If you cannot give a closure to a victim, no point you becoming an advocate for money, not possible. So this is what are my accomplishments. This is where I stand. And challenges, of course, these all are challenges. You are sitting with policemen, FIR not to be done. You are showing that, oh my God, I had to do FIR. I did this in Fox, so you will see that it's all there in the YouTube. How we do these FIRs. I have to sit in DCP office most of the time for my own thing. There was a cyber crime issue and the DCPs there don't allow you. I'm also an honorary special police officer to my police thana, and from where I'm staying. So in this way, I'm able to assist some of the cases and I'm able to investigate some of the scene of crime. So I'm just saying, like, God is kind, God is kind, God is kind. And I'm seeing all those beautiful comments which are coming to me. I'm folded hands. I'm saying thank you, thank you, thank you to all of you. I'm just reading that. So I'm getting rasgullas in my cheek and I'm so happy. You're giving me blush without a blusher. So thank you. So yes, the second question.
You have such a fantastic mindset. That's just amazing. So now we will come to some questions which will have some practical, base for our students, people who are listening to you. This will be regards to, since you have been in the profession for such a long time, what are the kind of organizations and agencies do you think that hire criminal psychologists?
Okay, as I'm telling you, criminal psychology is very new to India. Okay, so because criminal psychology is very new to India, because I have accomplished many other credentials, believe me, okay? So criminal psychology is not the only one I'm looking into. So as I'm an advocate also, I have an NGO also, and I have many other factors. So media calls me. That is why I came up in media. And me, because I become a pioneer in India, as you must have seen. So people, they call me Indian criminal psychologist, because I became a pioneer in India with all these multifaceted things. So these are the things all the budding people have to learn also. You also have to do, so what I have to, I was telling is that what you also have to do is not only criminal psychology, start with psychology, do LLB, also get along with some of the NGOs, understand how children, how the other people work, the NGOs work. You also have to see that, and this is that creates. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. So what is important is that you have to, the way I have seen it around, but many people, they see me, there are many emails, many things which come up to me, ma'am, we want to become like you. So what it is that because I was a pioneer in India, so I got that limelight. Okay, and because I've done so many of credentials, so criminal psychologists in India is yet to come up.
Correct.
Criminology you can study to understand how can we put down the crime rate, how can the researches can be done. You can give those research to the parliament, to the people, legislative bodies. So those research papers can help us minimize crime, and so that like we have done in JJ, Juvenile Justice Act, they were talked about 18, 19, 20 age groups. When we talk, these are the times when you can look into the research work. How can be things done up, and so that we can make good, and deterrent crimes in future. Because right now, crimes are deterrent laws in future. I'm so sorry, deterrent laws in future, because right now what we see, the laws which are coming up is not deterrent, because these laws are done with hue and cry of the people. These are not meant for the criminals, because there are no criminological psychologists who are going and talking to the people. So there are very less people who are invited in Tihar jail, or they talk to the hardened criminals and ask them. Because when we see in BBC News, when we talk to Nirbhaya Singh, people got agitated and BBC News was being banned and not to being able to talk. So first of all, India has to prepare itself for the larger perspective, open up your minds and hearts, because what you are going to listen from a criminal perspective or from their mind, you cannot take it in your body and then Because if they say something like mithai ka dibba and all that stuff, wo to khula hua hai, aap le nahi payenge usse. So because of this, please open up your mindset before you take up any, if you want to bring up something in India. Because with this, there will be many areas, repercussions can also come up. So we are looking, that is why we are not able to pull down crime rate, because we're not able to understanding crime to that level, to that root cause. So we have people who are there as a psychologist now, as a criminologist now, as a victimologist now. Now it is a big time I'm talking. Now we have really come forward. We are seeing IPC sections have been taken care of. Recently, you must have also seen this National Law University of Dwarka. So there is a vice chancellor, the new vice chancellor, G.S. Bajpai sir. He's a good friend of mine. So they are doing this criminology, law, and everything together. So that is one of the areas where you can go and do your criminology and psychology, and your, I think psychology is also that we have to figure it out, and law so definitely is there. So you can figure it out how things are. So now we are coming up with many ideas and many things, and IPC is also being changed, and there are also changes. So they have done a lot of research work. Now they are doing it, and they've done it more. And Indian Society of Criminology, that is another area where you can go and study also more. So rest outside India, please go anywhere. So, depending upon how much money you can pull in and how can you can, it's like Oxford and it's like Harvard, it's like things around. So it's up to you guys what you want to do. And profiling, criminal profiling, I have done when you're talking about accomplishments. Criminal profiling, I have done of Arushi case, Sunanda Pushkar case, Shri Devi, Sushant, Indrani Mukherjee, Ram Rahim, Gurmeet. So these are the people I have done profiling, and I've spoken it extensively on media. So for now.
From what I've understood from your answer, if somebody is looking into getting hired as a criminal psychologist, they will have to expand their mindset and not just focus on criminal psychology, but also gather more credentials to their name, which will give them a more diverse profile to work with.
Yes, because you want to work with police also, you want to, because they all can take a good benefit out of you. Local, state, center. Because they can take so you have to NGOs. You can bring up their cases. You can connect with the, you can be coming up as an expert also. So which foreign countries accept 3 years graduation in psychology? I have no clue, darling, because I really don't know, because I've done it from India. So we are talking about, because India is there, but we are really looking up it into. So I think outside you can always figure it out. There are almost many areas, many are giving you the best of 4. You can just choose from there. So there are many which are there outside India. Yes, there are many threats which, because the case which happened in Bombay, that was the threat which I had, and it has created a lot of agony in my areas. I had to do an FIR in my police thana. They had told that they're going to pick up my sons and my husband, and now I am owner of Nirbhik, a .32 caliber. So I carry gun. So and yes, these are all a part of us, and we become the carriers of the arms also, because we have to protect ourselves.
So, ma'am, in addition to this, especially since you're, very diverse profile, I think our audience will really benefit from your views on the National Commission for Allied and Healthcare Professionals bill that was passed in Parliament.
Yes. So what has happened, that why they have done it, because what was required is you only knew about doctor, nurse, and patients you were just talking about. Very less did you know about the other aspects of doctors. So there are physiotherapists, I think there are many people who are connected with psychologists. We have physiotherapists, pharmacists, social workers, original and Torres Strait Islander health practitioners, occupational therapists. See, imagine medical, bringing everybody on board for you guys so that you can expand, and bringing them under a particular umbrella so that they behave also. And they talk to the people around. You should not only know the medical health. It's like, oh, we only know counselor, we know doctor, we know nurse. It's a big field. So that is why bringing up this is allowing you to help you more and go outside the medical frame, and you are, like I have done this, and I've become one person, or you become, so when I sit in panel, I am representing 5 people in one. So this is how it is. So doctors were representing everybody in one. So what they have done is they have gathered the people differently so that everybody is honored, and we're giving more of employment to them also. So that is also there. And people have really worked hard on their credentials also. So let them be also honored. So bringing them on board, helping the patients to understand and think about it. So I think this is how this new thing has come up.
Last but not the least, in your expert opinion, I wanted to ask, what do you prefer? Do you prefer criminal psychology or do you prefer forensic psychology? And also, in addition to that, what is your message or what is your giveaway to our young budding psychology enthusiasts in the audience?
Okay. So I would just say that whatever I've learned in life, I never thought that I will, use it in such a way. Because at that time, I was reading, I was studying. So even if you do criminal psychology now, as this is coming up, or you do forensic, because India knows forensic more, clinical psychologists more. They never knew to understand psychologists who was like Pagloka doctor before that. So I am telling you, forensic is right now in India is more, and with the larger, it is somehow the same stuff which is coming up. But criminal is like understanding criminal minds with the respect of crime and how you can lower it down with more of research. That is also there. So what I feel, I have done forensic science also. I forgot to say that. So I did diploma also under retired director V.N. Sehgal. I did forensic science also. And so this has helped me to understand the DNA of the blood. This has helped me to understand forgery. So I'm telling you, please go beyond the box. Don't stick to it. For me, school study or college study is nothing on that level when you are studying there and they are giving you this, but go beyond this. They are the temples. School and colleges are the temples, but the temples does not stay there. They go beyond your life and they go outside your country. So bring that thing up. They have told you, they have given you, but you have to condition yourself. Go talk to the victims. Don't be egoistic. Go down to them, listen to them, hug them, sit with them. If they're not ready, the rapists, if they're not ready to tell them what they have done, please don't go and ask them, how did the rape happen? It's not a matter of enjoying and what did happen. And no, let that person speak. Acid attack victims, they're the most beautiful people I've ever come across. Sit with them. Main thing is to counsel, and how sometimes counseling is just the thing. You don't have to speak. You may be knowing a lot of things. Children who have been raped, they're sitting right next to you. The father must have raped. So what I'm telling to all you people is, reading a subject will not empower you. It's just a knowledge. If you want to do an education, empower yourself with the experience. Work on the field. Go outside. Put PILs. Connect with advocates or become an advocate. Take up the cases. Understand how can we reduce crime. How can we go about it? How can we help a lot of people? Even if it is money matter is connected, how can you do a bit of charity? Understanding crime does not make you a person with a glass of wine or with a whiskey and you sit in a group and you tell, oh, I have done this and I know this. No, what you need is you go out, be there, work, come back home, take a green tea or whatever and see what have you accomplished in that day. I have just said difference between forensic and criminal psychology. I've just said, beta. I've just said it. What is the difference between criminal psychology and forensic psychology? Forensic is related to all the things which are happening right now, where you will be talking about victimology, like you will be talking to the witnesses, you will be talking to the victims. Law has been there. You can talk to the advocates. Forensic psychology, because there was not criminology in India, so criminology part is coming in forensic also, but criminology is basically related to, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, because I felt so. What is important is like you have to go to the prisons for like forensic psychologists go to the prison, but in criminal psychologists also, and they also are the ones who go to the prison. But depending upon how things are going ahead, and what I feel is when I have read criminal psychology and forensic science, I have not bounded or questioned myself. Can I do one? I think for me, I did. I can do both, and I have expanded. So why you only want to sit at one? If you have a stuff ahead, money. I'm sorry, money you cannot have it in. I'm just telling you why, because people will ask me. Money you can't have it in psychological right now, in criminal psychology, because it is just you can become a lecturer, you can become a researcher, depending upon that you can get it. Prisoners and all these stuff in India, forensic psychologists can get still money because they understand their forensic stuff and it is there in the books. Criminology is new, but it is coming up, and so how I'm an advocate. So yes, my money profession is coming from being an advocate. So that is from where I earn, not from criminology. Yeah.
Ma'am, I think we have a very interesting question from Zosha Khan in the chat box. What do you think will be the most effective solutions to reduce crimes or understand their mentality?
Okay, so what I feel is, I've spoken it many times. How can we reduce crime? This is a very good question when we do not ask how can we stop crime. Nobody can stop crime. So this is the first thing. As I said, don't boost around, don't box around like, oh, we can stop crime. I'm sorry, this doesn't happen. So the crime does not finish now because you are there in the, you are among the society. So crime is born with you. Because we have a good person, we have a bad person, we have an evil person. So because we have an evil person with us, due to hereditary, then that is a different question. Now, how, if we talk about, you can see a lot of my videos are there on TED Talk. As I forgot to say that, I have done 18 to 19 TED Talks related to criminal psychology and crimes and many other things. They will really help you to understand the depth of it so that I can speak on the greater length. So you can also go there as we have very less time over here. So please go ahead. You can always see my articles are there on Google. There is my page also with the name of Anuja Kapoor. Twitter handle is also there with the Anuja Kapoor India. I'm there on Instagram too. I'm there on LinkedIn too. So my articles are there all over, and you can see if you like something, please do give me your wishes. And if still you feel that I can change and I can grow more, please allow me to give those feedback also.
Okay, ma'am. With that, I think we'll put an end to the Q&A section. Thank you so much for joining in despite such a busy schedule that you've had. And thank you so much for giving your time and giving us such practical insights on your profession, because this is not something we may have come across when we are studying in a bachelor's degree or our master's degree. This is not something that will be taught. And I'm really grateful to you for bringing in that expert insight. With that said, I'd like to present to you a token of our appreciation, and I'd like the tech team to present to ma'am the e-certificate that we have for her.
Oh,
thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
This certificate will be emailed to you later today.
Yes, and I thank you, Angela, and yes. I thank to the all the sponsors and the people who have been listening me, the audience, the great students who are the budding, I'm saying the youth of India. You all are the ones who's going to drive India to that next level, and we are waiting. We're waiting for new India, and you are the ones who are going to be standing with us. We are really looking up, become those people which we are looking up. Could not we become, but we wanted you to become now more of it. Study hard. What I always say is have lots of knowledge, but apart from that, get down on the ground and become what you want to be, because on the ground, you will know your value, not in the air condition. So please get down on your work level, see what is there, do your reports, do a lot of PhDs, see what you can do, and maybe in near future, we can see budding criminal psychologists more in India, and we can see a lot of law change, and the crime which you're talking about, how can we reduce it, can only happen when we talk to criminals and our mindsets are open and they can listen to us, our dadi, dadu, and everybody, and nana, nani, and they will not say, oh, and they will not say this, and they can listen to the criminology of that person, that mind of that person, the criminal aspect of that person, and how can we change that perspective, and how can we help in that society. That is important. Okay?
Definitely. That's absolutely correct. With that, ma'am, thank you so much, and hopefully we'll collaborate with you soon again.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Angela.
Yes, I'd like
we
to
have
call
a
upon
certificate,
Litish.
right?
Litish, we have just shown the certificate.
Okay, we can mail to the certificate to ma'am. Okay,
Yes.
that's not a problem. We can mail the certificate to ma'am's mail. It'll be good.
Okay, Angela, and the interview was awesome. Please keep it up.
Yeah, it's
In the meantime, I'd like the tech team to play a few videos till we get our next speaker on board.
yeah. Before that, we can ask some questions with participants, attendees, right? We can ask it.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, you can stay here. And guys, leaders, come on to the onboard. Please switch on your cams. We can start asking the questions to attendees. This is a interactive session for you all, guys. First question I'm going. Can I go ahead?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. Overall in the meet, what you have learned today? What is your experience after coming this conference? What I learned about AI with Sahid. I will say that. What is your experience today? You can go ahead. Please use chat box or you can unmute yourself and you can say. Yeah, Mark said that learn a lot. Yeah, any other guys? Please interact with us. It's 15 minutes. We are going to interact. Only mind-blowing session is. Many of them last question. Not only I am. Gagan, my mind is got blown away with the.
If you have any questions for us or about the event, you all can ask that too.
I hope so far this has been an enriching experience for you guys and you're benefiting from this as much as possible. We have tried our best to get the best speakers on board for you all. So I hope you're enjoying this so far.
Yeah, I was very much impressed about the last session, criminology. It was really out of the world. I just learned a lot of things. I took notes also, and it was absolutely out of the world. I'm thinking to learn psychology now.
Actually, criminal psychology is something very new in India, and it deserves its boost. It really is very important in India.
Yeah, we want to learn about. We want to know definitely what is criminal psychology and what are the things she have told us. We should think. I think so, but definitely we have to do it.
Yeah, right. Can someone from the tech team share Nishi Priya's number on the chat group, because someone has asked for it. Someone might like to contact her.
Yeah, we are getting continuous thank you, and
that's
continuous.
Just our pleasure. We are just happy that you all are enjoying it. We are glad about it, and there is not just today. We have two more days to go, and even today we have 3 more speakers to look at, and it's just going to be amazing. We have most nice speakers tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so it's just going to be a blast. So keep tuned in, tune yourself in, and just enjoy.
So I'll ask you the session which was very much interesting. Can you please type in the chat box? Which was the top most out of the world, top notch? Can give any words to that. So
Actually, the interesting one was the last interview.
yes,
Really
yes, that's
was.
what. No, we'll get suggestions from the participants as well, right? So you just comment in the chat box. We can ask the last one, of
Everyone
course.
favors me.
Yes, of course. Oh, even Sahid sir get.
Yes.
Oh wow! That's
I
really
think
good.
that everyone are very active after their lunch session. After they get their food, they are all very active, and most
They're
of the
getting
answers
best
are
right.
only from the
That's right.
afternoon session.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about everyone is almost saying about that criminology one, right? Yeah. So we are very happy that you learned something from this conference. We are absolutely happy, and as Ria told, we have many more many more speakers to come in this conference. So stay tuned with us.
Also, the one with Scott Geller was really insightful. These are the things that we often miss out on, and it was good that he reminded us of it. And the overall session was very sweet, and I got the opportunity to interact with him, and he's an absolutely amazing person. So if you want to know more about him and his company, I have shared the link on the group. I will share it again. You can go and check it out, his page as well.
I will be getting all the leaders' contact in the chat box, so you can reach out them by the contact a lot we are sharing, so you can take that also.
He also has a TED talk, which is like my favorite one so far. It's around 15 to 16 minutes and it has 10 million views so far. And it's really amazing. Like I watched it just before we were going to interview him and it's really amazing. I'll share the link to his YouTube and you can all watch it. It's a great TED talk.
Yeah, sure. We'll do it that.
Actually, they are not only to you, even by not being a psychology student, even we were very attracted to this session. All these sessions were very amazing.
Yeah, whenever you're attending these sessions, I think that I also need to learn psychology. I'm very interested to learn psychology.
Yeah, true, very true, very true. Being an engineer, I want to change my stream into psychology. I'm just thinking of that. I'll just
Even by being an art student, I want to change my stream.
No, I'm feeling very bad. Whenever I'm engineering student, I'm not getting more stuff. So whenever psychology students having more stuff, I'm wasting my years a lot. 3 years I have wasted my colleges. Whenever I come to psychology students are most intelligent is here. Like Gloria, like Ria is there. All of them is very intelligent. They have more ideas also. I need to learn psychology. If there isn't any opportunity to learn psychology after my bachelor's, I will learn psychology.
You can do courses with 3G School of Psychology.
Yeah, there is a diploma courses, right? I will do that.
Also, it doesn't matter if you're engineer or not, because psychology applies to every field. So you can specialize, in the field that you're currently studying along with psychology. So there's that. Engineers can become engineering psychologists. So
yeah. Even I had a paper in psychology during my first year in PG. It was a very interesting paper and our teacher was very good. And now I miss.
Yeah, we need to create a new world as a engineering psychology. We need to do both mix and we need to create a new world. We are interested to do that.
AI psychology sort of comes in that section and gives us insight on what the future could look like. So so the Sahit sir's session also, told us the opportunities that are going to, come in through psychology and AI. And it's great that 3G is offering such a, unique and different, course available for us. So
yeah, whenever you're coming to that, no one say this is an opportunity for a future. Here in the 3G, that's a special. They are offering their courses plus they're giving the opportunity to us also.
Psychology is a very magical subject. Like anyone can love it. Not just because we are coming from that discipline, but it is something that anyone who wants to know about it cannot just stop at some point. It just keeps on getting interesting.
Yeah.
So audience, if you want to ask any question or do you have any queries, please make use of the chat box so that we can answer your question.
Yeah, there's a question like, what about pharmacy students? Can they pursue psychology?
Psychology students, Ria and Gloria need to answer this.
Actually,
Yes, of course.
there is no direct link to it, but as you come from a science stream and you study about some aspects of biology, and if you're studying medicine, definitely you study about the brain and chemicals and stuff, and that has a lot to do with neuroscience and psychology. So you can connect it. You can definitely find connections of your interests, and just do a psychology course. Online platform is growing so much. 3G School has so many platforms that you don't need a particular degree to be specific to do a certain course. You can join those. You can join any online courses for that matter. Psychology is a very deviant and very beautiful subject, and anyone from any discipline can join it and do it any time of their age. Really, there is no boundary to anything.
Which foreign countries accept 3 years of graduates in psychology from India? That's the next question.
Okay, so I am not the perfect person to answer this question, but just from my experience, as I have also been looking at some countries, UK and some countries in Europe do accept 3 years of graduation. But if you look at America, like US, Canada, they need 4 years of graduation. So there is a difference between what country you're choosing and what kind of course you're looking at. So there are many things, not only the 3 years graduation, but many other things also that come into the picture once you actually start looking for it. So we actually had a abroad session before this event started. So you can, get a correct guidance. I am also a student. I'm not actually the right person, but I'm just giving you the idea that I know that European countries, especially that I'm sure of, is UK and Ireland, do accept 3 years of graduation, and you can still research about it. It's not hard to find out about it.
Okay, next question they are asking, can we post forensic or criminal if we are currently studying a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology?
Just a second, we have to put an end to this question and answer session and put it for a little while later. Can the tech team please start playing the video for the time being?
Okay.
We will answer the remaining questions later, guys. Don't worry.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, there exists a taboo regarding mental health and the field of psychology. This prevents a large section of society in urban India from seeking help, while rural India suffers from lack of resources.
The mental health scenario in our nation is highly disorganized to pockets which are inaccessible to the most. The regulatory bodies are not structured either.
All these reasons have added a lot of instability and lack of guidance for students who want to come in the field as well as have a rewarding career.
There's a huge scope and demand in psychology despite what people might be telling you. So come join with us and explore the field of psychology as well as latest trends which you might have never heard before.
I'm super excited to talk about encyclopedia event. It's one of its kind in the world. It is designed by the student for the student. There are eminent speakers coming from the various field of psychology to discuss, to answer all your kind of a question, whether you are a PhD student, you are a UG student or PG student or school student.
In India, the rate of mental health practitioners is 0.3 for every 1 lakh people as per the World Health Organization.
There is a great gap that exists between the providers of health and people in need.
With this global pandemic, things have gotten worse, and it is predicted that after this, we will be having a mental health pandemic.
We are a growing population with complex issues but not enough resources for help.
Psychology is seen as an interesting blend of science and art. It is becoming a popular choice for many students.
However, Hello everyone. So our next speaker is here with us. So I'd like to pass this on to Ria to introduce him to us and we can start the session immediately. Thank you so much for being patient with us.
Hello everyone. So our next speaker is Dr. Rakesh Kriplani. It is with special excitement that I am pleased to welcome Dr. Rakesh Kriplani to our 3G School of Psychology Summit. Mr. Rakesh Kriplani's passion to create awareness about cyber psychology, endless approach to conduct webinars, workshops, and programs about safety psychology, and continuous work with the police about the reasons and impact of cybercrime has touched and positively impacted so many lives. It is your far-sight and humanitarian thought process that motivates many of us who have heard you to work harder and create more awareness. Dr. Rakesh Kriplani has also represented Asia and India at the World Health Innovation Summit for COVID-19 in India, complying with the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. Dear speaker, we will be hearing a short buzzer prior to 5 minutes of the session ending time and a long buzzer exactly at the end of the session time. Thank you. Welcome, Rakesh, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ria. And thank you, 3G Group, for inviting me for such a big opportunity and good opportunity. I've been noticing from last 2 years about 3G, and I'm seeing it's really good work. The presentation, the way you have been developing all these things. Best wishes to all of you. And not wasting much of the time. I know we have short of time and we have to cover a lot of things in next 45 minutes to 1 hour. So we'll start the session then, Ria. Should we go ahead with that? Yeah, thank you. So I have to share the screen. Yeah, thank you. So thank you all of you for taking your time to listen to me. And I think this is going to be my around 1700 workshop today. And in last around 20 years, whatever I've been collectively doing in clinical practice as well as in cyber psychology from last many years, we'll be just putting up a small crux of all these things, small abstract of everything, so that you can understand what career scope is there. Because today we have a topic on career in cyber psychology and its applications. So we are not going to be into in depth of the topic of each, whatever I'm going to tell you, like what exactly it consists of, because if you are going to cover the topic, so we are going to miss out the scope of cyber psychology. So today's topic basically is more on the application part, but even then also, what are the inclusive topics in cyber psychology, so that you can understand key when we talk about cyber psychology, it's not about only about mobile addiction. Many of them, they have a confusion. Basically, when we talk to any school principal or any other person apart from psychology, they say, sir, okay, you're talking about cyber security. I say, no, I'm not talking about cyber security. I am talking about cyber psychology. So it's a totally different aspect. So cyber psychology is basically the preventive aspect of cyber security and problem. We can say in that way. Same like what we have preventive medicines in medical field, where all people now, all medical fraternity, they are moving toward lifestyle changes to prevent diseases. Same way, cyber psychology is also there, basically like a preventive medicine in cyberspace. So we are going to cover all the topics, what topics usually we cover, and what are the opportunities available all over India, all over the world. And it's a totally broader spectrum. I was seeing 3G school, they have started in artificial intelligence psychology. hats off to them. This is something, a very visionary part what they have started. Hats off and salute to them. So let's start with this part. So when we talk about scope of cyber psychology, so we need to understand the cause effect relationship of psychology first of all. As I said, people are confused about cyber security and cyber psychology. Cyber psychology is the preventive aspect. It covers many domains. We can say interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary area of cyber. It's not only connected only with mobile addiction. I've seen a lot of interns, a lot of juniors or freshers, when they come, they say, sir, mobile addiction, it's only mobile addiction we think. I say, no, it's not mobile addiction. It's something connected to business, something connected to economics, something connected to geography, everything. So let's come up with this part. So when we talk about cyber psychology, what exactly we try to convey and what exactly we try to deliver in that. So the first important when it comes to cause effect relationship, we try to deliver one part, like what happened in last 60, 70 years, in last 70, 80 years, how the communication got shrink, how the family got shrink, how the greeting cards company came up, the mobile evolution came up, how WhatsApp came up, how Orkut wind it up, everything. In last 70, 80 years, when we talk about Indian context, so we usually cover it from pre-independence period to post-independence 2021. And when we talk about global, we talk about the industrial waves and other things. So first part is that to understand the psychosocial dimension of communication, how communication has changed in last 70 years and how a family of around 20, 50 people shrinked into 3, how a family who used to interact for 1.5 hours, now they are decoding, sending a decoding message or an emoji to a family with just a smiley or something. So one part. Second part, we have to understand, when we need to understand the cyber psychology, so we have to understand the generation difference, how generation has been divided. Okay, so like I've seen many of my interns are there, those who have done cyber psychology under me. So they may all recall this thing, they have been taught about this thing, how generation has been divided, right? From baby boomers, Generation X, baby boomer, those who were born between 1945 to 60, those who were born from 1960 to 80 is called X, 80 to 2000 is called Y, that is called millennials, and after 2000, those who are born, they are called Z, Generation Z, and 2010 onward, they are called Alpha. So we need to understand the communication pattern of each generation and what has happened with their generation, how they interact, how they think when it comes to mobile, when it comes to cyber, what are the basic loopholes, lacunas or weakness and strength, and how they get trapped into cyber problems. Like there are different problems with different generations. When we talk about cyber trapping or when we talk about cyber crime problems, so each generation have different problems. When we talk about adult geriatric patient, those people, those who are basically born between 1945 to 60 or 60, 80, so this generation, they have a different type of cyber problems with them. And those who are into Alpha and Z, they have different problems. So we try to basically conceptualize everything, what types of generations are there and their communication pattern, their psychological aspect, their family dynamics, and their behavior in cyberspace. That's the most important factor, how they behave in cyberspace. Because when you are at home, those who are listening to me in young generation, you must be seeing your dadaji, your grandfather is there, your papa is there, your brother is there, your younger brother is there. So they all have different cyber behavior. So this is a part of cyber psychology to understand different cyber behavior of different generations. First part. Second, in last around 50 years, we have seen change in parenting system from authoritative to different parenting system. In we can say around last 20 years, we saw a parenting called helicopter parenting, where parents were basically hovering around the children. And now recently, pandemic period, now we have two eras with us, that is pre-pandemic era and post-pandemic era. That was life which we were living before March and life which we have started after March 2020. These are two different eras. So now a new type of parenting which we are now training in our session, that's called the pandemic parenting. So now what is the difference between helicopter parenting and pandemic parenting, and how parenting has a contribution in cyber behavior? Like currently, you must all be noticing at home, Papa is also busy with laptop, screen timing, Mummy is also busy with screen timing, child is busy with the classroom and other screen timing. So now that parenting, like in last March, before March, all the schools and all the parents, they used to say, keep yourself away from mobile, don't touch your mobile, don't go for screen timing. Now everybody is on screen, and that has given a different type of psychological and behavioral impact on each and every family. The COVID fatigue, the screen time fatigue has come up with all of you. Initially, last year you must have noticed, initially you have attended so many webinars, so many online classes. So everybody was getting bigger response for when it comes to webinars. Later on, wave 2, when lockdown unlock started and wave 2 came up, now you have only 5 to 10% attendance in each and every webinars, because there is a screen time fatigue, COVID fatigue started. So same with the parenting part also. So here we are trying to cover basically the parenting aspect and cyberspace. This is an important aspect, because when you're going to counsel some parent at home during your sessions, like how to get rid of addiction of your child, you need to understand the parenting types also. Which type of parenting Asian people are having, which type of parenting basically South Asians is having, what type of parenting US is doing, how UK is going with the parenting pattern. You need to understand, because now you have a global perspective. You are not only counseling your city people, because you're online, you have now patients and clients from different countries and different cultural backgrounds. So you need to understand now all the parenting aspects also. Without that, you cannot counsel anybody on cyber part. So this is the important factor. Then we talk about space, cyberspace and cyber psychology. How did it evolve? What was the basic part of that? How did foundation was there? And what are the basic principles of cyberspace? So when we talk about cyberspace, so just I will brief you how we basically categorize it. So when you see at sky, you see a moon there. So that moon is basically internet. WWW, World Wide Web, called internet. That is just the 10% of the complete cyberspace. And the complete darker side, what you see, is called the cyberspace. It's infinite. You cannot gauge it out how much space is there, how many galaxies, orbits are there. You cannot gauge it out. So this is called cyberspace. And if any planet is having any life there, some alien is there who's trying to control our planet or our mind, so that is called the dark net, the dark web. So we are only aware about the 10% of the cyberspace, and that is called internet, which was earlier called intranet, and before that is what called ARPANET. So 90% of the things are unexplored by all of you, and that is basically controlling your mind, your thought process through the dark web, through the dark net. So we basically try to categorize and conceptualize everything, how to understand the dark web, the deep web, internet, intranet, and everything. So the evolution is very important part, and there is an architecture of cyber psychology. So cyber psychology, as I said, is not only about mobile addiction. It is something which you can use. I will just tell you after 5 minutes where you can use it. So cyber psychology is an architecture part, the physical architecture, the reality dimension, the temporal dimension, text dimension, sensory dimension, interactive dimension, social dimension, and the most important aspect is the identity dimension, which at this moment, currently what you are doing is from the identity dimension. Everybody wants somewhere connecting to the identity part is there, and that's very important. A small example of identity dimension, somewhere you have sent somebody a message, and the message basically there is a double tick, but the person is not responding to you. The moment there is a gap, there is few minutes gap, the person has, after putting up the double tick, is not responding. So there is a gap in that way. So you are having assumptions at that moment. Is he ignoring me? Why is avoiding me? He's insulting me. That's so arrogant. You have assumptions coming. So this is called the black hole concept, the black hole experience. So there is no reciprocation, and suddenly your mind is burst out, why the person is ignoring me. So there are 100 different basically examples and dimensions which we basically train into cyber psychology architecture. So this is the part of the curriculum. Then the brain and mind concepts. So let us consider now brain as a hardware and mind as your software. So your brain grows up to 16.5 years of age. We have right and left hemisphere, two hemispheres are there, and it grows up to the age of 16.5 years. So by 16.5 years, if you are 3G, you are 3G. If you are 4G, you are 4G. If you are 5G, you are 5G. So now there is no further development once your brain has taken a development. So now this is called the hardware. You can see the brain. If you open up the brain through operation, you can see the different areas and their functions also. But mind is invisible. We cannot see the mind. So let us consider mind as the software. So we have conscious mind and we have subconscious mind. So this subconscious mind, which is the 90% concept. So this subconscious mind has all the registration, right from your early childhood, your parenting, your environment, your schooling, your peer group, everything gets registered into your subconscious mind. Now this subconscious mind, if there is a virus in your subconscious mind, it starts corrupting the other files. It can be any file. It can be your behavior, it can be your sleep, it can be appetite, it can be sexual. Any file can be corrupted. Once this file is corrupted, it starts giving suggestions to the brain. And then your brain has some chemical locha, chemical imbalance going on, and then it manifests into your behavior. It can be aggression, depression, irritability, or cyber behavior. So we need to understand which problems are connected to brain and which problems are connected to mind related to cyber. So there are certain chemicals which are responsible for brain. And I'm sure during this lockdown period, many of the people, those are even not from the psychology background, so they have a word called dopamine. Sir, aajkal dopamine बहुत important है. So earlier people were not aware about this word. Now during lockdown, during Sushant Singh murder case, suicide case, everybody came to know endorphin, dopamine, and etc. So we need to understand certain chemicals, which chemicals are responsible for brain for cyber behavior, and what are the viruses which are there in the subconscious mind which manifest into abnormal or any unruled behavior during the cyber. So this is a part of cyber psychology. Again, like I said, there are endorphin, there is oxytocin, there is dopamine. There are so many chemicals which are responsible, and just we can say oxytocin chemical, which is a bond chemical, attachment chemical. You see in day-to-day life, nowadays this chemical is basically less secreted in you, and online you trust people more. Like same, if I am talking to all of you, many of you at the end of this program or the evening, you'll just go and check dopamine and oxytocin. What is the relation of oxytocin dopamine? A person of a 20 years experience of 1600 workshop, worldwide experience, talking to you in front of you live, but you will not believe me. You will be going online and checking some blogs and articles whom you don't know. So this is because in the real life, your oxytocin is secreted less, and online you trust more people. That's why you have 2 friends on the real life and 4,000 friends on Instagram and Facebook. So we need to understand the chemical connection with cyberspace, the mind connection with the cyberspace, then you can move ahead with cyber psychology. As I had said, www, that is World Wide Web, and the darknet. We try to make understand what exactly, how it control your minds. And so darknet, where it controls basically is just like connected to, first of all, the games. Like what are the psychology behind all the games, right? From PUBG, Cyber Hunter, then Among Us and Roadblocks and many other games, we try to basically explain the psychological relation, how it basically creates the killing instinct, how it goes for the lingo, different type of languages, and how a child who was good in studies, academic, he started playing PUBG, and now he is behind bars or committed suicide because a PC was not given to him, or he wanted to slit the throat of the parents. This case happened in Nagpur during the lockdown period. Before the lockdown period in last Jan, we admitted 3 children in Nagpur hospitals because they wanted to slit the throat of the parents because they wanted a PC. And at that moment, the parents refused them and they said, we will basically kill you. So what happens exactly, how this a psych for terrorism, a psych for killing instinct comes up in all the games, and all the games have different basically aspects. Like when we talk about PUBG and Cyber Hunter and Free Fire, so they have killing instinct. When we talk about Roblox and other games, so they have depressive states in that. When we talk about Granny, again, it's for the 6 to 10 years of children, they have different impact on smaller children. So all the games, what games are available all over the world, right from the Avatar game, which you all call Avatar. It is not Avatar, it is basically Avatar, a Hindu deity word, which was been taken from the Western, by all these Western people. People in India started saying Avatar. It's not Avatar, it's basically Avatar. It's a Hindu word. So these people, they started creating an avatar, and now a new games which are coming up where you can lead a new life online. You can enter into the game, and whatever you cannot do in the real life, you will go inside, you can punch somebody, you can kill somebody, your boss, your principal, your teacher, your parent, and come back into the actual life. But slowly, gradually, The person starts liking that different life, virtual life, and doesn't want to come into the real life. So this problem has started in other countries. There are 3-4 portals which have started where can you lead a different type of life. So games is an important part where we need to understand your cyber psychology. Then what are the challenges going on all over India, all over the world? There are different challenges. Okay, right from butt chugging where they basically pour alcohol through the anal area into the intestine, and they want to see who can have maximum alcohol through the anal area. There are neck nominate challenges, drinking water, excessive drinking water competition, where a lot of people have died. Chubby bunny competition, where children, they put a lot of marshmallow into the mouth and they wanted to block it out, and a lot of people, they have died all over the world because of the choking. So what type of challenges are all there? There are hundreds of challenges which are going on in India, right from salt and ice also, where they cut the wrist or the palms and they put up salt and then they put up ice, and because of that their hands get sepsis and it has to be amputated. So these are all the challenges. So what are the psychology behind all this thing? The cyber psychology topic covers in all. So addiction, what you all think in the common way, addiction is an important factor. So how mobile addiction, and specifically in the pandemic period, how mobile addiction can be controlled, what are the tips behind all these things, we try to cover. Now when it comes to pandemic, because this was unexpected in last 2 years and suddenly it started 15 months back. So types of pandemic, what types of pandemics are there? So there are 5 pandemics. One is basically the viral pandemic, which you all know. Second is called the infodemic pandemic. So infodemic pandemic, you all not aware now, everybody is having WhatsApp and different type of application. So this has become a university now, a fake university, where you have quackery, unscientific news, and different fake news, which can create a lynching, a riot in the country, and a political unrest also. So infodemic pandemic is also a viral a pandemic. Third pandemic is economical pandemic. You all know about economical pandemic. It's going on with everybody. Fourth is psychological pandemic, and fifth is behavioral pandemic. So currently you all see this type of pandemic going on. People are getting more and more depressed, lethargic, and a lot of depressive symptoms are coming out each and every family. So these type of 5 pandemics are there. So it's not only one pandemic, there are 5 pandemics. Now your role as a psychologist, as a counselor, as a cyber psychologist, all those are working with me and present listening to me. So you have a bigger role now, because now infodemic pandemic has dominated all the pandemics, and now that is controlling. Earlier also, it was being controlled by these 3-4 giant people, right from Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn. All these people were controlling. Now it has a bigger role for the country also. So even they're not able to follow the country's rules also. They want to control complete a country. In fact, this is a bigger, this is something, a very irony, like a Twitter, like a small, big platform. They banned the president of America. It's something, what power they have. They created a blacks and white fight in US also. And last time when you know the black fight was going on, it was basically created by these Facebook people. So unfortunately, last 1.5 years, 2 years, I've been actively working against all these things like anti-addiction and other things. So I was there in central government one project where child pornography, that was a big issue. For your information, this is just out of the way information. 138 people were arrested in Germany few years back, 2 years back, and 7 were Indians basically. These 7, they revealed to the government that India has become number 1 in the world for child pornography. Second number is Thailand, and third number is basically Singapore. So government got very much shocked about this thing, and they took a lot of preventive measures to control and curb child pornography. And during this pandemic, you can see, you get a lot of messages for child pornography. So I was one of the members on the suggestive committee for the central government in Rajya Sabha, and around 10 suggestions were accepted at that moment. So I was against Facebook. So Facebook, they have put me into a negative algorithm in Facebook and Instagram. So I get only 1 or 2 likes on Facebook. I have 5,000 people, but no one can see my any post because I am now into the negative algorithm, because I am working against their company's policy. They always send me a message, this is against our company policy, because I'm working on cyber psychology. So this is what power they have. So viral pandemic, infodemic pandemic, and a new thing, which I have introduced into all the corporates and companies, called digital emotional quotient. Earlier you were talking about emotional quotient. So this is a period where we want to say it's called DEQ, digital emotional quotient. Now online empathy, online leadership, online inspiration has to work now. So this is one important factor. So even WEC, World Economic Forum also, Council also, they have come up with the DEQ concept, and they say there are different 10 skills which have been required. In 2015 there were different skills, and 2020-21 we have different skills to come up with. So this is a part of cyber psychology again. And digital EQ contains many things, right? From EQ command, dexterity, capacity, learning agility, how quick you are fast, your culture resiliency, collaboration, many things are there. These are all the contents of DEQ. So we have a digital intelligence now. So digital rights, literacy, communication, emotional intelligence, safety, use, identity, security, these are all the part of cyber psychology. It's not a small topic, it's a vast topic, and it's very interesting topic. So now new skills have to be adopted. So adaptability has to be there, flexibility has to be there. You have to be digitally transformed, and AI is there now. Big data needs to be understood. TOT, Internet of Things has to be understood. Virtual augmented robotics and creativity of innovation. These are all the newer topics which every psychologist or a trainer or HR trainer or a company owner needs to understand. This is again the topic of cyber psychology. So new skills have to be acquired, right from dreaming a new world, understanding the credibility of any news, and digital and coding skills. So basically when it comes to cyber psychology, it is an interrelated subject. So maths, ergonomics, psychology, ecology, sociology, management, design, media, social culture, artificial intelligence, philosophy, economics, computer science. These are all connected, and web engineering. These are all interrelated, connected subjects. So cyber psychology is connected with all these topics. So those who think cyber psychology is connected only to addiction, so please correct this thing next time. Don't think cyber psychology has a vast scope and connected to each and all things. So when we talk about sociology and other thing, we'll go a little fast. We have less time now. So we have sociological waves. Which types of waves are there? So different waves we try to understand. The first wave, agriculture wave, then we have industrial era, then we have information age from 1950 to 2020. We started, this is the called 21st century wave, which is called information. And then now which waves you are seeing? The catastrophe all over the world, what you are seeing, the anarchy which you are seeing, that is called destabilization and chaos. That has started now. All over the world, we are all distressed now. So new wave have started, and again, cyber psychology is a bigger role in that way. So basically, fourth wave transition, I'll not go deeper into this part because it's short of time. This is a vast topic. I'll just come to the various courses which you can go. So basically, traditional values, lifestyle, all these things are going to change, and many new things are going to come. But most important thing which I'm going to just highlight you among this various topics is basically what was it predicted? It was predicted like electronic machine closely integrated with humans. But who will guide who? Will computers serve human purpose or other way? We are going to be machine friendly. So I think now we have started going to second wave. That is basically we are becoming machine friendly rather than machine becoming our friend. So now we are again coming to the slavery part of the. So we don't know who is going to be whose evolution part. So this is something very deep part, and that connected it to cyber psychology and waves and other things. This is a part of cyber psychology. So there is info revolution. So info revolution is connected again, basically parallel to global devolution and technological evolution. This is the connection to info revolution. So Albert Einstein in 1945, he has said something, the unleashed power, basically the unleashed power of the atom has changed everything, save our modes of thinking, and we have thus drift towards unparalleled catastrophe. This is what said in 1945, and now we are into 2021, what he has a vision at that moment. So now there is an info evolution, and as a cyber psychologist, we need to understand what evolution, info evolution has given. So what is the gap between the technological process and the achievement human being is lagging between? So that's the difference. Everybody is talking, okay, whether it is good or bad, pros or cons, every debate is going on there, but they don't have the knowledge about the info evolution. So cybernetic is another something part. I'll just highlight few things. Then we'll go further for the courses now. So the process basically, when it comes to cybernetic, so science of guided machines and organism, we can say the process of cybernetic device is guided. Purpose is to adjust the machine or person's behavior. So this comes under cybernetics. So what AI course basically 3G is running, I'm sure many of the in-depth things would be covered in that. And really it's a matter of appreciation what they are doing. So this is called into cybernetics. So not going depth into that, which is a big part, because I know you all wanted to know most of the courses, what courses are available. So when talk about information age and mental health, so basically 3 interrelated categories of psychopathology of information age are disorders of alienation, we are getting alienate now, akela lag raha hai sabko, disorders of consumption, what you are trapped into the e-commerce facilities and other thing, and disorders of emotional literacy. Again, this is a part of cyber psychology, and we basically try to train into various aspects from collaborative with various countries. So ecological consequences are also that this is also connected to cyber psychology. I said it's an interdisciplinary thing. So decreasing of biodiversity, increasing of pollution, and skewed basically resource allocation is a part again of cyber psychology. So when it comes to career in cyber psychology, what type of career you can have? So basically you can go for a profiling of cyber criminal. So you have a typology based on psychological characteristics. So pioneers, scam explorers, game players, vandals, addicts. So there are different category for that thing, and you can just basically go through that, and you can be a criminal profiler or a criminal psychologist. AI. So AI have a different 7 patterns. That is a part of cyber psychology career, where you can be a cyber psychologist connected to AI. You can join the master's course there, and you can work with AI company, cognitive engineering, cognitive science, and machine learning, machine intelligence. There you can work. Virtual reality, VR, this is something, a need of the time, and we have introduced 2 VR based module in India. Now we are first in India to introduce the VR based module for basically this one claustrophobia, and basically 2 other phobias we have started and already developed by DC Vision company called Kolkata, and with me we have introduced last 2-3 months back. So we are sitting at home and doing counseling somewhere in other city or other country. This is the part now. VR therapy has come, we are taking a very good leap in other countries. AI, I said this is a part. So industries had been impacted with AI. It can be retail, you can work in retail, construction, business intelligence, information technology, education, transportation, manufacturing. There are many things where you can basically work for healthcare, specifically with the healthcare part. Cyber security, as you all know, this is a core area. And now, like in Maharashtra, every police station, they have announced that there is going to be a cyber security, cyber cell there. It was earlier at 1 police station only. Now recently it has been announced. 4-5 months back, I was there in panel with, Maharashtra State Cyber. At that moment, they have announced that every police station, every cyber psychology, every cyber security cell will have a cyber psychologist too in the coming years. This was announced by the State Department. So I think slowly, gradually, I'm working with Uttarakhand State, Maharashtra State, different states. Slowly, I'll be trying to convince all the state to have cyber psychologists into the cyber cell unit. So you have big opportunities there also. So you can be a cyber psychology coach in schools. So I have trained around 20 cyber psychology coach. So they are working with various schools and various colleges online presently now. And like with Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan schools, we are already tied up with them for various programs in schools in Nagpur. So you can become a cyber psychology coach even if you're not done your PG in that thing. You can be a coach, a volunteer level, as a NGO level, you can go and coach there. Then you can do wellness. So digital wellness. So in coming days, you will find a lot of addiction clinics, like what you have rehab clinics for alcohol. In coming days, you will have digital wellness clinic coming up in all the cities, and people will go there and say, I was there at digital clinic and I wanted to just go for detox diet or for screen timing, and people will be detoxification for digital things. It has already started, and recently, 4 days back now, I am there as an advisory for an international cloud computing company in US, those who are launching a digital wellness app in India. And I'm as a board member, 4-member committee in that. And very soon it's going to launch in India, and I'm going to have blast with all the psychologists because something new is coming up. So digital wellness clinic is coming. IT sector, where you can work with the IT people, those who are working on the content moderation, those who are working on screen timing, and now they have work-life balancing problem. Even work from home has created a lot of problem with them. So addiction clinic would be there. Different hospitals will have addiction clinics. So you can work as a cyber psychologist there with addiction specifically. In schools also, you can have separate cyber cell, cyber addiction clinics in schools in coming days. After pandemic is over, if it gets over, fortunately, if it gets over, every school needs to have a cyber psychologist. Surely they will be looking, because these children will have lot of problem after going back to schools. Currently in February, when Unlock 5 was there, one school, they started 9, 10 classes. At that moment, 6 children were referred to me, where when they went to school, they had lot of withdrawal symptoms, headache, irritability, because they were away from mobile and they were not feeling good in schools, and they were referred for counseling to me. So coming days, after this addiction is on the peak and schools get started, at that moment these schools are going to send for referrals at that moment. So you can be a research analysis, you can be into research department, right from raw, IB, cybersecurity, NIC, lot of things, different government companies, government departments, or private sectors where they have forensic department, where we have research departments. You can be a research analyst there also. And you can be a lecturer or professor in college, because we have started now with Rashtriya Raksha University. It's the only police university and national security university in Gujarat. We started Center for Excellence for Cyber Psychology there. Along with that, 4 more universities coming up in India. 2 we started with international, one in Dublin, one in Slovenia. So I think in coming 1 year, we'll have around 10 to 12 universities in India. Those will be having their own department for cyber psychology. And that time we will require a lot of professors, lecturers, visiting faculties to train children, because I cannot go everywhere. We have a limited resources. So you can be a lecturer and professor. You can be an author. You can write articles, blogs, and other things. And you can earn a lot of money from content writing. And since we are pioneer in India, Asia, we are only people, those who are working in this thing. Obviously, with the nearby SAARC countries, they are going to invite you right from Burma, Nepal. I get so many invitations for Pakistan, Bangladesh. I never go there. So they basically invite, so we need to have a lectures and other thing. So you can be an author for cyber psychology or cyber related, any book or something. You can be in that. You can work with cyber cells, police department. As soon as government is going to introduce cyber psychologists or cyber volunteers there, you can work with police department, as I am working with various departments all over India. So you can also work empaneled as a consultant, as a full-timer. They will definitely have vacancies very soon now. Then another part is called digital psychology. It's again a part of cyber, digital psychology, and business. These are the combination that we can say when cyber psychology is connected to business, it is called digital psychology. So digital psychology is something which we have started in one university with Tunisia as well as with Slovenia, and very soon we are launching one course with digital psychology. I will definitely like to some Indian institute coming up with this course should be there, so that we don't need to send our money outside. So digital psychology is one part. Then you can work with government and women child development departments, where now they have adolescent problems. A lot of different things are there, where they have schemes for teenagers. And then you can be a part of the government machinery. You can be part of some NGO and deliver sessions for government department, as I'm doing with various departments. As a cyber psychologist, you can work with government and women child development. And then cyber warfare. This is something, a very interesting thing. As you all know, we are now into cyber warfare. China is daily doing something, another thing with us, sometimes leaking our own data, sometimes controlling the power plant, sometimes with the nuclear. So this cyber warfare needs to understand the psyche of the neighboring country along with the Ministry of External Affairs. So you have to be a very highly intelligent people, genius people, and those who wanted to become something like James Bond 007 or something, a spy, undercover agent or something, or cyber warfare, anything, whatever you want. So cyber warfare is another part where you can work with IB, you can work with intelligence department, or you can work with RAW or something where this is required now. Social sectors and NGO is also something where you can work with social sectors and NGO. Already a lot of, I know you all are working somewhere, some contributing yourself to the planet. Social sectors and NGO is another part. Then virtual therapies, as I said, VR therapies are there, other things are there that is connected to cyber psychology, and therapy, virtual therapies are there that you can work. school education as a school counselor, along with the cyber security tips, where you are not as only school counselor, but you can work as a cyber security. You can be a blogger and a YouTuber also. You can just go on YouTube, have your own videos. You can be a blogger. You can just talk about cyber security and earn a lot of money if you have good content and good delivering style with that thing. Cyber law and psychology is another part where cyber law and psychology can be there, and now government is keen to inculcate psychology into law, and recently they have inculcated basically psychology subject for the mediation, those who are into mediation, and very soon now cyber law will have a psychology topic also. You can be a cyber image consultant. People wanted to change their image. They wanted to change their own personality online. They want to be an influencer. They wanted to reach people. So you can be a cyber image consultant, earning a lot of money. Like earlier, you were just talking about image consultant. Now you can be a cyber image consultant. So cyber psychology or robotics. This is something very interesting, and I think this is the most important thing. AI and robotics, where cyber psychology has a bigger role, right from cognitive science, cognitive engineering, and various machine learning. You can be into the part of the team of making a robot and giving a machine intelligence to that. And gaming specialist, because there are games, good games and bad games, both are there. So you can be a gaming specialist also, understanding the psyche of human of a child and how to develop a game and what should be there in there. So the coders will work with the coding part, and psychology will give their own input into the psychological aspect into the game. Design and cyber psychology. This is another part where you have all this mobile in your hand, laptops, how sleek it should be, what should be the weight of that thing, how people think about the design, what are the requirements, utility specialists we say. So design and cyber psychology is another part which is connected to each other. So you can work with designing part with a lot of big companies and corporates, other places. These are all the new things. So behavioral economics and cyber psychology. With this, I have introduced a new topic called behavioral economics in India, along with IIIE, one of the institute which is working in Bahrain and Slovenia and Switzerland. So we are an Indian partner for them, and I'm an advisor and professor for them. So behavioral economics is something, a connection of psychology, digital psychology, and economics together that works with this part. So this is another part which you can work. You can be a content moderator. You can assist content moderators. A lot of companies, corporate, they have content moderators. They have to eliminate the bad content from the internet, from the cyberspace. But during the elimination process, they have a lot of psychological problem reading all the negative news throughout the day, seeing the negative videos. So they have to eliminate that part. So at this moment, your requirement as a cyber psychologist will be there, asking them to have a stress, relaxation, and other therapies along with, so that they should not have viruses in their mind. So that can be a part with this thing. So neuro, VR, and cyber psychology. This is something, another part where cyber psychology and basically neuroscience, they both meet each other, right? From Parkinson's, Alzheimer, and other places. Now, basically, cyber psychology is a part of that thing. And there are a lot of conferences coming up, and we can attend that conferences worldwide. So when we talk about where it's available, the courses are available in India. So we have Center of Excellence for Cyber Psychology. It's the only university in India called Rashtriya Raksha University at Gandhinagar. So we have a center there, and it's basically Central Government Police University. It's available online, offline, available certificate, diplomas are there. At private level, we have our own institute called Central India Institute of Psychological Science. At international level, we have at Dublin, Ireland, Slovenia on digital psychology. So these are all the available opportunities presently from Asia and nearby Asia. Rest, we don't have any course. Then we have a full-time course in various Switzerland or some other Sweden countries. So this is the course which are available. So thank you all of you. And I guess within the time of 50 minutes, I think Ria, I tried to cover very fast so that your time limit is not crossed. And though I went very fast, sorry for that thing. But I guess maybe it may be receptive by all of you. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. We are open for the questions then.
Yes, sir. At this point, if there are any questions that you would like to ask, please put them on the chat box and we will have your questions answered. Okay,
I'm
so
sorry, it went very fast because I know 50 minutes time, I need to cover many things. So So I went a little bit fast in that way, but I think we need to reach to the courses and otherwise. So I thought we'll go a little faster.
Okay, so we have some questions coming for you.
Yeah.
So this is the question from Diksha Bhosle.
Hmm.
What if we come to know one fine day that all these online challenges and trends are just to check the current level of understanding of human minds? Misinformation is not only promoted by social media, even news media channels promote manipulated information. Social media apps control human minds in a way. They
Hmm.
control minds of all those who blindly believe in them, all those who are addicted. What do you think about these facts?
So what is the question in this? The answer is also available in the question itself. What is the question in that?
The question says all the misinformation is being promoted by social media as well as news channels, and they control the minds of all those who blindly believe them.
So this is the answer itself, basically. So yeah, social engineering basically they try to control your psyche, they try to control your mind, and we are basically now puppet at this moment. Whatever they wanted to see, they want to make us see. We are seeing at that moment. We don't know. Like currently, as you all know, even you are not aware about this. Your front camera, which is your front mobile camera or laptop, that is on for 24/7 basically, because you have downloaded so many apps or something. And 90% of those who are listening to me, their apps are basically their front camera is on. So whatever you do in front of this camera, whatever you do, whether basically your personal movements, you're interacting something, so that gets recorded, and basically these people take this recording and sell to the pornhubs or the e-commerce factor. So you can check it out yourself. Like if you say somebody, oh, I'm so pissed off with this pandemic, I wanted to go Goa. Say 4-5 times Goa and Goa again and again. Next day you will find there are Goa ads coming up, Goa tourism ad and Goa hotels ad and beach ads coming up. You will say, what a coincidence. Yesterday I was talking about Goa and I am seeing Goa today. It's just Goa calling. It's not Goa calling, basically it's darknet calling. Somewhere your camera was on, your front camera was on, it was recorded, and they sell off your content, your data to the e-commerce platform. So basically we have spy in a pocket. It's not only about TV watching, it's spy in a pocket. Throughout the day, we have somebody with us, which we are not aware about. So for all of you, those who are listening first time to me, just put up a small bindi on your camera, please. At least your videos will not go. A small sticker on your laptop or a camera so that your videos, personal videos should not go. And don't take this mobile to washrooms, to your personal bedrooms. Don't take there. You will not be aware about this thing. They are going to sell it off your personal movements to Gulf countries and China, where language is inaccessible and something is running there invaluably. You're not be going to know. So please check it out. Put up a small bindi on that.
The next question we have is, if I want to do research in cyber psychology, should I do research on teenage, child, or on adults? As I have a brother who is so much addicted to mobile and mobile games.
Yeah, research you can do the teenage, because it's the need of the time. Research is required, and very less research is there on Indian context. So you can go for, and this is an interesting topic. You can go for teenage, but not just because your smaller brother is doing it, because the complete society. So currently in this pandemic, you will not believe, during this pandemic in last 3 months, specifically in the second wave, I have around more than 30-40 young girls and boys from 16, 17 to 20 years of age. Those who have now basically sneaked into Bumble and Tinder and looking out for one night stand and different sexual fantasies. Suddenly there is a rise in this type of problems. So you'll be not knowing this thing, just to find out some kick in life. This young crowd can go to an extent now through these apps. So every second, third day, I have a girl, a boy who says, I am using Bumble. I'm looking out some kick in my life. I don't have a boyfriend now because he did a breakup in wave 1. Wave 2, I'm alone and I'm looking for a boyfriend or girlfriend. So I think now it's not only with your brother, it's a social problem. It's a social problem. So if you want to contribute to the society, let's work for the research. If I request all, even for the 3G people also, think something for the research work, because this is a very big platform you have created. We can just work on that particular thing. My contribution will be completely free of cost to all of you.
Thank you so much. Drishti is asking your opinion on the cyber psychology scope in India.
Cyber psychologist?
Scope in India.
Open India.
Scope
in India. Scope, I just told you. Scope, I have given so many areas which I have told you. And you can work in schools, you can work with police departments. I am working with around 21 different departments. I'm working 21 departments. Still, daily I have some other offer with me, which I don't have human resource at this moment. So I'm restricted because of my limitation. But every second day, I have basically from the Ministry of External Affairs, sometime with the State Department, sometime with the COVID department. So it's a vast scope. Only thing you have to be working, you have to work into collaborative working. It's a teamwork. You cannot think like working with an individual level. I don't like to work in individual level. I collect people and work together. So what world research says now, 21st century is the century for collaborative working. Anybody who thinks he's going to work alone is not going to sustain. So if you think cyber psychology is a working alone person, no, not at all. It's an interdisciplinary thing. You have to work along. So scope is 100% there. Once you say you are into cyber psychology, I will give you work. Don't worry.
So there are a lot of questions on the similar line. So I'll just combine it and present it to you. They are basically looking for cyber etiquette. So how to behave responsibly online.
That's the most easiest thing actually now going on online, cyber etiquettes and etiquettes, because like few years back there were a lot of workshops on body language and communication skills. Every soft skill person used to teach this one. Sender receiver PPT was there in every college. So that is now completely outdated now. Same thing when we talk about cyber netizen or responsible netizen, you all know not to post this thing, not to post that thing. Everybody is knowing about this. You have to go in depth beyond this thing now about the social engineering aspect. Don't think only on the netiquette part. India, all this youth, they are so smarter. They have so much of WhatsApp University. Everything is free on YouTube. They don't need Rakesh Kripalani to teach them cyber netiquette. But for the awareness, they need to understand the depth, how they are controlling their mind. Once they comes to know how they are controlling, automatic netiquette will come. Without fear, India is basically not going to get trained. Like same with COVID. Mask lagao, no one was doing. Wave 2 jab aaya, everybody got fear. Okay, parents are dying, families are dying now. So without anxiety, fear, we cannot get trained.
But those were the questions that we had. So we will close the audience questions at this point.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your time despite your busy schedule. We are really grateful for the information that you've been able to present to our audience, and I'm sure our audience has had a lot to learn from you. As a token of love and appreciation from our end, I'd like the technical team to present with you an e-certificate from our end.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Angela. Thank you. And very regards to Nirali also. Nirali, good afternoon, good evening. Meeting again on the platform itself. How are
Hello,
you?
sir. Yes, I'm very well. It was pleasure listening to you. I really enjoyed it. I logged in earlier to listen to you.
Thank
So
you.
I'm
Thank you.
sure
It's my pleasure and honor.
students who have been listening, they would have got tremendous insight into the possibilities of the future careers that we're looking at.
But my request to all of you would be like even you also, we should all work collaboratively because we've been pioneer in India, in Asia. We have so much of work now. So it's not about insecurity with any profession. We should distribute our work and we should be pioneer in SAARC countries, completely pioneer in this complete continent, not only India and state. So we are going to do something good for that, for the society.
Absolutely, sir. Like you very rightly said that it's time to work collaboratively, Gone are the days where we can survive on our own. And any which ways, we humans are very social. We explore and we perform better when we are working together towards a common goal.
Common goals. Thank you. Thank you, Nirali. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Ria. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Yeah.
Okay, so with that, I think all of you all have gotten a sneak peek into our next speaker, a very, very dynamic personality who's also a part of the cyber psychology community. She will be giving you a very dynamic personality and a very different take on cyber psychology and how she has come to become a part of this profession. So I'd like to pass this on to the next MC to introduce her.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, Angela. We have our next speaker, Nirali Bhatia. She will enlighten us with the topic cyber psychology as stream. Nirali Bhatia is a counseling psychologist, certified cognitive behavioral therapist, and internet addiction therapist specializing in cyber psychology. Cyber psychology is the study of impact of technology on human behavior and mind She helps children and teenagers understand and fight against cyberbullying by way of specialized anti-bullying campaigns in schools. Nirali has co-founded an anti-cyberbullying organization called CyberBOB, which stands for Cyberbullying Awareness, Action, and Prevention. She is the director of V4 Web Cybersecurity. She helped many people who have been victims of online psychological damages. She is a TEDx speaker, a corporate trainer, and has conducted workshops and training programs for corporates, organizations, educational institutes, and large forums across the country. She counsels the victims of cybercrime, online psychological damages, and addictions. She was even appointed as a psychologist for the television show MTV Troll Police, which was aired on MTV. Now, Nirali will share some ideas on how to help the victims on online harassment and bullying with counseling and guidance to report. Dear speaker, you will be hearing a short buzzer prior to 5 minutes of the ending time and a long buzzer exactly at the end of the session. Thank you, and the e-platform is all yours, ma'am.
Thank you much for inviting me over here, and thank you for such a elaborate introduction, I would say. Just excuse me for a little disturbance in my internet connection. I am working via an hotspot. If at any point I'm not audible, just unmute yourself and let me know. So good evening, friends. I'm very sure that people who are over here, these are the people who are really keen about understanding human psyche and human behavior, because that's what psychology is all about. Later comes the part where it is cyber psychology or where it is any other type of psychology. But eventually what we are talking about is the human psyche, which is something that has drew me from, I'm going to share today only and only my story. Hopefully it will inspire many more of you who would start believing that you should never ever give up on your dreams. And it was this whole quest of understanding human psyche and human behavior is what led me into this profession. I got into psychology at almost mid-career, or I would say after 20 years of having an established IT field career. So it's never too late to follow your passion. I started my career, or rather say education, since I was a bright student and I scored decently well way back in class 10 in early 90s. Yeah, well, don't be shocked. It was not that I skipped some classes. But yes, 90s, I'm talking about early 90s. When I passed out, I got good marks. And in those days, Indian context is very different compared to the families outside, the education systems outside. Now, I also had a very strong desire to take up arts and to get into humanities. But back then, in early 90s, everything revolved around the kind of marks you've got. So if you've got anything that is going to give you admissions in science stream and commerce stream, your family will never allow you to take up arts because they'll say, you are bright. Why do you want to go in arts? That is for children who do not score. I'm so glad that today this has changed. The whole perspective has changed. And in fact, humanities is the most sought after field and the stream today. And of course, the marks required have also risen to a great extent. However, what I believe is that whatever happens in life is definitely for our good. And the only matter is having faith, because at that point, maybe you don't realize that it's for your good, but eventually life proves it to you. So it's all about having faith. So I did my graduation in commerce while every day fighting with my family that I'm not enjoying this. I want to do something else. So at that point of time in early 90s in India, these careers were not so popular. There weren't even much options. The moment you say that you want to get into psychology, immediate reaction would be, do you want to work with mad people? That used to be the reaction during our times. And look today where we are. We are actually having a conference which talks about tremendous potential in this field. So we have come a long way. And same way, if you don't give up your passion, or if you feel that, just because early on you did not get to do, after doing my commerce in Indian, or rather in my state, I am from Bombay, and in Maharashtra, there are not many universities or colleges that are open to allow you to do your master's in psychology. So I could not do. I did my master's also in commerce, but since my interest was always humans and human behaviors, I chose my master's in organizational behavior. Again, it was all about, dealing with humans in an organization, in a work environment. So what I'm trying to say from this is that if you are really passionate, and passion is something that is core of this stream, being only a graduate who's academically brilliant in this domain, you will never have work satisfaction. Neither will you really, have any kind of a goal to move forward. Because what drives this field more than the money, more than your any other requirement, it's the passion. Nobody teaches you this because it's something that's inherent. It comes from your own personality, it comes from your environment, and it also comes from your experiences in life. So how you are as a person, if you assess that, if you find yourself first, then it becomes easier to step on to a career that you are going to enjoy for the rest of your life. While I was in school and college, there was nothing like career counseling. There was nothing like career assessment. It was only meant for children who plan to do engineering and go abroad to study. And at that point, I passed out my graduation in 97. At that point, it used to be only and only 12% of graduates who would go for masters outside India. And that counseling was only for study abroad children. So we never had these kind of privileges or accesses to find out our own personalities, because career counseling is incomplete without understanding your own self, your personality, who you are, what are your career goals, what are your career beliefs, what are your learning styles, what kind of brain personality are you? Are you right dominant? Are you left dominant? Are you a cross brain profile? So investing time in ourselves, in knowing ourselves, is extremely important, rather than running after a degree, a certificate, or a job. All that will fall in place, and you will hit the right nail only and only when you know yourself. Simple aptitude can tell me, like I have good aptitude, I scored well, and if I do my career assessment now, it says I can also pursue medical. But am I inclined to that field? Is my personality suitable to that field? If these answers are not met, you will always reach a stage where there will be a midlife crisis, as we call, and then we want to switch, and then we want to give up an established career, and then we go through a lot of stress that where will I get income from, because once your family life starts, your earning cannot stop. So all of these happen if we have not found the right direction. And the first step to finding the right direction is with self. Put time in knowing yourself. So in my journey, after doing my MCOM with organizational behavior, I also pursued fashion, because at that point there were no only industrial psychologists were hired by organizations to work in that spectrum. And despite of me doing my master's in organizational behavior, I still could not get into a work field where I could deal with the day-to-day work environment scenario, what you typically industrial psychologists will do. So I switched on to fashion because that was next best thing that I liked. And while I was doing fashion, I realized after doing my diploma and working with women, and then that's when I realized I cannot work with women who are about to get married. They are extremely hyper, they are extremely anxious, and their body sizes are changing every single day. So it was a nightmare for me. I lost 3 kgs in that whole bargain of just making 2 trousseaux, is where my mom put a foot down that, look, you're not working in this industry anymore. So again, that door was closed and I didn't know what to do. And I did not want to take up a commerce job. So the next possibility that I saw was the time that was about 1999, where computers and internet was introduced in India. And that was the first thing I hopped onto. We were the lucky ones where, my family got me a computer with a dial-up connection. And in those days, there was no institute to teach you how to use internet or what to do with internet. It was all about either you are connecting and having some pen friends online or certain messengers. So Yahoo Messenger, ICQ, these were the times where it had started and it had got popular. But as I mentioned, that if you are inclined, if you are the one who says, okay, if not this, next what? So same way, when I got this opportunity, I started learning online, how do these web pages work? And I created a first teaching module, and then I went and approached an institute where I asked them that, hey, look, do you want to teach audience how to make websites? I will help, because I've learned it myself. I prepared a module and let's get started. That's how my IT career started. Besides this, I also started learning animation, which was 2D field. And in those days, there was no 3D animation, so it was only 2D. Unfortunately, the problem with 2D field was that there was only career which was working in night shifts, because the softwares used to be so heavy to render even a 1.5 minute film or a video or an animated script that we have created. It would take us about 4 hours. And with dial-up connection, the only time possible was when the rest of the city or the country goes to sleep. 2 and 3 o'clock is where you keep your file for rendering, and morning 6 it will be ready. Now, because it was a night shift job, there were hesitations from home and all, so that door was closed again. Why I'm sharing this is to tell you all that if one door closes, many more open. It's about having that faith. It's about having that positive attitude. I come from a family where working was never an important requirement. I come from a Gujarati family where women initially were not even expected to be educated. I mean, 12th bhi kar liya, shaadi kara do, work is done. But for me, luckily, my family has been my biggest support, and they always said, okay, do what you like. And that's where I believe that, if this door has closed, next will open. So by then, the 2020 boom came in, not the 2020, 2000, 2K is what we call it. The boom came in and the web industry just flared up. And that's where from teaching, I went on to starting a company, which is still date in existence. And then we moved on and moved on. 4 years I coded myself, made a lot of portals. And again, the quest of who is going to use this website? Who is the audience for this particular app that we are making? How do they think on internet? That continuously was playing on my head, because just making a website was not good enough. It has to give you returns. It has to tell supposedly what you are looking for today. If at that particular, for example, take Netflix, how would they make their platform better and better is only when they understand what are you looking for. So same quest drove me towards that field. And in those days, cyber psychology as a term was not present in India. I'm talking of about 2007. In those days, if you wanted to study in depth the user behavior online, there was only one program which was called as usability analysis. It was in context of understanding user behavior online in context of web domain or the product design industry. And I went ahead, I did a course from US on that. And since 2007, my journey into this entire domain of internet and human, this interaction and understanding what is and what and how is it impacting us, how are our decisions being impacted, day-to-day lives being impacted, has changed. Initially, the usage or the application area was restricted because internet had still not reached household, had still not reached to personal level. It was more of a business level. It was more of a transactional level. And hence the challenges were of different nature. So security was something which was very much in demand earlier thereon, and that's how we founded another sister company, which I'm a director of today. It is V4Web Cybersecurity. So the first cybercrime that we had dealt with was, one of my clients, his client had defamed him on, there was only one portal which is called as India Mart. It still exists today, but in back then when Google was not what Google is today, that was the portal where your whole business reputation is at stake. So that's how this whole journey had started. And then in that process, where I thought that now that my company has a team and it's on its own and all, I really want to do something back for the society. I want to do something, I want to deal with this. And while I was also mother by then, and I was having a kid who was being exposed to technology. My kid was featuring in a movie, and that's where we had to give him a smartphone, because he was just 10 years old, or not even 10, I think he was 7 years old when this happened. And since he was traveling with the entire crew, he had to coordinate with them. So the only way was WhatsApp. In those, not WhatsApp, there was another this thing. So that's what we gave him. And that's where this whole quest started, that look, a smartphone in a child's hand, where can it lead and what can it lead to, is what got me into doing these kind of awareness shows and awareness campaigns. I started my work with absolute passion, not just for my child, but I was like, I want to leave this planet and this entire internet space safer for the younger generations coming up. So I'm not saying that it's like, we all have to have these kind of larger than life goals. But when we have larger than life goals, our contributions begin early on. We don't wait till the right opportunity, till the right career. I never waited to get my certificate or get my qualification as a cyber psychologist on this. All I needed was to understand what internet is about, which technically I was very well versed with, that what is possible technically and how we can manipulate technically to the users also. And secondly, understanding human psyche. So that's how, with that knowledge, I teamed up with friends who were into drama and street plays and all. So we used to go to the schools and we would do those nukkad notankis in school. We would actually enact, because in those days all the children did not still have access to a personal device, or in the schooling your internet and laptops and computers were still not part of. However, they were still accessing from their parents' device either a YouTube or some game. And this education, the earlier you begin, is the better that you can instill certain values and all. So in form of drama and dance, we would explain to them what exactly is bullying, how it happens on internet medium. And from there on, we went on to create modules. And so by now, I would have worked with about almost 120 odd schools, colleges, universities. I've done a lot of campaigns with police, Mumbai Police, Pune Police, and even with UNICEF. And we've done campaigns. Then I've done campaigns on my own portal. So during these workshops, there was one thing that was very common, that after the workshop, I and my team would be actually gathered by all the kids who would want to share that, ma'am, this has happened to me, or I have done this, now how to do that. And that's where we thought that we can address only while the time we are there. Later on, what? And none of them were really, comfortable going and talk to their parents, because parents are still, not every parent is from IT background, or they have their own challenges, and not necessarily they are even aware what's happening with the child's life. That's where we created this organization. I started this voluntary organization called CyberBAP, which stands for Cyberbullying Awareness, Action and Prevention. It initially started as a Facebook page where people could write to us, could reach out, and we would provide them solutions, handheld them. It always used to be, initial work used to be, speak to the parents, explain to them that these are new age mistakes and they could happen, and then speak, help the victims get over these. Unfortunately, the rise was so high that Facebook alone was not, it was not able to cater to all the audiences, and that's where in 2018 and 19 is where I launched the portal, where anyone who's ever been victim of cyberbullying online can report. We handheld them, we guide them how to report it, how to take it to the police, how to put it across to your parents, and how to deal with this. Besides this, then also investigations, legal services. So like, Dr. Rakesh was mentioning that it's all about collaboration. Alone, we cannot say that, hey, look, now I'm into cyber psychology, I want to also get into cyber law, and I want to get into cyber investigations. No, it just doesn't work this way. The important thing over here is that while, if you are in that learning mode, you will automatically get opportunities. Cyber psychology is actually a 30-year-old term. Though in India, it may not even be older than 5 years or so, is where the first time when I got my certification was like, okay, what is this? Till date, people ask me, what do you mean by that? What exactly do you do? So that it is still going to take time, because we do have varied audiences and the reach is very different over here. But in US, in UK, this has been a term which is age old. It was, however, limited to research domain very largely. Now, because of the exponential growth of consumption of internet at a minuscule level has increased so much that it has opened up far many avenues, like all that Dr. Rakesh has explained. I will share the areas where I work in. So along with, to me, what cyber psychology means, in very simply put, is that if I am interacting with something, I would want to know what is it doing to me, or how is it influencing me. It could be in any area of life. For example, if you are making friends, don't you sit back and see that, hey, look, this is what I really love about my friend. This is how my friends influence me. This is how, and a lot of us is all about our surroundings. That's why it's said that humans are social beings. We cannot live in isolation. We cannot function in isolation. We are byproducts of our family, of our friends, of our school environment, the teachers and all of the curriculum that we are studying. All of this influences and shapes us. Now that internet is added, so how is internet and my interaction with it shaping up me as a person? Each one of you, I would just say that take 10 minutes towards the end of the day, but think about it, that in last 2 years, what have been those personality changes in you over this? Because why last 2 years, it's the pandemic time, and the only recuse that each one of us had was internet. That was the only place we could go to, since we all were locked into our houses. And of course, now that we are using it for education purpose, also for communication, also for meetings, for conference, for everything, from entertainment to the, even the condolences and all are happening online. So life has completely changed and revolved around technology. So sit back, write down how and where has it changed you as a person. Begin from here, and it will become easier for you to understand, not just read about it. Of course, reading is important because there is tons of research done by other countries. Indian context, we do have very, very less research. I remember someone asking that question that, should I do research on teenagers in India? Now, I had done that while I was doing my master's, and my thesis was on impact or the relationship between internet time usage and depression and stress in general. And my target audience research was teenagers. So it is the need of the hour, because we as a country are a very young country, meaning that the young population in our country is far large in number compared to the older. And the consumption of internet, understanding of internet, usage of internet is much higher by the younger. Plus, a stitch in time saves 9. So early on, if you catch on, early on, if you identify these issues, you can fix them in a longer one. You educate a child, that education is going to go with him in his adulthood as well. For adults, the education begins with first unlearning what they have learned earlier and then getting on to the new learnings. So irrespective that, whether you want to do research with, I would simply suggest that do it for all audiences. Take a decent number, 200 to 250 as your sample audience, and do it for different age groups to get the different perspectives. Maybe you put it across in your final or in your thesis just for one group, but for your understanding, since if you're planning to explore this field more and more, is where you do. Now, there are currently four big avenues in our country where you as a cyber psychologist can get a lot of work. The biggest domain is awareness, because currently awareness is the only form of prevention that we have. So awareness is one field where there is tremendous scope to work. And trust me, you don't have to wait till you get a proper degree or certificate in cyber psychology. All you need to do is be passionate about it and read and learn, attend these webinars, join organizations who are into this kind of work. Like Dr. Rakesh has also given an open invitation to anyone who's interested. So are we welcoming anyone who wants to join us in our voluntary organization. So awareness is one domain. The second domain is about investigations and assistance in investigations. So it revolves around the behavioral analysis or net profiling, as we call it as. So that's another area where I work largely, is in terms of profiling people online. The MTV show that I did, that exactly was my role over there, to profile the trolls, to identify who of these are actually psychopaths or sociopaths or having any kind of clinical conditions, and vis-a-vis who are the ones who are accidental trolls, who have not realized where to draw the line, and hence they have become trolls themselves. Then the third avenue, the profiling work goes with investigation. So the scope of work is with a lot of cybersecurity companies, with investigators, whether they are with the state or they are private investigators, and with the police. Since this whole cybercrime purview is also new for policing, police of any state and every state is very open to having professionals in their distinct. We've been providing regular trainings to police in 2-3 aspects. Of course, one is how to deal with the cyber victims as well. That's what I work on with them, because here the wounds are not visible. Here, nobody is going to believe you whether you say. So the evidence is the most important aspect. So net profiling is a very, very important field over here. The third domain is about, the third domain is using it in business, in marketing, which is where I work on. So in terms of understanding, whether you are into web medium, whether you are into any industry, psychology is the key. And today, cyber psychology is the key, because there is no industry which is independent of internet access or is not using any other element of internet. So cyber is part of every industry, and hence the need to understand audiences from that perspective is, especially post the pandemic, the way businesses work has also changed. They have also gone virtual, they've also gone in digital spaces, and they want to connect to their audience on digital spaces. And that's where you have the biggest and the most profitable scope, is where if you understand how to apply this knowledge into marketing avenue. Not only marketing, brand positioning, branding, digital communication, and digital well-being. These are the avenues with the corporates and with the business where you can work on. So not only do the cases like, see, in India, I'll give you a very realistic picture. We are not a country that believes in prevention. हम कुआं तभी खोदते हैं जब आग लग जाती है. पहले से we will not have right kind of resources in place for prevention. वो तो because there are these set rules that if your premise does not have enough of fire safety environment, fire safety tools, you may not get your certification or shop and establishment certifications to move forward, and that's where we do. But honestly, we are not into prevention. Prevention तभी ही लोगों को याद आता है जब there is some problem. The only place where prevention can be instilled is at the educational institutes. So like even Dr. Rakesh said that, becoming a coach and all of this is a great stream, though it is going to be tough because educational institutes are the worst paymasters. I'm telling you this from my own experience. Most of them say that, but we are just an educational institute. While they are the highest fee seekers, I'm not saying anything directly to 3G. I'm saying in general, across the globe, this is a fact. Whether it is outside India, whether it is within India, they are not really great paymasters until and unless it has been mandated by the government. And that's where working with NCWs, Chair for Women and Child Safety or UNICEF is the way of entry through this. Yeah, the only way otherwise you can get into a school is becoming a school counselor. And many schools are now coming up with that. So some of the international schools who are well funded and who are going to have those kind of resources to give, they will have a separate cyber psychologist also besides having a school psychologist. Otherwise, they are always looking for one person knowing everything. So these are realistic pictures. Things will change, but it is going to be a slow change. So don't get disappointed. Stay put, stay there, work on your own vision, that what is that you want to do and what is that drives you to do that. So these are some avenues where you can work, where you can make a difference. And the last but the most important is the research domain. It's the least paying in our country unless you are doing this research with a private institute or a private funded institute or a company. Otherwise, it's the least. Most of the people, they would take you as an assistant, because the research master will always be someone who's already a PhD, and they'll take you as an assistant. And all these things I'm telling you from my personal experiences, as well as how the industry works. Things will change, no doubts. This domain, this field is here to stay. It has just started. Don't go just behind the names and the labels. Don't get carried away by that, oh, I do not have a certification, or this is this expensive, it's that expensive. No. If you look at the curriculum of what institutes are teaching, once you are in the field, it's always best. So for example, if some of y'all are doing over here Bachelor of Arts and in psychology, like BA Psychology or MA Psychology, no matter what specialization you get to choose, you can always continue your education, continue to learn. That's what is more important, not just having a degree without any experience. The best time to have a specialization is always after at least 2 years of your work experience, because that's where you're going to be more clear that this is what I enjoy doing, this is what I want to get into. And it has to be ever changing. I never knew while I was in my college that, okay, someday I will become a cyber psychologist, or someday I will become India's first usability analyst, or I will become someone who designs for accessibility. I don't know how many of you all are even aware of that term, but I had a privilege to be the first developer in India who could develop a portal for a section which is applied in US. In India now it is mandatory as well, which is called a section 503, which deals with accessibility, which is about making your product and your service accessible also to people with challenges. So for deaf communities, for dumb communities, for blind communities, how will they access our website? Today the websites have speakers, they can talk to you, so blind person can speak. For a deaf person, there is a different kind of subtitling coming for everything. Back then there was none of these available. The point here is to be optimistic, to be open to whatever new this thing comes up. Don't go with this thing that, no, I want to do only this. You never know how life is changing. And post-pandemic, we all should start believing that the beauty of life is in its uncertainty, where we really don't know what's going to happen next. if you have a very, very stringent plan that, okay, at this age I will do this, at this age I will do this, at this age I will do this, you will never enjoy the process because you are having a framework, ye aisa hi hona chahiye. What if something again changes in life? Hence, having a very fluid flow of life is very, I'm not saying don't have a goal or an ambition. There's a difference. I'm saying don't have a framework within which you function. A lot of people, when I was switching from, having an established IT career, I've got awards in that field. I've got a lot of first timer recognitions and etc. I've got even awards for building amazing web portals as well. And they were like, are you crazy? You want to give up this field and get onto this? Because at that point, nobody knew that sometime in future, web and psychology's marriage will be called as cyber psychology is going to happen. When I also not switched, but when I also got myself trained as a counselor, as a counseling psychologist, was when a lot of people would say ki isme kya paisa hai. Obviously what I earn in IT is definitely way bigger than what is, but it's everything is never about money. There has to be something that you do which you enjoy doing, and then look where life can take you. For me, it has worked out brilliantly well, and that's why, like I said, that after 5 years of being into psychology stream, suddenly this whole wave of new marriage happened of internet and psychology, and that's how cyber psychology has shaped up. And today, everyone will come and say that you made the best decision of your life. The point is, how many of us know at that point that it is the right decision or it's not, it's wrong? Follow your heart sometimes, because 99% of our decisions are always driven by the emotion. There are tons of studies on this. More than reading what others have written, trust your own instincts and your own experiences. Think about anything. Even if the last mobile that you bought, you might have done all your research that isme ye features hain, isme this is good, value for money is this, camera is good for this. At the end, there is one pop-up in the head, but I love it. And that's what you pick up. Every decision in life is about, so it's a big mirage that your decisions have to be well thought of. I'm not saying they don't have to be well thought of. But at the end, what actually works is the gut or is the emotion behind it. Same thing should be applied. If you're well aware of that, you can apply it better in every other decision of life. And when we make decisions, why we are very, very scared of making decisions is because we are tying them to the end result. For example, when you choose this field, when you choose that, or when you tell your parents that, I want to study psychology and tomorrow I want to become cyber psychologist. What has happened here is that you have tied your decision of choosing humanities to becoming a cyber psychologist. Now that pressure is there कि अब बोल दिया है parents को तो बनना ही है. What happens in that process is you lose this whole process of enjoying psychology. You never know that in the study I never had decided to work with children and teenagers because I thought that I myself have child, and during my internship when I was working with children, it used to get very overwhelming. And छोटे-छोटे बच्चों को क्यों तकलीफ होती है, So I always had decided, I will work with adults only. It's easy. Session done. They are there. I am back home. I don't carry that heaviness with me and all. But where did I land up? I landed up choosing to work with you, children and teenagers, all the more. So the point is about not having a fixed mindset. Okay, this is what I want to do. While you are studying psychology, you may be inclined towards maybe taking up drug addiction as your specialty. India needs it big time. Cyber is going to be angle and aspect of everything that we do, because today drugs are also sourced online. No matter what you work on different types of therapies with them, your appointments will be, your communication will be through internet medium. So obviously study of cyber psychology is always going to be part of it. Just don't go by the label of it, yahi curriculum padna hai. Now, besides the institutes that Dr. Rakesh mentioned, we also have Gujarat Forensics and Behavioral Science Institute, which offers an MSc in cyber psychology. It is not an online course, or even if it is online partially, but it's still a 2-year master's program. It's not a diploma or a certificate. So that is one. which is in India. Besides, outside, there are a lot of certifications available. Of course, they are very expensive. The courses, if you have to do your masters and all, they're extremely expensive courses, which not just for the money's sake, but I still feel that the context of India, if you plan to come back and work with Indian audience, you will not learn in the degree that you've learned outside, because it's like it's what happened to me with fashion industry. In our curriculum, they teach us all these fancy terms and all, but when we enter the industry, we have to work with karigars who are not even literate. So if I go and tell him that my croquis has to be of this height and this thing, and I want a hem stitch and all, he's going to look at me with a blank face. Madam, what are you talking about? Same thing happened over here. Here, the need of the hour is having a regional expert. All of us learn in English. All of us, can communicate well in English because our education is in English. But to translate this is where another specialization field, or is where another area that you have. There are a lot of channels on awareness online and all, but in regional languages, very few. So these are places now. How can you think of these options, and how can you think of these is only and only through passion, is from your experiences with people around you. When I actually got into psychology, before I cleared my masters, I had started my own practice because I had done a lot of certificate courses and all of that. And I used to be so passionate, मतलब कोई भी मिल जाता था, मैं उसको पकड़ के बोलती थी कि यार, I'd learned graphology, so I started working with them that, hey, please write for me something. I've learned metaphor analysis. That's one of the beautiful most therapy to work upon, which is about drawings. So I would actually make them draw for me. Aap draw karo and aap jao. But it's that passion in you which has to take over. That's where you can excel in any field. And then you get that confidence that, whatever comes my way, I will make the most of it. Then I had no idea that, I'm going to be amongst those pioneer cyber psychologists in our country. It happened. Why it happened? Because I was open to options coming my way. I was open to opportunities coming my way. And I was passionate about the work I was doing. So that's what I really wanted to share with you all. In a way, inspire many of you all that do not give up your dreams. After I finished my master's in commerce and I'm working in IT, I could have easily given up that. But because I held on to it, see how doors kept opening. I was the first one to do that course of usability in US, and I didn't have to go there. They came to India for the first time. So I could do it at 1/4 of the cost, the same curriculum, sitting in my own city, catering to my child, to my business, and parallelly learning. And of course, it's an expensive course. Whatever I invested, in the next month, I had a client where I could work and get that thing. So the point is, education never ends. Interest can keep changing. Don't bind yourself to what choices you made earlier. Agar earlier मैंने commerce किया, and I would have stuck to it कि नहीं यार अब commerce किया, how do I even switch into this? What will people think? This, that. Life would never give you these kind of opportunities if you get stuck to that. A lot of times we see that we make unfortunately Indian education system is such that you have to make decisions of your future career at age of 19 and 20. While it's well understood and well said that your frontal cortex is still not fully developed till age of 21, which helps you make a rational choice, analytically think well and all that. But our country is still, stuck up with the old systems. And what we can do individually is like system badalne ka, and frustration doesn't take you anywhere. Might as well tell it to our family members that it's okay if tomorrow you want to change your stream. If you've studied CA right now and you tomorrow want to get on and become an artist, so what? If you've chosen your humanities at this point, and if you feel you're not enjoying at some point of time, or you're bored at some point of time, it's okay. There will be one door closing, will open more doors. Problem happens, we keep crying on the door that closed, and it just blinds our vision, and we cannot see the more doors that have opened today. So this was about me in my, 40 years of life and 25 years of career, almost 25, where lot of this, so, there's a very beautiful saying by Carl Jung that I am not the product of life, but I've made my own choices. It's about making choices. And that is the biggest threat that human mind perceives. Making decisions is the biggest cognitive load or to a human mind. And why I have explained, because we tie it to the end result. Our karma theory, which is ages old, it also tells, karam kar, fal ki ichha mat rakh. Fal you will get in the process. But if we, of course, that all sounds spiritual and gyan to us at this point of time, though, because I am in that age and stage of life, I can still go back and quote that to you. But yeah, had I been in my 20s, I would have also said, yaar, gyan mat do. So we understand, but it's a fact that if we only and only focus in doing, which is the basic essence of human being or a human form of life, you focus on doing, you will automatically keep moving towards your destination. And hence, having a larger destination is extremely important. So from my journey, if you all want to, if you've been inspired in any ways and you have any questions, feel free to ask. I have not shared too much about cyber psychology because I think Dr. Rakesh has covered a lot of it. There is tons of it available all across the internet. Besides that, any of this. So what I believe now as a person, I am more of a groundwork doer than an academic person. And hence, you can talk to me about the cases that I've dealt. In this pandemic, from April 20 till date, more than 10,000 complaints or reports of cyberbullying I've got on my portal, and we've been working day in, day out on that. So these experiences also shape up and sharpen up your skills in dealing. It's the same sextortion, but how it has impacted a victim differently. How many factors have contributed to this? So there are so many such learnings on day-to-day basis. So please feel free if you have any questions to ask.
I've been going through the comment sections both on Zoom and YouTube. I can't help but smile because a lot of people are, lauding your resilience and your sheer hard work that has gone through in your almost 25-year career. There are people who are wishing you that, we wish you go successful with a 75 plus career, which is, I think, wonderful.
That's the key. Work, this needs to be in a active phase. The empty mind, devil zone. So I always also, since you brought up this point, there's something that I want to tell that, see, I understand here we are all young people and right now we are focused on our career, but also think about how you can engage your grandparents. Pushing them towards social engagements is extremely important because that is the only way our cognition is active. The moment this goes down is where dementia and various other problems of that age seek in. So it's very important. And yes, whether I live to 75 or not, I don't know, but I'm going to be working till the last breath I can. And we all will find our cause if we are aware, if we are living in that particular moment, not being struck by that age is a factor. When I was doing my master's, I was 36. And the only time I used to get to study was night 11 to morning 3. That was the only time I could study. They were, of course, your family is the biggest support and they always do because I had a growing child with me as well. But nothing can stop you if you want. Everyone was telling me health kharab ho jayegi because morning 6:30 I have to wake up my kid's school. So the only time, whereas I'm a person who till date needs 9 hours of sleep. Unless 9, I cannot function. But this is so powerful that if we tame it, if we know that, this is what we are going to, this is what I want to do, everything else falls in place. And I never fell sick in those 2 years where literally I was sleeping only 3 hours or 4 hours, or maybe on the weekends, I might sleep 6-8 hours. That's about it. So engaging this productively is the essence of being into this stream. And I think when you talk about human psyche, it all begins from here.
Yes, ma'am. So one question that we have on the Q&A is, due to the pandemic and just in general, our consumption of social media has increased greatly. Is it possible to be facing social media gaming addiction? If yes, what are some red flags to look out for?
Right. So thank you so much for this question. It is definitely the burning question across. So first, I will answer this in two parts. Let's first understand that, these words, which are clinical words like addiction, depression, anxiety, unfortunately, we all have started using it very loosely. While a clinical depression or a clinical anxiety is very different compared to simply, hey, I'm anxious. Clinical anxiety is very different than what just being anxious or just being worried about is about. It's extremely different. Now, in terms of understanding that what the number of hours that I spend on internet or the increase in dependency. So what I would suggest is initially always use the word my dependency on social media. That is the correct term, and not say that I'm getting addicted. You may say that I'm getting dependent on that. There are few very, very specific characteristics of moving towards addiction, such as if you are, even when your mobile is kept aside, let's say right now that, we are in this conference, and if you're connected from your laptops and your mobile devices are away, but still you're constantly thinking what has come on Instagram, what has come on Twitter, this, that, that's one flag. That you're not able to push that aside and focus on any other activity and be 100% present in that activity. Number two is, all the time, or rather feeling restless when you don't see your mobile, or when you see your internet connection is poor, or when your WhatsApp shows connecting. If that is something that gets you extremely restless, mobile battery is dying and there is no plug point, that's another flag that you must get yourself assessed for this thing. Then the third flag is where anything that you have to decide. Supposedly, if your if your home environment, or let's say your mom is coming and asking you, what will you eat? If you feel that you've not even heard that question, that's something to think about. Obviously, this particular question, to none of us here. That's only after becoming a mother we realize that, okay, I also never heard it as a child. But what I'm trying to say is that if you're not able to switch between the environments, that if you're playing a game, and in that frame of mind, your reaction from a game is spilling over into the real world, into your interactions in that real world, then that is also another flag that you need to, because I could be watching an extremely scary movie, but at the same time, I'm not going to be fearful of if, somebody is, that everyone around me is also going to come and harm me or something like that. So to be able to differentiate and switch between the different mediums, if that's not happening, if that is being challenged, then that's another very, very important flag not to miss out. And lastly, if your sleep and if your food has been compromised because of the time that you have put into this, has led to you staying all the time cranky, either completely having a not addiction, but a craving for junk, or overeating, or completely abstaining from eating, any extreme change in sleep and food is the first most and the most important flag which comes with this. So these are some flags which you can spot on very clearly. People who are more and more dependent on screen, overall also you will find them by nature getting more hyper, getting more anxious, being a little more reactive in everything, and their reactions becoming extreme. But if they are away from that screen for whatever short amount of time, if they're not able to bounce back to the other way of behavior, then that's a flag. While in that game, we understand it's like, when you are on a football field, you are in that aggressive mode. But once the field and the game is over, Are you going to behave the same? If yes, then it's a flag. So these are some things. Stop getting worried that just because I'm spending 2 hours extra on this thing, or I'm playing game, or today I just feel like binging something, I'm going to get addicted. No. Most of the times your fear will make you so anxious that nahi bhi hoga to bhi you will start getting all these flags and all these symptoms. Not every person who spends more time on internet is going to be addicted. No. There are a lot of factors into this. The time used for what? So divide between your recreational use, your productive use, and your academic use. Keep a proper check on your recreational use, because from there is where entertainment and sense of belonging where you get more. Whether it's on your social media browsing, whether it's on your game, is what is going to lead to doing that more. So it's a cyclic process. Pleasure value, it increases your dopamine, you feel like having more of it, and then it goes on. So hence curbing onto the entertainment time that you spend as per the screen time guidelines, which for adults is not beyond 2 hours ideally. These are all guidelines, these are ideal. In certain cases, people who are in gaming industry, they might have to spend a little more time. So being aware of that is what is important. So I hope I have answered your question in a way that you know what to look out for and how to identify and be comfortable doing what you're doing.
So with that, I am going to close the Q&A session. I'd like to thank you so much, because even yesterday when I was discussing this topic with you, I mentioned that more than the theoretical part of what cyber psychology is all about, your experiences, your journey, something that I have had the opportunity to know from you, that is something, if you could share with the audience, it's something that will really resonate with them. That whole story of resilience, how you have had to face all these different hurdles, come on top each time, and in the end finally pursue exactly what you decided to pursue right at the beginning. So life has brought you full circle.
And it's still going on.
It's going on.
So I always believe that it's just the start.
Correct. So with all that said, thank you so much for giving us this hour of your time and sharing this experience with all of our audience. I'm sure they have had a lot to learn from this. And as a token of our appreciation and love, I'd like to ask the tech team to share with you the e-certificate right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Angela.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
With that, I'd like to call upon Jessica to introduce to us the next speaker.
Hello, hi, good evening. Our next speaker for today is Situn KK. Situn KK is a certified counselor and an experienced professional in an ed-tech industry. Okay. He has done his MBA from the University of Calicut. He has also done a triple major graduation in psychology, criminology, and English literature from the Mangla University. With immense pleasure, let me welcome Situn KK to give his sharing his ideology on how a career counseling can be a career pathway for the psychology students.
Thank you, Jessica. So, I hope you can hear me, right?
Yeah. So you'll get a buzzer 5 minutes before you ending the session time, and a long buzzer exactly at the end of the session.
All right.
Over to you, sir.
All right. So guys, welcome. And I was just listening to Nirali ma'am. Awesome session. It was heart to heart. And I've been told, that this psychology batch is very interactive. And also I expect you'll be up. Thank you. Indumati. And, just, maybe make use of your fingers and, keep it engaging. Otherwise, both of us, so that, both of us stay awake. All right. So basically, right, as she said, like my history is in, multiple levels. See, I'm a career counselor, okay? No, I'm a career counselor not because of anything, only because I learned from my mistakes. the pain that I went through, I came out as a career counselor. I started doing my +2 in science, PCMB. Then I shifted to arts, BA Psychology Criminology, and then I finally did my MBA in commerce. So I've almost covered all the fields as of right now, and finally found that my passion is to help others find their fields. And one thing I can tell you that it all started because I did psychology. Because I have some special place in my heart for psychology students, because I know that is one area of students in our country who have a lot of potential and a lot of talents and all. But if you speak regarding the opportunities, including campus placements or how corporates treat them, I mean, just unused talent over there. So in that field, I would just want to, that's the reason I came here, to tell you about, just like you have an opportunity in cyber psychology. There's one more opportunity which you can, if you want to pursue, you can in career counseling. So I'll be, taking to a little bit presentation. First, I'll just give a presentation on what is career counseling, because I'm aware that the crowd is versatile. So some people have different levels of knowledge. So taking into consideration, I'll deal with all of them. And then finally, I'll just introduce to our program how a career counseling trainer, how we'll make you a trainer if you want to pursue. And then finally, we can open for a discussion, and so keep your questions ready. I'll just share my screen. So guys, I believe you can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. See, just interesting saying, there are two things. One, it's a job, and another, there's a career. And there are two other things, a girlfriend and a wife. So if you could match, job to what will you match? Job is something like a girlfriend. I mean, you have it. You have one job today. Tomorrow you may have second. It depends on people. But on the other hand, career is something. It's like a marital relationship. You have one, but it's going to be long lasting and it's worth the effort. And all these things you have to put. It will be fruitful at the end. You'll have a beautiful family. So that's the aim of having career counseling. Just like before you take a decision to marry someone, the amount of advice you're going to take from your relatives, they'll give it for free, but you will take it from your parents or from other, your own inner circle, the same level of advice that you will require to take a career decision, because it's too important. Because I know almost all of you have new phones, right? You keep updating every 1 year, I believe so. So whenever you do that, the number of people that you consult before taking, a number of tech reviews that you watch on YouTube, or for a simple decision like having a new phone. Now imagine how much time you should spend while creating a decision which will affect 40 to 60 years of your life. See, we all have 24 hours a day, 8 hours gone for sleep, the rest 4 hours for other activities and all. So 8 hours we work every day. Now, what should we work at? We have to decide, right? Should we work on something which is long-term as a career, which makes best use of our innate abilities, or should we do something for the sake of money? It's job. So now I'll be tackling about what is career counseling, the importance of career counseling, what you as a career counselor, how you can impact someone's life, and how it is related to psychology. All right, the first session, I'll go through the career counseling, the basic definitions and all. The second part, we'll discuss with how psychology students are the best people to be the career counselors. Actually, the career counseling field is not restricted to psychology or other fields, but in my experience, those are the best people who can become career counselors. And third, I'll take you through an opportunity. If you want, you can always go through it. That will be the training process, how we mold a person who's a layman into a able career counselor. And then finally, we'll be open for discussion. So the crowning fortune of a man is to be born to some pursuit which finds him employment and happiness, whether it be make baskets or broadswords or canals or statues or songs. This was given by Ralph Waldo Emerson. This wisdom is very late, is not now. From that time itself we found, if you want to be happy, this is one key factor which you cannot avoid with. You will have to do an activity which enriches you deeply, which makes the best part of your abilities. So that is the time, the career counseling field has grown up right now, and it's the best time to get onto it. Okay, now what is career counseling? See, we have heard of counseling. Psychology students, counseling, you have heard, but everything is counseling, right? Any interaction can be counseling. Right now, I'm talking to you, it can be counseling. But if two people are talking and one of that person is an expert in any field, that becomes a official counseling. If I am talking to you and I am an expert in the field of career, that's career counseling. So career counseling can be defined as a process that helps an individual to gain an understanding of oneself and the various interests to make a firm decision about the career choice and further education plans. That means it starts from when he's in almost a 10th standard and it goes all the way up to he becomes, a full-time employee. And in some cases, even after becoming a full-time employee, some people have something called as midlife crisis because they like a lot of techies. I've seen my own friends who have dropped out from IITs. After getting the placement offer, they refuse and they go back to work in village areas. Why? Because that's a crisis there. They've studied, amount of effort it took for him to reach IIT, right? And then one day he just threw all of it away and went. That means what? It's a crisis. Why was that crisis there? It didn't happen one day. It's like a pressure cooker. Slowly, heat was building up. And it came to a point and, he had to do it. So to avoid that much pain and loss of time and resources, we should promote career counseling among students. Now, what are the elements of a career counseling? How can you say them this is a career counseling? So there are a few things which should be there to qualify it as a career counseling. Number one, you should be have with a qualified career counselor. See, no offense, okay? A lot of those teachers, they are well-intentioned people. They want you to succeed, but even a lot of teachers, especially in schools, right, they are not aware of this, the possibilities in the career setup. They will tell you what they know. We cannot blame them for that, right? They will tell you what they know. So you should consult a qualified career counselor. That's the first thing. Second thing, it should be a secure environment. That means for a counseling session to happen, your parents should not drag you there. Neither should you meet with a person whom you're not comfortable with. So these are the first two steps we should, tick mark to say that you have had a career counseling session. Third one, agreement of trust and confidence. Because as a career counselor, you will be sharing your intimate details. And as psychology students, right, patient confidentiality agreement binds here also, because he will be opening up himself to you. So you have to respect that. And then finally, relevant psychometric assessments, which I'm sure if you've done your degree in psychology, you must have done a lot of practicals in that area. So a few of the personality tests also will be using just to aid us, because believe it or not, like in half an hour, it's very hard to judge a person. But we can always make use of tools which will give you an unbiased report. Because at the end of the day, human beings know, we have a quote, right? Don't judge a book by its cover. Trust me, we do. The same way we accept and delete requests on Facebook, we do the same thing. The moment we hear a phone call, we judge. So it's a human nature. To avoid that, neutralize that, we also make use of psychometric assessments. Now, what are the psychometric tests which we generally as career counselors use? The MBTI, Myers-Briggs Personality Inventory, you must know, and the big five, Ocean, consensus, agreeableness, neuroticism, RISEC, the Holland occupational themes, and IQ, EQ, intentions quotient and emotional quotient skill assessment test. Now, the reason I'm showing you these things, right? These are the things which are conducted by career counselors. They are being taught after a person, for example, who have done their master in social work or any other degree. They come, we train them in this and they do it. Now, to be noted is that our graduates in psychology, they are already aware of these things. You people already know these things. You people already have a grasp of these things. Now you see, right, how easy it is for you to be a career counselor, and how easy it is for you to be a better career counselor than a layman person who's not from a psychology background. Now, what will the process? All right. I don't know how many of you have attended a career counseling. I really don't know, right? But I have taken career counseling and I have myself attended a career counseling. So before you make a decision, all right, it's like, the day in the life of a sailor, the day in the life of an armed forces. This is how, a session with a career counselor would look like if you choose to become one. Number one, whenever you have meeting with a client, is just awareness. You're just being aware, okay, this is things, these are the purposes. You list down the objectives, because a lot of times, parents accompany their children, and you talk to them, what is the necessary. Like last time we had a client who was dyslexic. So their parents said, no, that the child is dyslexic and he's very interested in music, but the child wants to keep a backup plan, just any degree, professional degree. Now, those are the things which will you uncover when you talk with them in the initial stages. So that's the awareness part. Now, second step, as soon as you're done with awareness, second part is exploration. Now, there it's multifaceted. There, the skill of a counselor will come to you. Because when I talk to you, I should know you. You should reflect onto me what you are. And you should also use tools like psychometric tests to get that exploration into the inner self. And then finally, decision making. See, it's all good and done. You come for the session, you sit there, all right, you talk with me, and then you go. Without making a decision means what? It's a failure. It's a total blunder. So in career counseling, you must know it's not a passive job. It's like a brain surgeon. How a brain surgeon does it physically, you're doing it intellectually and sometimes emotionally also. You're connecting with that individual and you're enabling him to make a decision there in itself. Okay, this is something that he must do. And once you make the decision, the next step is preparation. Okay, for example, you want to be an engineer. What are the things you must do? There's something called as cost benefit analysis. This is an MBA concept, but it applies heavily in psychology. Like, for example, if you want to be a IIT guy or IIM, you want to do there, that's the benefit, all right? You will get a good salary package, everything. What is the cost? How much you have to study? How much time you'll have to, take away from your leisure time? So that you'll be doing it while doing preparation. You'll be preparing it. And then the final part is implementation. Just, following up. How is he doing it? Is there any glitches and all those things? Now, this will be your role. If you choose to become, I always say, if you choose to become a career psychologist, this will be, one of, usual days, how it will happen for you. These are the, reasons, role of a career counselor. At the end of the day, what do you do? Like a plumber can tell, right? No, I repair, pipes, I make the water system correct. A lot of people can say what they do. Armed forces will tell they protect the country. What is your role as a career counselor? These are the 4 major parts which you will be doing. Assessment. Number 1, assessment. Those people, career counselors will help their clients assess what is going on. What is the child's problem? What is the child's key strength? Second, access. A lot of the time, you do not know what you're good at. I've seen many people. They do not know, how good they are in some things. They take that for granted. Now that information will be accessed to them by a third party. That's how we act as a neutral being. Third is confidence. It's always, there's a quote in Bible, like more number of counselors, there is safety. The more counselors you have, there is safety because you're getting wisdom and guidance that will instill in you the confidence you need to do. And finally, it's therapeutic. Again, this is the major point I'm stressing. Psychology students can do a wonderful job being a career counselor because it's not limited, at psychometric tests. It is not limited at, finding him the best college to join. No. Is therapeutical because a lot of times you will know, he will have anxiety issues, he will have self-image issues. The reason he's not doing, he is not taking that step is because he doubts himself. So that thing you have to deal with therapeutically. So that part, right? That part a person without a psychological background may not be able to do in a better way. Now, the statistics. A lot of my batchmates, I did my graduation in psychology, didn't pursue masters. A lot of, they have just, they've done masters, and most of them are in clinical setup. All right, not because they want to. I don't know. I cannot be judge of that, but that's a major option for them. Psychology students are obsessed with clinical psychology. I really don't know. All right, and to be honest, okay, this is a platform being honest, and in the clinical setup, because my seniors are from NIMHANS, they just passed out 3 years back. In clinical setup, psychology students as of right now in India, they do not have that much hierarchical value. You'll be dealing with mental health, you'll come that level of hierarchy, especially after psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, case study, that level value, because psychology as of right now in India needs a lot of development. So I always implore you, after psychology, not just clinical, all right, it's just the same as saying after 12th only engineering. Same thing, after graduation psychology is not just clinical, there are a lot of other areas also. So go for it. Like for example, this one, right? Career psychology, that's the future over there. 67% of Indian population are in that working class population. And often the majority are in the 15 to 30 years age bracket. Now they are the ones who need. See, the market, there is a need in the market for career counselors. I'm telling you, for good career counselors, there is emergency need. So 1.4 million vacancies there. Now imagine if in a country, or if even in the defense services, there are so many vacancies. Now if there is so many vacancies in a sector, that means what? It's being neglected. So the effect you can see, right? Go to just make a call to 5 schools around you in your neighborhood. Check how many people, they have certified career counselors. They won't have. Majority of them don't have. And that's not the case in village areas alone, okay? Now, this is the case in metropolitan areas also. Now 5,000 crore is the size of the career assessment and guidance market in India. That means it's a good leverage if you want to earn monetarily also, because at the end of the day, you need that, need to satisfy your needs, family's needs, and also it's a very fruitful area if you want to monetize your efforts also. Now, as of right now in India, these are the practical aspects. Okay, now, this is compiled from my own experiences. Own practice. That's the first step. All right. If you want to be a career counselor, these are the 3 things which you normally do. Own practice. You open up an institute, career counseling institute, and then you deal with n number of people, from education abroad to education down. You have collaborations, everything. Then secondly, you have school counselors. This is something new. Like nowadays, every school, you must have known this, right? Every school is, they're being pressurized by the government as well as the bodies like CBSE, ICSE to have their own school counselors who have, certified in field of psychology. Now, having a certified career counselor will help you get into that field. So you'll be a school counselor there. You'll be the one person whom you'll be working full time there. One person to all the needs regarding the future, as well as their present challenges in that school. And then finally, admission counselor. Now, this is something where you'll be working with in universities and institutions, which actually, admission counselor is something which is highly in demand. Today, as of right now, there are companies whom I am associated with, they are searching for qualified admission counselors right now. So if you are being a career counselor, that helps you get over there, because you know the thing, you know the stuff what they are speaking about. Now this is the assignment, all right. I'm not done with my assignment. There's one more presentation, one more PDF I will be going through, but this is the introduction to that. So this is the assignment, all right. Just chat with a few young adults, any adults, or like teenagers, or just go there, chat with them, and just ask them, how aware are they regarding the career opportunities, regarding the choices they can make? Just ask with them, how much aware are they? And you will know, the answers they will tell you, right? It'll be not more than 5. They don't know more than 5 career opportunities which they can pursue. And why, if you ask the second question, it gets more tougher for them. Now the program is conducted by 3G, right? So 3G IRPS, the same company. I'm also consultant with them. So we have something called as 3G MeLife. So what I'll show you a presentation whereby how we take students, psychologists as well as graduates, other graduates, and train them into becoming career counselors. That means you get the picture of how career counselors are being trained, so that if in the future you want to become one, or you want to refer someone, you have that knowledge with you. Now this is the normal. These are the programs which you get in the market. Now this is one of the best of there. It's a 3G Life Advanced Transformation Program. That means it will be, the major aim is to transform you into a brand. It's not a job, all right? Here it's entrepreneurship material. At the end of the day, we want to give you the wings, fly off. Now, the company, right? Company has been working for the past 10 years, because right, a lot of nowadays, like every day new startups are popping up, like bubbles. Every day new company, new startups. Even if you go to LinkedIn, the number of people who are founders of startups, right? It's become normal nowadays. So the company right now, right, the 3G Life is not that model of company. It's a company which has been here for the past 10 years. And which has dealt with a lot of research. It's backed by experts from Harvard University, MIT. Now, who all can apply? All are welcome. Only thing, if you're a fresher in this field without any education background, you don't have any experience in education or training or psychology, it'll take more time for you to be trained. That's it. I'll be a 15 days, ultimate transformation into a personal brand. Now, why 3G Life? 100% practical approach designed to suit COVID-19 scenario. See, the reason right now, right? The reason I'm presenting this is, right, because there's a need in the market. A lot of people aren't getting placed right now, but we have, a lot of vacancies over here. We can see that this is an opportunity where you can make not only good income, you can be in the same field and you can make, revolutionary steps in that field. That is the reason, we always promote it. Go for it, do it, and get the results for yourself. It's instantaneously. Here you'll be dealing with the module 1, AI, psychology, industry revolution, digital marketing. Will be taught to you how it is to be done, and social entrepreneur, how is to go for it. And then apart from this, you can get the website will be given to you, how to get into the field and start earning as such. So what can you expect from 3G? All the above. All the social media profiles will be polished, Instagram will be updated, LinkedIn will be updated, and all the certificates that you need. So the reason, right? The reason is that certificates that you need, because if you want to work in an international setup, certificates like London certification, London School of Business Management certificates will give you credibility and reliance. Because I myself, I'm certified by them, and I've seen the result. Because I'm back. After doing my MBA, I'm back into the psychology field. Very soon, I'll be also be applying for my master's program. As of right now, I'm a practicing career counselor. Personal branding package will be given, and your marketing video, as well as the entire tools which you will ever need to do the counseling system. Be it education systems, be it psychometric testing, be it deep dive into destination UK, USA. See, the purpose of this program is simple. You, whoever you are, you as a person, go start doing career counseling. Go start doing these things. Go start figuring out by yourself how to succeed. Go start doing digital marketing on your own. It will take you at least 5 years to even know that level, to reach that level. Why do you want to wait there? People who have been with us, who have 20 plus experience, or years of experience, who have shown in the market, who succeeded in the market, they're going to come and train you. So it's two choices you have. Either you sacrifice your time or you sacrifice your money. And in this economy, nobody's going to wait. In a matter of 5 years, billion-dollar companies are coming up and going down. So you have to act smart and act now. See, artificial intelligence, new age carriers, all these presentations which will be given to you, which you'll be able to take for other people also. Now, 3G Life AI-driven assessment engine. Now that's the psychometric engine. This is based on RISAC, BMTI, as well as some other Minnesota personality inventory. Those are the things which we have taken into consideration while preparing this entire system for you. See, at the end of the day, this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for psychology students, because at the end of the day, like after graduation, you have to do something meaningful. After be it graduation or post graduation, you have to do something meaningful, and you have to stand on your own. Job risk finder, skill finder, stream finder. Now these are things which will be given to you, and These are the few of the books you'll have, so that you have that upper edge when you're beginning. All the academically, you'll have that content with you. And as soon as if someone is interested, someone gets onto the platform, first webinar will be held by us on us, and then you'll also be taught how to get interns to work with you. So it's a win-win situation for each of you, and the community support is excellent because I'm a part of that community. So yeah, that's it for now. So the purpose of me coming here is to introduce new enthusiastic psychology people that there's an extremely productive and financially fruitful field of career counseling. A lot of people we are coming here, but psychology people aren't yet they do not know about the effect of it. So what we want you to do is give it a try, think about it, which maybe you are in first year, maybe you are in third year, maybe you are running a PG, but focus about it and go up. Become a career counselor and start impacting lives. Be with us or with someone else, but the field of career counseling, keep it in your mind. Yeah, Jessica. Jessica, you're on mute. Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. We'll have a quick question answer session with everyone. If anyone has questions, you can put in the chat box and we'll get your answers. We'll get your questions solved as soon as possible. So there are a lot of good reviews coming that it was a wonderful session. It was an excellent session.
Guys, I know I'm so grateful for that, but I will really appreciate if you ask me something and challenge me also, because for psychology students I have high expectations because I love psychology students. Posted the question Q&A. Okay, Mukhya.
Jessica, can you read the questions from the Q&A?
From the YouTube one? No, I can't do that. Not from the YouTube one.
Q&A.
Okay,
Angela, do you have access to that? In the bottom.
There's one.
Yeah, Angela could read it out.
Okay, so there's one question. It says, how do we know which psychology field is best suited for us?
All right, yeah. See, there are, for me, right, that major question is, first, is clinical psychology suited for us or not? First, you say no to that, world is open, all right? But it's a good field, okay? Clinical psychology is very good field if you want to work with, academic, clinical setup, like, under psychiatrists, under the recent development, like AIMs, they have Fortis Hospital, they have excellent team over there. So it's good. But if you're not there, now you have to see what level of setup you want to work in. Do you want to work in corporate environment? A lot of speakers, especially in consultants, who work in the corporate setup and earn heavily. Even in Dubai, there are a lot of consultants. They work on a consultant basis, like they come in for sessions, take development and trainings, and go. That's corporate settings. And then thirdly, we have population-wise. If you want to specialize, for example, you want to work with children, go do education psychology. If you want to work with young adults, go do industry psychology. And more or less, if you are interested in crime thrillers and all those things, forensic psychology is very much coming up. Because I myself did criminology, and I'm telling you, it's something which is going to come up. Because forensic psychologists people are not aware of. They all know about gloves, that desktop, stethoscope. That's forensic. That's not forensic. That's forensic science. But something called forensic psychology, which is coming up in the field heavily. So you can choose each and everything, and on that you can decide which one to go for.
Okay, I hope that answers your question. Angela, can you get access to the chat? I can't get access to it for some reason. Angela?
There's a question from Sonia. What are the academic qualifications needed to be an admissions counselor?
All right. Academic qualifications, not need much. There are two types of, depends on whom you are, counseling to. There are universities like University of Toronto. For there, if you need to be an admissions counselor, they will ask you to be a graduate or to be a master's in that field. Otherwise, you do not need to. But what you need is knowledge about academics. You need to know about the boards of India, CBSE, ICSE, state boards, also the syllabus of the university there. as well as you need to be aware of the trends. For example, if you are going to someone's going outside, right, for study, what are the things that you need to know? So that thing you need to have that for when you do a career counseling training program, you'll be provided there. That's an add-on. And if you have background in psychology, well and done, beautiful, because life is easy. Your job is talking with people and telling them, see, do this, better for you. That's it.
Another question we have from an anonymous attendee is that what is the difference between a life coach and a counselor?
Can you repeat?
What is the difference between a life coach and a counselor?
All right. Okay. See, the life coach is not a scientific term. That means if I say I'm a life coach, what can you do about it? But if I say I'm Dr. Sipin KK, you can ask me something, right? Where are your credentials, sir? Which university you got a doctorate from? Which field? Life coach, emotional healer, spiritual consultant. These are the terms which is good. There are people who are being paid heavily, like celebrities. They pay heavily for these self-image consultants, life coach and all. But it's not academically, validated. But counselor, on the other hand, you have to have psychology. You have to have certified. The certification is necessary, like NCDA from career counseling point of view. Life coach. It's all taglines and terms which looks good on LinkedIn.
Thank you so much, sir. A very relevant question we have from Moksha Gujjar is that there are very few courses apart from clinical and counseling psychology that are being offered in a lot of universities. So how do you even opt out for other branches?
Okay. See, you must know, right? Like Irfana came up with 3G School of Psychology for this very reason. I mean, when I was a student there, at that time, if I had seen something like this, I'm sure I would have jumped. I would not have gone for MBA because I can see, it was narrow. A lot of online, traditional systems don't go challenging. Because if you're gonna go to universities and tell them, okay, stop going with these things, give us the new modern, different courses, it will take time. It has politics there, it has government issues there. So nowadays, companies like 3G School of Psychology has coming up. Like there's some company like last speaker, right? Cyber Psychology. There are online courses which gives you validation. So go for that. There's stigma, right? There are stigma online courses. That is a new field. All right, go for online courses. You don't need to degree from a certified brick and mortar institution. For example, like my own friends, IIM, they paid 17 lakhs rupees and went. Last year they joined, and even right now he hasn't stepped foot on that campus, and he's about to pass out. 17 lakhs for an online course, same thing.
Another question we have from Mohini Patil is, children get distracted after choosing a specific career path. In such situations, how can we as a psychologist help them? And
the thing is that children get distracted after choosing a certain career path. The major question is here, who chose? If children chose, they know responsibility. Even a 6-year-old child, right? If the phone fell from his hand, he knows responsibility. Even the dogs know responsibility. Even they show guilt when they did something wrong. So when we say children chose something, make sure children chose that. Otherwise, if you chose for that child, you're the one responsible, not him. And even he knows. I don't know. My father wanted me to do engineering. I did engineering. You can hear them saying these things.
One last question that we have for you today is, what are the other novel domains wherein career counselors can work?
Oh, sure. See, right now, the best thing that's coming up is learning and development, whereby this is something entirely free. Here you make use of neuroscience, how you learn, how this is included with corporate as well as an industrial setup. So this stream is coming up where career counselors are more and more going over there, because it involves a lot of dynamics over there, and this is something which clinical psychologists cannot do, because this field, right, it's ever changing. Career counseling is ever changing because of artificial intelligence, all thanks to artificial intelligence. And you as a career counselor, I'm telling you, set your ears tuned for artificial intelligence, because the entire career structure is being changed from everything. No old jobs will not be the same. Because the reason, I'll tell you, when someone want to come to you for career counseling, he's not coming for tomorrow. He says he wants to become a doctor after 10 years. And you looking at the current scenario say, yeah, this is very good. Go be, go do your MBBS. But the time he finishes it off, he finds robots are doing surgeries. A lot of doctors. Okay, now what am I to do? So you have to keep in mind AI. That is the key novel term you should keep in mind while thinking about career psychology.
With that, I'll pass it on to Jessica to close.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us an insightful session today. I hope our audience is taking some knowledge with them. Saying that, we come to an end of our session. I would like the tech team to present you an e-certificate as a token of our love and appreciation.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
So your video is off, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. An amazing job, okay? Amazing job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
I would like to thank and hand it over to Angela. Angela, to you.
Yes. So with that, we have come to an end of the first day of sessions today. We also realized that in the process of us coming to this place, a lot of you had inquired about Victoria Mattingly ma'am's session. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, she could not be here today, but we are trying to reschedule her session, and we will get back to you with the rescheduled session time and day shortly. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have 2 more days worth of sessions. We have an excellent lineup for you tomorrow as well as day after tomorrow. We really hope for you to join us. Time will be the same, starts at 10 a.m. We'll go on to 7:30 p.m. We will have a lunch break from 1 to 2. I hope you guys had an amazing time. Thank you so much for joining us. This is your host, Angela, signing off for today. Good night and take care.